Brandon. Hello and welcome in for everybody tuning in on YouTube. Welcome in. Appreciate you for being here. This is the 367th episode, 6-7, of the Dean Withers Show. Folks, we have so much to go through today. Holy moly. Let's go ahead and start with breaking news. It's news that I'm sure that you're all familiar with. Today was No King's Day 3.0, and oh my God, it is already on track to be this country's largest single-day protest in history. It is absolutely phenomenal, historical. Guys, everywhere in every city, from Portland to LA, to San Diego, to Memphis, to Chicago, to Boston, to DC, the people turned out. And we heard voices from all across this country. I cannot wait to see the total tally on how many people showed up today, because it is phenomenal. And it is sending alarm bells off in the panic rooms, the safe spaces of the Republicans in Congress of MAGA. Whoa, excuse me. And of course, Trump in the White House. I need to take a second. Wow. Holy shit. I need to take a second here to blow my nose. Oh my God, gross. Super gross. Give me a second. Super duper gross. Okay, I'm back. Woo, yeah, super gross. What a way to start the stream. You know, at the end of the day, I guess, I'm only human. But anyways, to get back, gross, to get back into the news, you guys. So once again, the panic bells, the alarms are going off inside of the safe spaces of the Republicans of MAGA and Trump in the White House. Because once again, today we saw the largest single day protest in this country's history. You guys, if you happen to attend a local No King's Day protest, given that you were able to, thank you for showing up. Thank you for showing out. One reminder that I want to give to every single person watching the stream is that it does not stop when the chants calm down and the signs go away and everybody goes home. No, that's when the work starts. Get involved with your local community. You know, run for a local school district. Get on the school board, city council. Be involved, reach out to your neighbors, have conversations, persuade people and change minds, and most importantly, vote in the midterms. We have to change the symbolization of what we saw today through these organized protests that only lasted a handful of hours of even into real material change, and that is what we do on the local level, and that's what we do in the voting booths in November. Please keep that in mind. It is so very important. Now, we're going to go ahead and hop into the debates with the ever so slimming amount of Trump supporters that there are still out there. Holy crap, you guys. People are leaving MAGA in droves because Trump is unilaterally failing this country. You know what? I'm even hearing from people and secondhand acquaintances in my life that have historically been so super red and super MAGA that are now coming to me telling me that they no longer support Trump. And I'm just, I'm taken back, guys. I mean, truly, this movement is growing and people are hopping off of that MAGA, that dying MAGA ship every single day. But clearly there's still some Trump supporters left. We still have some work to do. We actually already have the first Trump supporter of the day loaded up and connected to the live stream. Take it away, dude. Tell us how the hell you still support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
I feel like that's a crazy thing to say for starters. Every time I hear someone doesn't support Trump, I just think it's ridiculous. What do you support Biden? Did you support Biden or something?
Yes.
You did support Biden.
Yes.
This is ridiculous. What did he do good? He was just, no offense, but I feel like he was like a legit vegetable.
Okay. I think that's a derogatory thing to call somebody. I guess Trump supporters are pretty derogatory people. Now, you asked me a question. What did he do good? What did he do good? I'll tell you. He did a lot of good. Specifically, his domestic policy was awesome. Like the Chips and Science Act to build American chip producers on American soil to bump our supply of the global supply from less than 0% to close to 30%, to the American Rescue Plan to bring us back from the pandemic, to the infrastructure bill to invest $1 trillion in infrastructure across this country to create jobs. inspire more economic productivity and get people back to work after the pandemic, to the Inflation Reduction Act, which was a multi-million-dollar investment into renewable energy resources to expedite R&D while actually being deficit reducing over the course of the 10-year lifespan of the bill. So, and I mean, that's just some of the good that Biden's done, but you're still sitting here telling me that I'm ridiculous for supporting him. So I'm going to turn the question around. What's the good that Trump's done?
I mean, for starters, we can talk about what he's doing right now with ICE, getting all these immigrants out of America. Are we serious? I mean,
okay, so the mass deportation is good. Tell me why.
Because we have people inside America working, not getting paid by our government. It's messing up the economy. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. I feel like I don't.
Let's explore that point. You said that undocumented immigrants mess up the economy. How so?
Because when people get paid under the table, I'm pretty sure like that's why America's in debt and stuff. I mean, I'm not too sure. This is not what I do.
Okay, so America being in debt has no relationship with people getting paid under the table. Maybe like a tangential relationship, like people get paid under the table, they don't pay taxes, the government has less revenue to pay off their debt. But the reason why we're in debt is not because we're not paying it off, but it's because we're spending more than we ever collect. And now the Treasury's telling us that we'll never be able to pay off the debt. Isn't that crazy? Right? And if you're concerned about debt, you should never support Trump because he's added more to the debt than any other president in modern American history. But about undocumented immigrants and their impact on the economy, well, that's not true at all. They actually keep us out of debt because they pay significantly more in taxes than they take away. The IRS tells us last year they paid over $100 billion. So actually, mass deportation inches us into more debt because not only are we losing the economic productivity that undocumented immigrants generate, once again, that's directly $100 billion per year that are paid in taxes, and then indirectly the $1.1 through $1.7 trillion that's generated in economic productivity. That stat is coming from the American Immigration Council, but we're also just spending close to $150 billion per year to get it done, which adds up to over $1 trillion over the course of the next 10 years. So that's a financial disaster. If you don't want that financial disaster, then you shouldn't support mass deportation.
I still support mass deportation.
So then you don't care about the debt, you don't care about the economy, so don't act like you do.
No, I do.
But how can you consolidate the first fact that mass deportation is atrocious for the economy, atrocious for debt, with the second fact that you care about the economy and our debt, yet you support mass deportation?
So
how do we get past this conflict? I don't want you to ask me a question. I legitimately want you to tell me what the answer to mine is. How do we get past this conflict?
How do we get past this conflict? It's a good question. For starters, I would say we build a wall, or maybe we got to start setting a principle. I'm not saying, public execution, let's bring this shit back. You're an immigrant, you come into our place, we show you what's up,
Okay, so we should execute people for coming into this country to make a better life for them and their children. But we should make people president for raping women, sexually exploiting women and girls, being in the Epstein files, covering them up, being best friends with Epstein, committing 34 felonies, so on and so forth, right? Yeah, you're fucking crazy. Do you claim to be a Christian?
No, I do not. But
okay. So you're clearly not a Christian. Let's stay on subject here.
Let's stay on subject here. But you're
so. But I just want to clarify. You said that we should execute people.
No.
No, what was that suggestion about public execution? I need to know.
No,
so,
you know what?
From the MAGA worldview, everybody, you just heard it yourself. MAGA wants to execute immigrants. They want to execute them like the Holocaust. Like this guy wants a straight up genocide. He wants a Holocaust of black and brown people and immigrants in this country. You are a modern day Nazi, and I mean that full-heartedly. And I'll say that with my chest, and I'll say it again. A fascist, a Nazi fascist, if you're going to sit here and tell me that we should be executing hardworking men and women who positively impact this economy, have no criminal record, it is disgusting, it is fascistic, and it is the same ideology that the Nazis upheld. You, sir, are a modern-day Nazi. Somebody in the YouTube chat named Dylan just said, Dean, relax. Well, I mean, actually, ideologically, I'm not wrong. I'm completely correct here. Dylan, feel free to give a counter argument. But if you want to do a mass execution of immigrants in this country, you are a modern day Nazi. I fail to see the reasons why that claim is false. You know, maybe if I was just calling a Trump supporter a Nazi for being a Trump supporter, like, oh, okay, relax, Dean, I get it. No, I'm calling this guy a modern day Nazi for sitting here saying that we should genocide immigrants. But I mean, I think that he shut the hell up. Do you have anything else to say? Apparently not. Okay. We're going to move on to the next guest. You know, and I'm very careful with that claim, you know, because I'm one of the largest, Gen Z political commentators on the left on the internet, right? I have to be very, very careful with calling anybody on the right a Nazi. Because I'd risk fulfilling, what the right says about the left. Oh, they just label us all as Nazis, giving them ammunition for their propaganda. I have to be very, very careful when I make that claim and only make it in very certain, clear circumstances, such as people arguing that we just need to genocide all immigrants, you know? Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. Only up inside of that queue if you are a Trump supporter. Welcome
on
to
the
Sport
left? Wait, why did you call yourself on the left? Liberals aren't leftist. You're not anti-capitalist.
Okay, yeah, because I don't think that the line for what the left is lands at being necessarily and full-heartedly anti-capitalist. But are you a Trump supporter?
No. Have a good
Okay.
day.
Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you're MAGA. Let's go to get the next guest, Zach, loaded up into the box.
Yo, what up, buddy?
That's a kid. Yeah, I do think that social Democrats are on the left. Yeah, 110%. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, guys. Only up inside of the queue. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. We got KCT loaded up in.
When did you last shit?
Oh my God, it's you. How do you keep on getting up every single day? There's this guy. Okay, this guy must have a shit kink. Sorry for saying it so bluntly. That's... Maybe I shouldn't have said. Okay. Now I'm thinking about the words that I'm saying before I say them. Maybe that was a little bit too extreme.
I had a question.
Oh my
you
God.
use this one word.
Banned. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Petty Fries connected right now. Yo, Petty, thank you so much for the $20 on Super Chat. Thank you so much for that love. Let's get 200 Petty W's down below. Hi, welcome in. Give me a moment. Petty with the 20 bucks on Super Chat says, just saw the video of you speaking at No Kings. You nailed it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Petty.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that my speech went well. Thank you so much for the support. Show some love to Petty down below. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I guess you could say that.
Oh, I need to verify your age. How old are you?
Okay, how old am I? I'm 20, born in 2005. I already know you're gonna ask that. Oh, shit. Look at this.
Get out of here. Moving on to the next guest. Daisy, thank you for the $5 on Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, your streams recently have really helped me through a pretty rough breakup and you inspire me to pursue my passion in law. Happy late 365. Oh, Daisy, I'm happy that the streams are able to help you out. That's awesome. That's really cool. And I'm sorry that you went through a rough breakup. Fasi, thank you for the $5 over on Super Chat. Brittany with the 5 as well. Thank you. Z, thank you for the 10. Or sorry, no, not the 10, the 15. Who says, just want to thank you for being present at the protest and using your voice to join the people. Keep it up, Dean. We love you. I was so happy to be there, Z. Thank you for the $15. Show some love to Z down below. Same thing to Coco. Appreciate you for the 5 over on Super Chat saying, no Kings. Hell yeah. No Kings. We're all caught up over there. Thank you guys so much for the love and support. Welcome back.
Yo, what's up?
I'd assume that you have a grandpa for me today?
No, I'm actually a Trump supporter myself.
Okay, how old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2007, March.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass the mic off to you. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
Hayden, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the support. Hayden, let's get 100 Hayden W's. Hayden with the 10 says, I thought that your speech at your No Kings protest was really amazing. I really want to go, but I don't really know what to expect. Any advice? Yeah, my advice would be if you really want to go, then just do it. These protests have remained largely peaceful across the country. Zero protest-related arrests in New York City with over 10,000 attendees. It is worth showing up if you can. Thank you for the $10. And thank you for the kind words on my speech as well. Fussy, thank you for the 5. And then S, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal as well. Appreciate you guys. Over on Venmo, Kira, thank you for the $3 who says you're feeling spicy today, apparently. Caleb, thank you for the 10 who says went to my No King's Day protest earlier. Fuck Trump. We are the real patriots in this country. I could not agree more, Caleb. And thank you for showing up in your local protest. Thank you for the 10. Then Danielle, thank you for the 25 who says, my husband and I really love the speech that you gave today. No Kings, fuck Donald J. Trump. Appreciate you so much for the love and support. Thank you for the $25 and thank you for the kind words about the speech I gave. Show some love to Danielle down below. Let's get 250 W's for Danielle and their husband. And then, of course, love you with a 2. I just read your message to myself. Thank you. And we have one last person to thank before we pass the mic off to the guest. Thank you so much, Serena, for the $20 over on Venmo, who says, protested today and it was the best thing ever. I got to take photos and would love to send the photos over to you and love you and so proud of you. Serena, I got to see a lot of your photos of the backseat lovers, of photos of the protests. I need to find a way to get in contact with you. Thank you for the $20. I hope that you enjoyed today's stream and thank you for showing up to your local protests. Show some love to Serena down below in that chat. And sports, edits, or whatever, take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Yeah, so I'm MAGA because I would say the border is, a big thing. And I mean, the border is very secure now, so I mean, that's why.
Okay, yeah, I disagree. I don't think that the border's very secure right now. What's Trump's border security policy that he's passed?
Well, I mean, he's making him stay in Mexico, and it prevents people, tens of millions of people coming into the country.
Yeah, the Remain-Mexico Act actually has nothing to do with the security of the southern border because it's for illegal immigrants. It's for asylum seekers. Now, your second claim is what?
Well, like my second claim was right. Like if you leave them in Mexico, it actually prevents people from flooding the border, and we saw large crowds on the wall.
Yeah. We actually didn't see large crowds of asylum seekers flooding the borders because they have to come in through a procedure in which is monitored, and there's only a particular amount of people allowed in per day because they have to go through the official process, get a court date, so on and so forth. I don't think that we should be forcing asylum seekers to remain in Mexico. We see increased rates of murder, death, DV, starvation, and a bunch of different violent crimes. It's a humanitarian disaster. That's why we got rid of it. And that's why Trump brought it back, because he doesn't care about humanitarian disasters. He creates a new one every day. How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think, Trump was left with a pretty terrible situation in terms of the border. And I think, he's trying to, adjust the situation and trying to clean it up.
Well, you said that he's completely secured it, and I want to know how he's done that. I mean, so far you haven't told me. So once again, I'll ask, how has he completely secured the southern border?
Well, I mean, the stats and all the graphs show that, border crossings are way down and, illegal immigration is much down.
That's true.
From what I've seen.
That's true because it is. That doesn't mean that the border is more secure, though. I'd argue the reason why undocumented entry is way down isn't because they can't get in, but rather because they no longer want to get in because Trump has scared them away by violating the human, natural, and constitutional rights of the undocumented immigrants, even some legal immigrants and some citizens, natural born, here at home in America. I could go through that long list. It would include things like his attack on the 14th Amendment, where he reclassified natural U.S.-born citizens as undocumented immigrants to be deported in violation of their constitutional rights, to defending the murder of people like Keith Porter, Renee Good, Alex Preddy, or deporting 300 Venezuelan immigrants with no due process to a center for terrorists in El Salvador, where they were then beaten and tortured, literally. So, clearly these things are wrong. Clearly the means don't justify the ends, and clearly this doesn't mean that the border is any more secure.
Well, from what I've seen, I think the border actually is pretty secure because we aren't seeing it on the news every day. And I saw a lot of terrible videos, online showing, crowds of people and, a bunch of gotaways. And I think the rest of the world was actually laughing at us because of, they saw what was going on.
Okay, well, when you use these phrases like crowds of people, online videos, whatever the fuck, okay, what you're just describing is more undocumented entry. And I perfectly explain why we saw more undocumented entry under Biden and less today, while still upholding the claim that the border is not more secure. Once again, in short, just because apparently I have to repeat it for you, the border is not more secure. People are just simply more scared to enter.
Well, I mean, I don't want people to be scared to enter, but I think temporarily, you have to until you can, pass a big bill.
Okay, and that's the difference between me and you, because you think that human rights are negotiable. You're willing to throw human rights away if it means that temporarily undocumented immigrants will be scared of coming in. And that's why today we had the largest protest, single-day protest in American history. Because historically, the leaders that argued, and had followers that would also argue, that human rights are negotiable are on the wrong side of history. So, sir, I think it's time you wake up and you realize that human rights are never negotiable. You can't sit here and tell me that it's actually okay to torture people illegally if it means undocumented immigrants are scared to enter. And, hop off that Trump train. It's embarrassing for you, and it's harmful to us, harmful to everyone, but most harmful to members of marginalized communities such as Black and brown Americans and immigrants.
Well, look, I think ultimately I'm a huge supporter of human rights, but I think sometimes you have to do some bad things temporarily. I mean,
yeah, exactly. So you're saying that
crisis.
you support Trump because you literally think that torture is justified. You're a fool.
Well,
Listen
I
to
haven't seen
yourself.
any torture going on.
Yeah, okay. Well, then clearly you haven't been paying attention. We just went over it. We'll go over it again. In CCOT, multiple independent human rights watches, as well as the testimony from like a shit ton of detainees, some including minors with no criminal records, have all indicated that they are literally tortured there, being forced to kneel from 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. And if they are to fall out of exhaustion, they're then beaten by the guards. That is literally, not metaphorically, literally a form of actual torture. Minors with no criminal records. And you're going to sit here and say that we need to do that. It's gross. And even on top of that, you're saying that, well, sometimes we just need to take advantage of drastic means. Like what? Discarding the Constitution? So you want Trump to be a dictator is what you're saying. Because you think Donald Trump is justified in completely ignoring checks and balances, completely ignoring the delegation of the separation of powers, and completely ignoring the law of the land, the highest order of law, that order of law being the Constitution in of itself. And that is exactly why, once again, today we scream no kings, because you want Trump to be a king, and when he acts like it, you think he's justified in doing so.
Well, I mean, I really haven't seen him, like violate the Constitution with the border. I mean, there's nothing about it in the Constitution.
EO number 14160.
What would you say?
Executive Order number 14160 violated the 14th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution by illegally infringing upon the constitutional right of birthright citizenship held by the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil.
Well, I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court is actually reviewing that current birthright citizenship, right? I'm pretty sure they're actually reviewing it currently in the Supreme Court, so I mean, we have to see what happens with that.
They've already reviewed it in the Supreme Court. Plyer v. Doe, 1989, U.S. versus Wong Kim-ark, 1898.
Well, I'm not sure if they have made like a determination on if it's
I just gave you the
legal or
two
not.
determinations, yes. Plyer v. Doe determined that undocumented immigrants are within the jurisdiction of the U.S. and are protected by the 14th Amendment. Okay, U.S. versus Wong Kim-ark set the groundwork for what it means to be within the jurisdiction of the United States, which is the contentious part of the birthright citizenship clause. And through their groundwork, it was also determined and later referenced by Plyer v. Doe that undocumented immigrants are within the are within the jurisdiction thereof, and therefore would have protection of the 14th Amendment, including birthright citizenship.
Yeah, I mean, I understand these are like past Supreme Court decisions, but I mean, the current court is still reviewing it, so they haven't made a decision about it.
Okay, so then you accept that as it stands, it is the case that the children born to undocumented immigrants on American soil have birthright citizenship. Therefore, it was the case that Donald Trump infringed on the Constitution with Executive Order number 14160. Thank you for conceding.
Well, I mean, yeah, currently, but it's an ongoing
Okay,
issue.
okay. No, it's not an ongoing issue. It's not. Because as it stands, okay, Donald Trump did intentionally and belligerently infringe on the Constitution.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure plenty of other presidents have, infringed, in some form on the Constitution.
Yeah, give me another example of another president of modern American history that has intentionally and belligerently infringed on the Constitution, not just once, but like a billion times. Also argued that Democrats in Congress should be executed, also sent people to illegally be tortured in another country, on top of raping a woman, then being found guilty of it, then arguing in front of the media that she should be thrown in jail. Please point me towards another example.
Well, I'm pretty sure Biden violated the Commerce Clause in terms of the student loans. I mean, and he went past the Supreme Court on that. He
Okay.
bypassed them.
Okay, so you're going to try to make an argument that Biden fulfills one of the 10 criteria that I just set forth. So you've already lost the debate. But even that argument fails because I said intentionally and belligerently. When Biden passed his first round of student loan forgiveness, and ultimately that was ruled as unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, it was because of a vague new interpretation of it that was gray area. It wasn't cut and dry like Donald Trump's infringement of the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160. And by the way, when the courts ruled Biden's first round of student loan forgiveness is unconstitutional, he stepped back and said, okay, I respect the courts. I respect the separation of powers. I'm going to go try to find a legal way to do it. And that he did. But once again, you already lost the debate because you only tried to give an argument for one of the 10 tenets that I asked you about. You didn't give me you didn't give me a comparable example of a Democrat calling for the execution of 6 sitting Republicans in Congress. You didn't give me a comparable example of a Democrat being found guilty of rape by a court, then calling for the rape victim to be thrown in jail. You didn't give me a comparable example of a Democrat violating another 7 amendments and 2 articles in the Constitution. You didn't give me another comparable example of a Democrat doing any of these things. Yet you're still going to sit here and argue that Trump is a good president. Embarrassing for you, embarrassing for this country, embarrassing for we the people. We're better than this.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure during 2020 with the entire BLM protests, Democrat lawmakers were encouraging riots, in the major cities.
Okay, give me an example. That seems pretty cut and dry. Where do we see a Democratic lawmaker say, go out and riot, burn property, be destructive, break the law? Where do we see it?
Yeah, I'll get it for you right now.
What he's going to give us is Democratic lawmakers saying to go out and protest peacefully. That's what he's going to give us. That's what he's going to give us, you guys. I'd put money on it. Put money on it. Hello? Are you going to give me that example, or are you just going to say nothing?
Yeah, so the example is, what's her name? A Congresswoman Presley said there needs to be unrest in the streets.
Congresswoman whom?
Presley.
Okay, and what state does she serve for? Is she in the House? Is she in the Senate?
I'm pretty sure she's in the House.
Okay, and what precisely did she say? Give me her full quote.
So what she said is there needs to be unrest in the streets.
Okay, so what's a whole quote? Because I'd assume that's not the full quote of what she said.
Wait a minute.
Ну что ты мне выслал это?
Yeah, that's like the only thing she said.
Oh, okay, all right. So I actually have her full quote. She says, there needs to be unrest in the streets as long as there's unrest in our lives. And this was before the riots broke out. And this was in reference to good trouble and peaceful protests, still yet causing unrest and uneasiness against the terrible racist status quo. See how you have to, reach for straws here to try to find something even comparable of an equivalent to Trump? Yeah, I could just reference Trump. I mean, pardoning the people that stormed the Capitol on J6 and tried to kill cops like G.J. Rodriguez, then he called them patriots. I could just reference Trump, explicitly calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress, saying they should be hung. Okay, but you have to, A, take a statement made by a congresswoman out of context, B, misinterpret that statement, to then C, come up with a half-assed equivalent. Come on, look at yourself.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there was also other lawmakers, and I think the squad, actually, the squad, AOC and everyone, they
okay.
decided some stuff too.
Then show me.
Yeah, I'll look for it.
Guys, just because somebody follows me doesn't mean that they're a troll. There's a bunch of Trump supporters out there that will follow me so they could debate me. In the meantime, for the 9.1 thousand people hanging out with us on TikTok for the day, guys, make sure that you're double tapping on that phone screen, sharing out that live with a handful of friends. Appreciate you guys so much for being here. Thank you guys so much. This guy's struggling, so we may really have to give him a moment here. While he's looking for that source, I'm just going to go and thank a couple other people. Carissa, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Carissa, that is way too kind of you. Thank you. I want to see 500 Carissa W's. Down below in that live chat, that is Karissa. Carissa with a 50 says, Happy No King's Day. Your speech was absolutely amazing and utterly inspiring. Thank you for all that you do. I love you so much. You've helped me better understand politics. I love you too, Carissa. I'm so happy that I can help you better understand politics. And thank you for the kind words on the speech I gave earlier at my local protests. I want you to, guys, please show some love to Carissa down below in that chat. That is so very kind of you. Same thing, Chris, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Katie, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Saying I love what you do. Can we do a Q&A soon? Yes, and thank you so much for the kind words, Katie. Show some love to Katie down below in that chat. Then Catherine, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. All caught up over there. Let's quickly catch up over on PayPal. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Mel, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Appreciate you. Hope you've been well. Ethan, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. Saying what's up, Dean. Hope you're doing well, Ethan. Thank you so much for the love and support. And with that, we're all caught up on over there as well on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Spence, for the $5 for the whiteboard fund. Clearly something that we need. I appreciate you. I appreciate that. Show some love to Spence down below in that comment section. Have you found your example yet? Hello? Okay, do you bow out of the debate? Is this it? Is this where we end? It looks like this is where we end. Look at how great the Trump supporters are performing in these debates today, everybody. They're really kicking ass, right? Let's go to get that next guest, Ashley, loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. You know, the Trump supporters, as per usual, are just really killing it today.
Oh, hi.
Age, please?
Sorry. I'm 19. I promise you, I love you so much.
Well, I appreciate you for the love. I would have removed you anyways since you're not a Trump supporter. You take care, and I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Follow the rules. If you happen to be MAGA, hop in that queue for debate. Really?
Get out of here, Dean. We don't
Age?
like you.
Age?
Oh my god, you're actually letting me stay up here. Hi, I love you, Dean. I'm not a Trump supporter. I'm so sorry.
Okay. All right. Goodbye. Dude. Moving on to the next guest. Oh, this one's crazy. So that was Shane McDougal. Now this one is Shane McDougal again, but it's an AI Photoshop of Shane McDougal kissing my cheek while I'm wearing a MAGA hat. So you're clearly unemployed, right?
No, but Dean, you kicked me last time. I just wanted to have a debate. I'm 18, sorry.
Well, you were born in?
2007, April.
So you said that you weren't unemployed?
No, I'm not.
I don't believe you. I think that you are unemployed.
Can we also get, can I ask you a question?
I just first need you to admit that you don't have a job because this is jobless behavior.
I mean, you could say I don't have a job, but I do.
How many hours a week do you work?
Justice for Fish Girl.
How many hours a week do you work?
8. By the way, Fish Girl made my profile, so.
Yeah, totally. Let's go to move on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, please, and thank you. Guys, we got Faith loaded up in the box. And before Faith even loads in, I'm going to turn around and kick her because it says she's at 16 in her bio. Let's go to move on to the next guest, Jack. Here we go. Next guest is loading in. Hi, do you support Trump? Jack, you got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, banned. Moving on to the next guest. This guy's name is MAGA Debater. We got MAGA Debater loading up in the box. What a scumbag, dude. Geometry Dash guy. Oh, God, love Geometry Dash guy. He's pretty chill. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got 6'2" Wills connected into the live stream. By the way, if you want to support me and what we do here, support the live. You can find the Venmo, PayPal, Linktree in the bio on TikTok, pinned message over on YT, not to mention the handles also at the top of the phone screen. Appreciate you guys so much for all the love and support. You can even ask a question or attach a message. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
I do, yeah.
How old are you?
24.
Okay. Do you think that Trump is violent?
Yeah, sure, I'd go with that, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that there's any Democrat serving in government that is just as violent as he is?
To be honest, I don't look too much into it all. I just am here because the question, how do you still support Trump?
How old are you?
24.
Okay. Well, I think that we're off to a bad start. If you're telling me here that, sure, the president I support is violent and reckless and all these things, there's no Democrat in the totality of our government that's as violent and reckless as him. I mean, in virtue of that fact, you probably shouldn't support him as president. That's a good rule of thumb, right?
I just think sometimes, maybe not, hurtful violence is bad, but, there's also verbal violence. Some things, can be twisted and stuff like that. I
think
I
that
like watching
words-
you because you are like my source of the other side. I don't hate you. I think you're a pretty cool guy, to be honest. I support some things you say. Some things I support he says,
Okay. Well, let's hear it. Why do you support Trump?
I think for me, because, I work and I make my money, I support the things he has done for me. I mean, same with Biden. He made me money too. I just had the two candidates, well, the three, and I chose.
So how does Trump make you money? In a failing economy where real median wage growth is going down, people are getting laid off, unemployment's at a 5-year high. We haven't added any net jobs to the economy in the last 6 months. Last year, we had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since the Great Recession. How is he making you money?
I work for the government.
What do you do in the government?
I am in one of the services.
Okay, so you serve in the military.
Correct. So,
How's
I
it
mean,
making
I
you more money?
make money.
I mean, you guys seem to be on a, pretty appropriate standard pay increase every couple years to keep up with inflation. Now the largest increases in military pay that we've seen were under Biden. But, that wasn't because of Biden. That was, once again, because of inflation. This is a bipartisan issue that no one really seems to want to be too stingy on. Everybody likes to pay the military a little bit more.
Yeah, so I was
why does
correct
this
in
make you
saying,
support Trump?
Well, I mean, I was correct in saying so. I was correct in saying so that I make money off of him. So
Okay, so
yes,
you're
we
basically
did.
saying that he bought your vote. He bought your support.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying, every president gives us a raise.
So you
Correct?
just support every
like you just
president?
said. I mean, why not?
Okay, well, because of the oath that you took to uphold the Constitution from enemies, foreign and domestic.
And
He's a
domestic,
domestic
yeah.
enemy to the Constitution. That's why you shouldn't support him. You literally, you took an oath to not support people like Trump. He's called for the
Well,
termination
that's
of the
an opinion,
Constitution.
correct?
No, well, it's an opinion based on circumstantial, undeniable facts. So it's an opinion that I could prove, in other words. He's called for the termination of the Constitution. He did that on Truth Social in December of 2022. On his 100-day interview with ABC, he told them that he doesn't even know if he has to hold by the Constitution. He's infringed on the first, threatened/infringed on the first, second, fourth, fifth, 10th, 14th, and 22nd Amendment. He's threatened to infringe on the first article, the second article. I mean, he's just a complete tyrannical mess. Clearly, because you took an oath to uphold the Constitution from domestic enemies, you should never be a Trump supporter in your life.
Okay, I mean, I'm glad you feel that way. I'm glad you're able to speak your mind on that.
Why do you disagree?
I just had the two candidates, and I chose one.
But
And
I'm asking you
happy with
why
my
you
vote.
disagree, because in order for it to follow that you should still support Trump, it would have to be true that he's not a domestic threat to the Constitution, right? Like, can we agree that if Trump was a domestic threat to the Constitution, you wouldn't support him?
Yeah, but I don't think he is. And the
Okay,
reason
but I just gave you an
support him-
argument that he is. So could you please respond to the argument I gave you that he is a domestic threat to the Constitution? What are your thoughts on everything I just laid out?
To be honest, you're speaking pretty fast. I'm a good listener, but holy schmoly.
I'll slow down.
But
It's fine.
I support him because he is the president, and I kind
Well,
of
1 second. I'll slow
have to.
down.
I have to
let me
support the
give you.
president.
Let me give you the argument again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. And by the way, no, the military, the American military was created because we're not forced to support our leaders.
No. I
You
mean,
fuckers
as in
were,
like,
you fuckers were created, okay, to kill the monarchs. Like, come on, our leaders at the time. So no,
Yeah,
you
no, I
don't
mean,
have
as
to
in,
support
like,
the president.
we
But
can't speak
let me-
poorly on the president.
Okay, all right, the Hatch Act, that's true. Well, you actually just can't give any partisan opinion whatsoever.
Exactly. So I can't, theoretically, I can't be like, I hate the president. He's this, he's this, he's that.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that you have to support him.
I just choose to.
Okay, yeah, and I'm saying that you shouldn't choose to. He's a domestic threat to the Constitution because he's, once again, threatened to infringe or actually infringed the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 22nd Amendment, First Article, and Second Article. Okay, He purported the largest threat to our democracy since the Civil War with attempted coup in 2020, J6 and all of that. Okay. He called for the termination of all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution explicitly in a Truth Social post in December of 2022. Okay. And a Sunday.
He wasn't the president in 2022, was he?
Yeah, you don't need to be the president to be a domestic threat to the Constitution, my friend.
Okay, I was just making sure we're tracking.
Okay. So these are all the reasons why he's a domestic threat to the Constitution.
So he threatened these things, you're saying?
He either said or did everything that I just listed.
Yeah, but you started with he threatened all these like articles and.
Yes.
So let me ask. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
I assume with your status, you probably get kind of threatened in your DMs. I mean, same goes with, words have meanings, yes, but not every word should mean something to you. So if he threatens some things, that's kind of in the police force, threats are kind of made not to, actually threaten you, but to kind of scare you into coercing. It's a leverage tactic.
So he's threatening the Constitution to get the Constitution to do what he wants? What? That doesn't make sense.
I mean, I'm not linking them together, but I'm just saying, sometimes you got to threaten things.
So,
like
wait,
how
there's
you
no
said,
relevance of what you're saying to the argument against the notion that I suggested that Donald Trump is a domestic threat to the Constitution because you're quote-unquote not linking things together? Okay, so therefore everything you said is irrelevant.
I just don't think he is.
Okay, well, I gave you good reason why he is. How do you dispute the good reason I gave you?
I just don't believe it.
Oh, okay, so just the feelings in your tum-tum then?
Yeah, my tum-tum. I mean, you have a tum-tum. You have feelings against people.
Yeah, I bet. See, the thing is I have fact, you have feelings. So I think by default, we kind of see who's right and who's wrong.
I mean, yeah, I feel like the fact and feeling thing could go hand in hand with transgenders,
Oh, yes. So when you lose the debate, you start talking about trans people. I get it.
No, I'm just,
I mean, I wouldn't personally do that if I lost the debate, but, that's what a lot of Trump supporters do. We see it from you guys all the time.
Well, I don't see a debate as a win-lose. I see it as, you're a human, I'm a human. We're just having a conversation.
What you lost about was tracking reality, because it's a fact of reality that Trump is a threat
I don't
to the
see it as a
Constitution because
win-lose.
he's intentionally infringed on the Constitution. Duh.
It's not a win-lose to me. It's just
if
a
Biden literally
conversation.
called for the termination of the Constitution, would Biden be a threat to the Constitution?
If he actually did it, correct, yes.
Wait. So if Biden, said that we need to terminate the Constitution and then turn around...
If he could get that sentence out, yes.
Okay, so if he said that, then he'd be a threat.
If he could.
Okay, so therefore Donald Trump is a threat to the Constitution because for the fourth time on Truth Social in December of 2022, he said that we need to terminate all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I'm sorry, what? I had to sneeze.
Oh, for the fifth time.
Yep.
Therefore, Donald Trump is a domestic threat to the Constitution because in December of 2022, he called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those in the Constitution.
I mean, to you, yeah, that's how you feel.
No, that's what he said.
Yeah, and if you took that and you feel that way, that's on you, yeah.
Okay, well, we're just literally reading his words. So how do you, how do you interpret those words?
His words are...
that we need to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I think he's a great comedian, great guy.
Oh, so you think he was joking?
Maybe he had those feelings in his tum-tum that I have.
So what's the evidence he was joking?
What's the evidence he wasn't?
Okay, well, you'd have to prove
Ask
the
him.
claim because you're positing it as an affirmative.
I mean, yeah, you'd have to prove your claim that he isn't joking, correct?
No, because you're the one making the claim that he's joking.
And you're the one making the claim that he isn't?
The evidence that he's not joking is because inside of the statement
Did he do it?
that he called for the termination of the Constitution,
Did he do
said
it?
he's doing this because of the outcome of
Did
the
he do
2020
it?
election and the fact that he thought it was rigged. Okay,
Did he
and
do
we
it?
know that he's not joking about his thoughts on the 2020
Did he do
election.
it?
Therefore, we know this statement isn't a joke in turn. There you go. I just proved that he wasn't joking, jackass. Fucking dense asshole. Go ahead, respond. Now that I've proven to you that it wasn't a joke, what's next? This oh, did he do it question? Well, I mean, you told me that if
Somebody
Biden
muted me. One of your
said
mods muted
that,
me. I was trying to talk.
we need to terminate the Constitution, that he'd be a threat to the Constitution, and then you accepted that if Donald Trump said that we need to terminate the Constitution, then Trump would be a threat to the Constitution. So then I gave you a quote of Donald Trump saying that we need to terminate the Constitution. Then you said, "Oh, Dean, could you prove he wasn't joking?" So then I proved he wasn't joking, and now you're shifting the goalpost back to him actually
But did he
doing
do
it,
it?
even though you accepted just 30 seconds ago that he wouldn't actually have to do it in order for you to accept him as a threat to the Constitution.
did he do it?
Did Biden do it when you said that you'd call Biden a threat to the Constitution? No. You said if Biden just said that we should terminate the Constitution, then he'd be a threat, regardless if he did it or not.
You see both points of views. If I say, yeah,
so no,
Biden
respond to
would
that.
be-
Respond to that. You said that Biden just needs to call for the termination of the Constitution, regardless if he does it or not, in order for him to be a threat to it, right?
Yeah, that's the feelings in my tum-tum. If he said it, I have those feelings, and because Trump said it, you have those feelings.
Okay. So why do you hold a different standard for Biden than you do for Trump?
Because Biden's not my president.
Okay. So Biden's not your president. So,
No.
so therefore you hold a different standard. So when Biden was
Yes.
president, if he called for the explicit termination of the Constitution, said that we need to get rid of it and he needs to be king now, then you'd still support Trump as president. Biden as president because Biden was the president at the time.
Correct.
Okay, exactly. And that just explains why you're a despicable POS. You're not a patriot. I don't know why the hell you're in the military. You just told us that you'd still support the president if they explicitly said that we need to terminate the Constitution and they need to be king now. You're embarrassing.
What the? That's not nice.
Sucks to suck, dude. Sky's blue.
Hey, do you know why it's blue?
Well, I don't know. I bet you don't know why it's blue because you need a brain to know why things are the way they are.
No,
You
it's
certainly
the
don't
feeling
have
in my
one of those.
tum-tum that makes it blue.
Right. So are you just now resulting down to trolling because you lost?
No, I tried to tell you, but I got muted. I think one of your mods muted me. I don't see this as like a win-lose thing. I think that division comes when people stop talking. After this, I'm still going to watch your videos. I still think you're a pretty cool guy.
So
And
even though I completely
I'll
broke
shut
your
up.
brain and
I'll shut
just
up.
destroyed like your contortion of reality, and I proved to you in your own words with your own beliefs why Donald Trump is somebody that you shouldn't support, you're still going to support him and you don't care.
Can I continue what I was saying?
I don't know. Can you? Are you capable of continuing what you were saying?
Yeah, I just stopped talking when somebody else talks. It's out of respect.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Where was I?
I don't know. You're in the middle of telling us how you're brainless pawn.
Yeah, no, I just
So
don't
go ahead.
think it's a
Continue to tell us how
win-lose.
you're
I'll
brainless
shut
pawn.
up. No, I just don't think it's a win-lose thing. I think, you have your feelings, I have mine.
Is it more of like a ba-ba
Okay.
thing, like a sheep, because that's what you are?
No, can I get my whole
Can I get a
sentence
good
out?
ba from you? Can I get a good ba? Because you're
Can I
sheep.
get my
Can I get that?
sentence out?
Well, can I get a good ba?
Okay, I'll just get my sentence out.
Well, can I get a good ba?
I just don't think it's a win-lose thing. I think it's more of a, you have your opinion, I have mine, and yeah, we don't have to see eye and eye. At the end of the day, I'm a human, you're a human. If I were to walk by you, hey man, what's up?
Okay,
you would
yeah,
never,
listen,
you would never
listen.
know that I have a different feeling. You'd probably be like, hey, what's up, man? And then continue on with your day. You would forget me in 5 minutes, correct?
Listen, what I'm arguing here isn't
Correct.
that if you saw me on the street, you would
Correct.
assault me and be a meanie head.
No,
What I'm
you
arguing
asked
here
me
is- what
if
I'm
I
arguing
support
here
Trump.
is-
I told
What I'm arguing here is that you're a brainless pawn, a literal sheep. The reason why you're a brainless pawn, a literal sheep, once again, still waiting on the ball from you, you should give us your best rendition, is because you told us that you wouldn't support Trump if he was a domestic threat to the Constitution. I mean, you literally took an oath for that. You're in the military. And then I proved to you that Donald Trump was a domestic threat to the Constitution in accordance with your own values and norms. Like, I literally asked you if Biden did the thing that Trump has done that I've been able to prove. Would Biden be a domestic threat to the Constitution? You said yes, but now it's different for Trump. And then you even said that if, Donald Trump said that he literally wants to be king, we need to eradicate the Constitution now, and he needs to be a monarch, that you'd still support him. Okay, that's why you're a brainless pawn and an absolute sheep. You should be embarrassed, dude. And by the way, I don't know why you're fighting tooth and nail to defend these views. You could change your mind. I feel like so many people that join my live on a daily basis forget that silly little fact, that one little thing. You have the ability to stop being this way. You have the ability to start caring about your neighbors. You have the ability to start caring about this country. You have the ability to be better, but you just won't. And God, what I want is I want somebody much smarter than me, much, better educated than me, to do an academic study about why people like this guest are the way they are. What leads a human brain to function in this manner, where they will fight tooth and nail to defend the clear absurdities that led this guy to literally arguing that not because of fact, reason, and logic, but rather because of their own emotion. Literally, he cited it, the feelings in his tum-tum, that he can't change his mind. Is it the ego? Is it cognitive
Congrats on 1 mil.
dissonance?
Congrats on 1 mil likes.
What is it?
Congrats on 1 mil likes. I'll say that
That's
first.
very kind of you. Thank you.
Yep. End of the day, you're still human. I still like you. You're still a pretty cool guy.
Once again, I appreciate your kindness. I'm not saying that you're being rude to me. Okay.
I know. I just feel like a lot of people hop on here and you feel like you have to defend yourself. I mean, I'm a pretty cool guy, you know.
But listen, being nice doesn't mean you have a brain. I want you to respond to the.
Are you saying I don't have a brain?
I'm saying that you're not using your brain.
I just think I'm using mine differently, and we don't see eye and eye. Perfectly fine.
Then okay, prove that you're using your brain by giving a legitimately reasonable argument for why you would still support the president if they came out and they said that they are going to be king, they're going to be a monarch, they're going to get rid of the Constitution, and we're going back to kingship.
Well, does he say it or does he do it?
Says it and tries to do it, but fails.
Oh, tries and doesn't fails? Oh, what a loser, We can't support a loser, right?
Okay, so because Donald Trump tried to install himself for a second term in 2020 and failed because Mike Pence wouldn't ratify the fake votes, he's a loser, therefore you shouldn't support him?
Well, no, he won again, so he's a winner.
Oh, okay. So, but the thing is that
you can be a winner and a loser.
Trying to install himself for a second term.
I mean, yeah, you could be a winner and a loser.
How many continents are there?
7.
Okay. Well, I think that you're a condescending asshole, and I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Wait.
Let's go to move on to the next guest. I mean, just what a condescending asshole. Like this is the best that MAGA has, everybody. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. When the brains break, the ego gets in the way, and don't be misled by the false niceties.
Hello.
Don't be misled by the false niceties, everybody. Oh, Dean, congrats on 1 million likes, Dean. Don't be misled by the false niceties, everyone. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. So I'm going to get straight to the point. Basically,
before you do,
my
do you
sister...
mind if I ask you how old you are?
I'm 38.
Okay, go ahead.
All right. So basically, I just want to come on here and tell you that my sister is in love with you and that Tony mogs you every day. And for one, tell Parker to stop being a bitch to me because I go on his live one time. And every time I get on there, he wants to be so rude for no reason.
Okay. That wasn't an argument for why they supported Trump. So I kick them. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please do. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Do you support Trump?
Hello. Yes, I do.
Why are you faking a southern accent?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm from New York, but I like it. Please.
No. We got Reem loaded up into the box. Do you support Trump?
It's like $60.
Hello? Nope, they're not here. Only up inside of that queue if you're an American adult that supports Trump, you guys. If you know, you know. We're just looking for some debates, everybody. So please do follow those rules. Me and my moderation team, we're going to be taking a look at that queue, and we're going to be removing people from it that are clearly not actually Trump supporters. So please do try your very, very best to abide by and follow those rules. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. If you want to support me, if you want to support the stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YT, top of the phone screen with the handle as well. Thank you guys all so much for the love. Good way to support me in the stream. Good way to support me in the stream. Let's go to get that next guest, Aaron Williams, loaded up into the box. Hey, Narcissa, thank you for the $10 over on Super Chat, who says, I'm sorry I insulted your interview a while ago. It was wrong and petty. Oh, I remember you. Yeah, I got done talking to the governor of Kentucky, and then you were like rude about it. I appreciate you for the apology, Narcissa.
You should
Very
start
kind of
doing
you.
Twitch streams.
Okay, goodbye. Oh, is the fetus still here? The fetus is still here. Moving on to the next guest, you guys. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. Dude, over on PayPal, thank you so much. Carla, thank you so much, Carla, for the $25 donation. I appreciate you so much for the love. Let's get 250 Carla W's. Carla with the 25 just says gift. Appreciate you for the kindness. Thank you for supporting what we do here, Carla. Same thing to Annika. Thank you for the $20 as well. Show some love to Carla and Annika. By the way, very interesting spelling on Annika. That is A-N-N-I-C-A. I honestly could be mispronouncing it. Annika with the $20 says, hey, Dean, keep up the great work. You are amazing. Big fan here in Sweden. Love from Annika. Well, love to you. Love to Sweden. I wish I could check out Sweden one day. I'd love to. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for supporting what we do. Show some love to Annika down below in that chat. Same thing from SJ. Thank you for the $10. Thank you so much, SJ. Show some love to SJ down below in that chat. No worries at all. Same thing to Cami. Thank you for the $14 donation on PayPal. He says, watch your speech at least 5 times today. It was great. Oh, thank you, Cami. I put a lot of thought into that one, you guys. I spent a while trying to Really hone it in and make it perfect. Thank you so much for the love and support. Show some love to Cammy down below. And then Teresa, thank you for the $2. Shout out to you in the Czech Republic. Do you support Trump?
Dean Moggs.
Okay. Fetus, guys, we're going to start going hard on the trolls, everybody. Take a good look at the rules. They're on your phone screen. Got to be 18 plus, American and MAGA. If you're not, you will be banned. You will be banned. You will be banned. So make sure that you're following those rules. Come on, guys. You know better. You know better. Quite frankly, you know better. I mean, dude, there's like a shit ton of people spamming Trump, 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 Trump in that comment section. But none of them are actually joining up. Somebody in my chat named Wyatt says that he's pro-Trump MAGA in that chat. Wyatt's bio says, I like riding horses and killing deer. By the way, Wyatt, I thought I'd just let you know. Deer spelled with 2 E's, not 1. His bio says D-E-R. Thought I'd help you out there, my friend. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Miss Misery loading in. How do you support Trump, Miss Misery?
I couldn't hear you. What?
Are you MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
Okay, Miss Misery. Why do you support Trump?
Do you promise to take me seriously?
I promise to treat you seriously, given that like you're actually a Trump supporter.
I think he's the worst thing for the country, and that's why I support him.
Okay, yeah, so you're an accelerationist. The accelerationist worldview is just despicable because it's arguing that Trump should be president, not because you think he's done good things, but because you know he's done bad things. So you're arguing that it's actually like a good thing that 174 girls got killed in a Iranian elementary school, that it's a good thing that Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and Keith Porter got executed by ICE agents. It's a good thing that 16 million children were left to starve by Trump after he refused to give them food stamp funding illegally, by the way. It's a good thing that immigrants and black and brown people are getting systemically racially profiled, arrested, then deported with no due process to be tortured in another country. Regardless of what you think your intentions are in holding to these views, they're very, very, very immoral. And I feel like this is maybe why some people will say that good intentions pave the path to hell. And they certainly have in your circumstance.
Can I explain?
Can you respond to everything I just said?
No, I hear where you're coming from. I understand that you have that view.
Okay.
I just disagree.
Okay. So you think it's
Can I
a
explain?
bad... Yeah, sure, whatever.
Okay, so with how the world is right now, with how the patriarchy is, with rapists going free, rapists, I guess that's the thing you have to say now, going free with, like, everything horrible happening with the entire world, with famine and torture that's being completely, like, excused, and this is what runs the entire world, why don't we deserve this by voting this in?
Tina, thank you so much for the Viking hammers. So you're arguing that the rape victims deserve to have their rapists roam free?
That's not what I'm saying.
Wait, then who deserves
I'm
it?
saying
Who
I
deserves
think the
what?
planet should explode.
Wait. I need to ask you a very specific question here. Who deserves what?
I think the entire human race should explode.
Okay.
I think that, like, nuclear warfare should happen because we don't deserve to be alive.
Oh, okay. Let's see if I could change your mind. It should be easy. Was Hitler bad?
Hitler was bad, and we just elected one.
Would you ever want to be like Hitler?
Why would I want to be like Hitler?
Okay, so you don't want to be like Hitler.
No.
Okay. Well, when you say you want everybody to die, you are being like Hitler.
Well, see, I disagree with that, because I don't want to cause it. I just think that this is what we deserve.
Okay. So then you want to be like a Nazi that agrees people should die. Would you ever want to be like a Nazi?
I want the entire planet to die
Check this out. Would you ever want to be like a Nazi?
I'm sorry, my fiance won't stop fucking with me.
Do you want your fiance to die?
I mean, sometimes if I'm being real.
No, don't make a joke. I'm being honest. Like, legitimately. Do you want your fiance to die?
I mean, like, if it meant everybody, yeah.
Okay. What I'd recommend here, and I'm being serious, is please seek professional help. I'm not saying that as a quip.
I'm an EMDR. I have to do that every single week because of the trauma I've been through.
Okay.
I have to do that every single week, re-traumatizing myself every Wednesday.
I understand. Thank you so much for joining our stream, and I hope that you have a good rest of your night. And take care. Have a good rest of your night, ma'am. Let's go to move on to the next guest. only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Please do follow our rules. You have to be at least 18. You have to be MAGA, and you have to be American. Let's go to get that next guest, Joe, loading up into the box right now. Hello, Joe. Do you support Trump? Hello? All right, Joe's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest. We got the next guest. Their name is Dean Rants loading up into the box. Let's see if this is an evil Dean. How do you support Trump?
Play Roblox with me.
Okay, no. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue, guys, if you happen to be MAGA. Only up inside of that queue, guys, if you happen to be MAGA. I'd really appreciate it. Please and thank you. I'd really appreciate it. Please and thank you. Follow our rules. Follow our rules. You know what they are. How do you support Trump? It's just geometry dress guy. I'm actually going to start banning you. Listen, it's great and all, but we want some debate, so we're going to go ahead and take you out. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. How do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I have a quick question. Please don't kick me.
Is this Fish Girl?
No, it's not.
You sound like Fish Girl, but...
I promise I'm not. Seriously.
Okay. If you want to ask a question, feel free to join the Discord, but right now we are just looking for MAGA. How do you support Trump? Hello? No, he's not here either. Joe's back in the queue, even though we just got Joe up here and he didn't say a word. We'll also get Jesse loaded in. Guys, we're looking for anyone here, but not a lot of people want to talk.
Hello?
Hey, do you... Okay, which one was that?
It was Jesse,
Okay. All right. How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, Joe, do you support Trump? Joe's not here. Royce, do you support Trump? You're on mute, by the way. I just muted you because I was trying to...
yes.
Okay. I don't know if you guys
Okay,
are
he
both
can-
Trump supporters. I think that Jesse's
He can
a
go
troll.
first. I am.
No, I'm actually a Trump supporter. I'm 28 years old.
No, I'm a Trump supporter. But he can go first.
All right, I'm actually being serious. I don't know if she's trolling, but anyway.
I think that she might be.
Yeah, I think so. Anyway, okay, let's do this, bro. How do you want to start this off? Give me your best argument.
Jesse, feel free to hop back inside of the queue. I'm willing to bring you up after. You know, we'll make sure that you're not a troll. Okay. All right. You shouldn't support Trump because he wants to re-envision the American identity as we know it. Law and order is not important to him. Human rights aren't important to him. Common decency is not important to him. And the Constitution's not important to him.
Sure, of all those things, let's pick your top one. Let's run it off that.
Well, I mean, I could kind of debate them all equally as well. Maybe common decency. I just think that his character is below that of the Oval Office. The fact that, like, he admitted to, like, sexually exploiting people, a court determined that he raped a woman, and I mean, other things, depicting the Obamas as apes. I mean, there's about a billion examples and different various reasons why he's beneath the Oval. Oh, like, calling for the execution of sitting Democrats in Congress. That was crazy. Pick your poison.
Yeah, okay. All right, question for you. Do you think that somebody can cast a vote for someone while also disagreeing with some of their character flaws? Do you think these things are mutually exclusive?
I don't think in all scenarios they're mutually exclusive. I do think in some scenarios they are, though, because I think that there are red lines that we should hold in all scenarios. Now, let me ask you this question.
Sure.
Are you telling us that you maybe, for instance, disagree with Donald Trump calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress?
Sure.
Can you name a Democrat who's done something equally as insane?
As the you're saying in regard to execution?
Yeah.
Execution comment? Yeah.
Who?
The Democrats not standing for the actual person getting the actual Medal of Honor.
Okay.
Well, before you laugh, I'm curious. Would you have not voted for that?
So not standing is not equivalent to calling for somebody's execution?
Well, let me when you don't stand for a person receiving the Medal of Honor, which is basically the highest form of actually like the most important medal you can possibly get, right? You would agree with that statement, right? It just showed that there is a actual gross misunderstanding, I guess, of what it is to even be American if you're a Democrat. Because if you can sit there as a collective and not stand for someone receiving that, it basically shows you're almost anti-American. My argument would be you're anti-American. Now, if you have an argument against my statement,
okay,
you can
so
give me
you're
that.
pivoting.
Well, it's not a pivot.
See, the thing is I don't mind like addressing your argument. and proving
Sure.
it to be false. But it's definitely a pivot away from the question I asked you, because the question I asked you is, can you name any Democrat that serves in our government that has called for the execution of Republicans?
Oh, actually, the execution? No.
Okay. Can we agree that calling for somebody's execution is anti-American?
Well, it
Basically?
depends.
Like, basically? That's what it
Okay,
depends on?
basically. I'd say sure. It can be seen as anti-American.
Okay, so you'd argue that both the Democrats and Trump are anti-American from your perspective?
I would say they have both have anti-American qualities. Yes.
Okay, so if both have anti-American qualities, why do you support Trump?
Yeah, sure. Great question. Okay, well, it comes down to the options we had at our actually fingertips, right? So the problem is going to be this. I'll start very simply by saying Biden was running, correct? So Biden was there. He was running. The entire time, the Democratic Party, including yourself, was basically making a case for why Biden was a viable option. He was the better option, right? The problem is this.
The case that Biden was viable is that he was better than Trump.
Okay, great. So, right. So this is what you're saying the entire time, right?
Yes.
Then the problem is that at the very last minute, well, we'll call it the last minute, a couple months before, he drops out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris is then put in. Nobody had enough time to actually truly educate themselves or to see what she truly stood for. Now, you're going to say, well, she was the actual vice president for the entire time. Well, what did she do? She was the border czar, right? But she didn't do anything.
Okay.
So, I mean, like the problem is we didn't have much to go off of. So at that point in time, I mean, the problem is your argument is just going to be I'm a misogynist, right? You're going to say because it's a woman.
Well, I'd only call you a misogynist if I think the reason why you didn't support Harris is because she's a woman. We haven't gotten there yet. The first thing I'll say here is, so just to clarify, your argument is that you support Trump as president because Biden dropped out of the race late, not giving Kamala Harris enough time to let the American people know who she is.
I would say so, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just trying to think of those. I want to make sure when I say it to you that I also just preface it by saying that.
So that has nothing to do with Trump's policies or what he's. Okay. Sounds
Wait,
good. So what I'll respond to this bit
clear.
about Kamala Harris here.
Okay, sure, go ahead. Respond to that first.
Is that I agree she should have had more time. Like, clearly, I think that's just how you win an election, is having more than 100 days to campaign for said election. But there's still enough time to learn exactly who she was, what she stood for, and what she ran on. And that's clearly the case because I knew exactly who she was, what she stood for, and what she ran on prior to the election by staying up to date with her website, her campaign, so on and so forth. Should there have been more time? Should Biden have dropped out sooner? Yes. But was there enough time to understand that she was a better candidate than Trump? Also yes. And is it honestly fucking crazy that you're going to sit here and tell me that the non-rapist was worse than the rapist, that the non-felon was worse than the felon, the person that hadn't called for the termination of the Constitution was better than the person that had, the person who ran on tax cuts for the average American compared to the person who wants to reduce their purchasing power, the person that ran on a respect for human rights compared to the person who doesn't is worse? And that's actually the reason why you support Mr. Trump today, even though he's failing on all fronts, from social issues to the moral fabric of this nation, to upholding law and order, to breaking his promises, to destroying the economy, to breaking our allyships through the transatlantic, is insane.
Yeah. Okay, great. I mean, so the thing is, again, so it kind of circles back to addressing everything you just said. It kind of does circle back to my initial statement when I came in. I asked you, do you believe someone can bypass the character and see someone as a better option and also not agree with actually some of their character flaws? And you came back and basically said to me that, you came back and said that Kamala Harris, you had enough time to educate yourself that she is better than the adjudicated rapist, the person, obviously that is anti-constitutional, that's burning our actual, bridges with allies, things like that.
Actually,
now, here's the problem.
I'll let you finish speaking, but then I have a really good question for you.
Sure, and I was just going to basically say that the thing is that I also didn't mention that the actual idea is that Trump did have better policies, or at least plans for in regards to foreign relations, things like that. So I believe that also he has done what he says he's going to do. He's taking care of the situation with Iran. Okay. He has basically strengthened the border, but I'm not saying that Biden was in Iran.
Uh-huh.
I would say so. Yeah.
Okay. But the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. But there's still bombs flying. We're actually now sending warships over there with thousands of American troops, but it's wrapped up. It's taken care of.
I mean, the word "wrapped up" isn't really quantifiable, at least in the sense that I'm saying it pretty much for the most part. I'm saying we are handling over there. Dean, they don't have an Air Force. They don't have a Navy. We've taken it all out. Okay, they have no way to actually.
So then, why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed, and why is Donald Trump begging our allies to send their warships to the Strait of Hormuz if we have it handled?
Okay, wait.
doesn't the fact that Donald Trump is like begging our allies to send their warships to Iran like definitively refute the notion that we have it handled? Because if we have it handled, we want to be begging our allies to help us.
Well, I mean, to be clear, like, I want to answer this in a way where you don't say it's a pivot. Okay. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, but I believe, I hope you would at least hold this as well, that something had to have been done with Iran and their actual regime.
Yep, this is a pivot, because I want you to respond very directly what I just said. If we had it handled, then why is the Strait of Hormuz still closed, and why would we be begging our allies to help us reopen it? If we had it handled, it would be open, and if we had it handled, we wouldn't be begging our allies to help us reopen it. If we had it handled, by the way, they also wouldn't have moved the scope of the operation from 3 days to 2 weeks to 4 weeks to 8 weeks to when I feel like it, quote unquote. None of these things would be true. Clearly, we don't have it handled. If we had it handled, the price of gas still wouldn't be up by over $1 on the gallon.
All right, so the Strait of Hormuz is still closed, but what does that have to do with us in terms of handling the regime?
Because it proves that we don't have it handled.
Wait, that doesn't prove that. Wait. When I'm saying the word handled, how do you think I'm talking? How do you think I'm using this? I'm just saying that we, for the most part, have actually neutralized a terrorist regime.
Oh, okay. So who's in power? What's that? Who's in power in Iran?
Allah Ta'ala, the sun, right?
Oh, okay. So they're not neutralized because they're still in power.
Wait. We are working on it.
Do you know what the word? Okay, so now you're shifting the goalposts in like less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds ago, you said that we had neutralized them. Now, 10 seconds later, you're saying that we were working on neutralizing them. So which one is it?
So the neutralization, I guess you would say, is like it's a work in progress. All right.
Oh, okay.
But it's happening.
Okay. So then we don't have it handled because it's a work in progress.
It's a work in progress. I think.
So then we don't have it handled.
Wait, I think that we are handling it to some extent. Would you agree with that?
No, because it's a work in progress. Listen, I'll explain to you how silly you sound. So let's imagine that I make a mess in my kitchen. Okay, sure. I cook dinner. I'm making pasta. I open up the red sauce to, I don't know, put some cheese in, warm it up. But oh my God, I spill it everywhere. The glass container of the pasta sauce breaks. It's on the counter. It's all over the sink, all over the dishes, all over the stovetop, on the floor. Cat's licking it up, almost having a good time. And then my girlfriend calls me. Maybe she's sitting upstairs and she says, "Dean, I just heard a loud noise. What was that?" And I said, "Honey, I dropped the pasta sauce, but don't worry, I have it handled." And then my girlfriend hangs up the phone, walks downstairs. There's pasta sauce on the ceiling, on the floor, on the stovetop, on Momo. Momo's just covered in it, running around, screaming and meowing. Do you think my girlfriend would be happy with me because it's true I had it handled? Or do you think my girlfriend would be unhappy with me because it was not true I had it handled?
I think she'd be unhappy, but she'd know you did the best you could.
Okay. So now we've reduced ourselves down to saying that no, Trump does not have it handled, but he's doing the best he could.
Okay, yeah, he's doing the best he can, all right? Well, listen, okay, at least he's doing something, though. Yeah, I know I'm changing the goalpost here. Now I'm saying he's doing something. Listen, I'm not shifting the goalpost too much. I'm just saying, do you at least hold the position that something needed to be done? I know you said it was a pivot before. I answered your question. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed. What's your stance on that with Iran?
Okay. Well, listen, I think that we could agree that something needs to be done. I was a big fan of the JCPOA, the denuclearization agreement we had with them. I think maybe that something would have been the reintroduction of the JCPOA. Beyond that extent, I don't know, because I'm not a geopolitical expert. But we could also simultaneously agree that the thing that shouldn't have been done is more war in the Middle East because of how that's played out historically.
Yeah, I think boots on the ground especially. I'd be completely against that. I think that, yeah, you're 100% right. But I think that in regards to, like, using the Air Force and things like that is, I think, like a safe alternative. I think that.
No, I don't think that's a safe alternative at all. What happened when we removed the boots on the ground in Afghanistan?
Yeah, a lot of people got. Well, first of all, we left all our helicopters behind, but a lot of stuff.
That's not true. That's another claim. Now it's a pivot. So what happened when we, left the boots on the ground in Afghanistan? We got out of there. What happened to Afghanistan?
Basically was destabilized.
And power vacuum regime change by the Taliban, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that we need to bomb them into a power vacuum, and then the area needs to be destabilized just to create another regime change of a more authoritarian coup, right?
Well, I mean, okay, yeah. When you word it like that, I mean, it doesn't play. It plays out almost the same every single time. It almost is impossible to some extent to do regime change, especially in the Middle East. Okay, because they have like a multi-layered system of people that will just take the place after the next one.
Right. So that's actually true, right? You're right. But the thing is if we were like that needle in the haystack here, Trump was awesome and great and excellent and super cool, and he was a needle in the haystack that was actually able to do the regime change in the Middle East, then I don't think that we would have seen everything going as terribly as it has already. Like, we wouldn't see him begging our allies to reopen the strait. We wouldn't see him lying about the reason why he wants to go to war in the first place. We wouldn't see him breaking campaign promises. If he was going to be the needle in the haystack that got the regime change in the Middle East done effectively for the first time ever, when the neocons in Congress have been wrong about every foreign policy decision they've made in the Middle East for the last 70 years, then we wouldn't already be looking at this cornucopia of failures just from the last month.
I mean, okay, so yeah, there are valid points, but again, it's just one of those things too, where it's like, you said it was a JC. What was it called? The JCPA, I believe it was. Was it the denuclearization program? Yeah, JCPOA. Yeah, that was what Trump took it. Basically, got rid of that. Yeah, but the thing is that but with that, so I mean, like, it's a tricky situation too, because they were enriching uranium to some extent. We know that
to a legal extent, yes.
To a legal extent, but the problem is that
allowed by the JCPOA.
That's the reason we had to get out of the JCPOA though, because it was basically allowing them to just like utilize like a threshold, threshold theory on what they were doing. So,
no, because the threshold was infinitely smaller than that in which would be required to enrich uranium to the extent to produce nuclear weapons.
Wait, but they were enriching. Wait, just to be clear, when you're saying they were enriching it to the legal extent,
very low extent. I think it was like 3% enrichment that was allowed, like just what would be required for like modern medicine technology, like MRIs, X-rays, so on and so forth.
But okay, to be clear, the intel we had, they were doing otherwise. Where did that come from?
No. We do not have intel that they were doing otherwise while we were in the JCPOA. Thank you.
I believe we did.
No.
Okay, wait. If I remember
when Donald Trump left the JCPOA, there's literally no intel to suggest that they were enriching uranium while we were in it.
Okay, I believe when he left it, I thought he left it because it was basically made in a way where it was actually allowing them to get very close to making it, but not just close enough.
No, that's not what the IAEA says. The IAEA says the opposite, that they actually were not anywhere close to nuclear weapons. They were abiding by the agreement set forth. They were no nuclear threat.
I don't know. I'm going to have to look into the actual agreement that was made again, because I don't know if that's actually accurate. I believe that there was some evidence we have they were doing that.
How many times have you been up here?
Me?
Yeah.
First time, second time, I believe. You got brought up one time in the past.
Okay.
Why?
I don't know. I think that you've been up here many, many times before, but go ahead.
No, I've been up here twice. Anyway, yeah, it was pretty much just that, man. Like I said, I just wanted to say that, and then, yeah.
So do you support Trump still?
Yeah.
Why?
Again, I already told you why, man. I said there's numerous things we could talk about. I just don't want to go into.
What's the biggest reason why you support Trump?
I think Trump just supports things that align with my moral compass.
Like what?
Just his views on, first of all, he is I would say he's Christian. I would say,
so Kamala Harris was Baptist.
Wait, he also is. Again, there's other things, just like he's
I want the biggest one. Do you want to debate the claim that he's Christian?
No, I'm just trolling, bro. Yeah, anyway, let's do it. Go ahead.
So no, because now you're saying that you're just trolling. I want you to tell me the biggest reason why you support Trump.
Yeah, sure. Okay, so basically he's against basically all the things that I hold like against my moral compass. Basically, points towards.
Be specific. Name the biggest one.
I'm going to say abortion, number one. I'm going to say that he's basically... So I don't want to debate abortion, though. It's going to be a long conversation.
Okay, so you don't want to... Okay. So name the biggest thing that you want to debate? Because this is a debate live?
Well, I've heard you do abortion before. It just goes on forever and ever. So
what's the biggest reason why you support Trump that you want to debate?
Let me think of my best one. Let's do border, man.
Okay, so you support Trump because of his management of the border.
I'll beat you on the border all day long, dude.
So that's the biggest reason why you support Trump?
I would say top three, yeah. I believe it's everyone's top three.
So what has Trump done for the border?
Absolutely. He's secured to a point where basically we are more safe as a country. We're getting rid of basically potential sleeper cells. We're getting people out of the country that aren't documented, that you would say they are documented. You wouldn't consider them illegal.
Do you think that we should stop tourism?
To some extent, yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. To what extent?
Yeah, sure. So I think that we need to be vetting people a lot better. So there you go.
How so?
Yeah, sure. I mean, the problem is that of the actual southern border, the actual vetting process is inferior because the problem is Mexico doesn't report their actual crime. So if they're not reporting their crime, how can you vet someone who hasn't been actually? So let me put it to you this way: in Mexico, 96% of the crime goes unreported. You know that, even the murders. Okay, so how do you vet someone coming into the country if the crime is going unreported in the country? You don't.
Well,
you can't
remember,
do it.
I'm asking you
sense.
for an explanation of your view. Like,
Yeah,
what,
sure.
What
Sure.
kind of vetting process do we need for tourists that we don't have?
Oh, okay. Ignore the actual tourist comment. I don't care about tourism. Okay, let it happen. I don't care.
It's
I'm talking
relevant.
about the actual-
Okay, so you don't want to restrict tourism.
You don't have to, no, not restrict it. No,
Okay, well,
obviously.
can
hopefully
tourists be
those-
potential sleeper cells?
Can tourists lead to that?
Yeah, could tourists be potential sleeper cells?
Sure.
Okay,
Sure.
okay, so just they could potentially be sleeper cells argument doesn't justify removing people from the country.
Okay, wait. Would you say that it would be a let's say that we have a stronger vetting process for people coming from the Middle East? Would you be okay with that?
I'm not okay with a stronger vetting process for one group of people coming from one place. I
Right.
think we should just have a stronger vetting process altogether for everyone from everywhere.
Sure. Okay.
But
so
now I
the
want to clarify
compliance-
here that you seem to be running away from my argument here, because you agreed that we should have immigration into America. We shouldn't restrict it, even though they could potentially be these sleeper cells. So therefore, you concede that the argument, the very lazy argument, by the way, that we need to prevent somebody from entering or we need to remove them from the country now, because
What?
they could potentially be a sleeper cell, is ineffective and incorrect. Nobody
Okay.
minds removing people from the country, deporting them, okay, if we have good reason to believe they are a sleeper cell. But merely just suggesting that somebody could be a sleeper cell with no good reason, okay, is a baseless claim that ought not be used to justify the removal of anybody from the country or the prevention of anybody from entering the country.
No, I'm okay with that statement. I think you're just like misrepresenting what I even said, though. I'm confused.
Well, I mean, you said that the great thing about Trump's mass deportation is that we're removing a bunch of people that could be sleeper cells.
I said we're removing people who came into the country illegally, okay? Who there's been no vetting done on them whatsoever.
But you said the good reason why was because they could be sleeper cells. So now you're shifting the position to saying that we're
If they
removing them
haven't
because
been
there's been
vetted.
no vetting done whatsoever. So then how about we just do the vetting? Okay, and if we do
right,
the vetting,
right,
and then we
right.
conclude that they're bad people, violent criminals, throw them in jail or deport them. But if they're not violent criminals or guilty of super bad crimes, just let them stay. Let them be residents. Let them be citizens. It's so much more beneficial to us. It's so much more beneficial to them.
And your statement to the people that are trying to actually follow the actual legal procedure and the protocols to get into the country, just fuck them, or what?
Well, actually, no, it's not fuck them. It's help them too, because now they're going to be coming into a country that's better off for them
Wait.
too.
I'm just confused. How can your position on this is essentially be? I mean, well, let's just boil this down to as simply as, let them come in, make sure they're actually good, and just let them stay. No, you don't come to the country illegally.
No. It's not let them come in. Okay, it's let them stay now that they are in. The reason why we've had so much undocumented
that's
entry in the first place is because we, America, have neglected the legal means of entry into this country, have made them so expensive, have made them so slow. What we need to do is completely reframe the legal means of entry into this country, make it as accessible and fast as possible for everyone who qualifies, so then we don't have this major incentive for undocumented entry. Now, tell me, what is the negative outcome, the quantifiable negative outcome of offering a pathway to residency or citizenship for the undocumented immigrants that are here and not guilty of heinous crimes? What is it? What is the quantifiable negative outcome?
Yeah, I'm gonna say, the negative outcome, or there's that.
Listen to my words very specifically.
The
Here.
quantifiable
What is
negative
the
outcome of giving them
quantifiable
pathway.
negative outcome?
If the person, I would say that for the people that came into the country, there wouldn't be a negative outcome for trying to offer them a pathway if they're not violent offenders. But I never said anything about every single person needs to be like out of the country. When did I ever make that statement, Dean?
Oh, by saying that you support Trump's immigration policy. You said that's top three. Now here's the zinger. So you just told me that you are not able to identify any quantifiable negative outcome of offering nonviolent undocumented immigrants a pathway to residency or citizenship. So why don't you support offering undocumented immigrants that are nonviolent a pathway to residency or citizenship, given that we can't identify a quantifiable negative outcome, and we could identify a cornucopia of quantifiable positive outcomes, like an increase of real minimum wages, an increase of economic production and productivity, more workers in the labor force, higher wages for everybody, a $14.3 trillion surplus in 30 years. Why isn't this something you support?
Okay. Trying to think of how to address again. So
I gotcha on the quantifiable negative outcome question. I gotcha. You're cooked.
Yeah. Wait, bro. No, I'm laughing because yes, the question you're asking, I have no issue with that. I mean, like logically, it kind of just makes sense. Okay. Now, but that wasn't the argument I made, though, man. That's not what I'm saying. So I have no problem with offering an actual pathway to citizenship for people who are non-offending criminals. But
who are the only politicians?
Dude, let me finish my statement. Dude.
I interrupted you. Go ahead.
Okay, so man, what I said in the beginning was that I support him basically strengthening our border and getting people out of the country. I said that could be sleeper cells, that could be dangerous to our country. I didn't say I wanted everyone gone, maybe another pathway to citizenship. I didn't say that.
Okay, then you shouldn't support Trump. You shouldn't. Why? Because he likes to focus on all of the undocumented immigrants in this country, regardless if they're a violent criminal or an unaccompanied minor. I mean, fuck, he'll even focus on the legal immigrants, okay, like asylum seekers. And on top of that, he'll focus on citizens because now his stupid racist ass has directed the DHS to try to identify undocumented immigrants if they're black or brown or speak English with a Hispanic accent. And this is clearly wrong for so many reasons, like the fact that racial profiling is immoral. But in the scope of the conversation that we're having right now about the identification of the undocumented immigrants who ought to be deported, those with violent crimes on their record, it makes it so much harder to do so effectively when the scope of our efforts are not just those with the violent records, with the violent crimes on their records, but it's fucking everybody and anyone, black and brown people. Like how, like specifically indexed to the scope of what is the most effective way to get undocumented immigrants with violent crimes on the record out of the country or thrown in jail. What is more pragmatically effective? To be telling our ICE agents to detain people because they're black and brown, and if they're an asylum seeker, then spend money on deporting them to Mexico. If they're an unaccompanied minor, spend money on deporting people to fucking Uganda. I think he's actually been doing that. You know, if they're an undocumented immigrant with no criminal record whatsoever and they've been here for 45 years constructing a better life for them and their children, paying taxes too, spend money on holding them in a detention center and, you know, also deporting them elsewhere. Or now that we have this prerogative in mind of wanting to disproportionately focus on those with bad crimes on their records, going after them, spending our money on resources to target and identify those with the bad crimes on their records. And, you know, for black and brown people, leave them the fuck alone. Don't let ICE agents racially profile them. For asylum seekers, leave them a fuck alone. You know, let them do their thing. Let them work through the court process. For the undocumented immigrants that have been here and they don't have any bad crimes on their records, leave them the fuck alone. Go focus on the violent people and then give everybody else a pathway to residency or citizenship.
Yeah, you know, I mean, like, yeah, so a valid point. So, like, I'll just say this, is I have DoorDash, just got delivery on some Wingstop. I'll say this in response to it. Yeah, I think that you asked a question about what's more pragmatic. I would just say, okay, yeah, like, let's just say I agree with that. The alternative is what, though? The alternative would be, you know, Kamala Harris, but when she was in charge of the border, she basically, remember what happened in Texas?
Okay, so actually, guess what? The policy that I just described,
yep.
Who's running on it? Progressives or MAGA?
Progressives.
So you're going to be voting progressive? Sunshine,
we'll see for the next one, yeah.
Okay. So now we've gotten you to a point where you're arguing that you support Trump today, but you're likely going to vote for progressives and for a progressive candidate, given that they're further left than the Democratic Party, and more so endorse mass amnesty to a higher extent in 2028.
Essentially, yes.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
All right, Dean, I appreciate the time, man. It's a good debate. Your hair looks nice, dude. But yeah, I guess I have to get going. I have wings here and stuff.
Okay. Enjoy your Wingstop. Wingstop's fire.
Thanks, man. I appreciate you. Love you. Bye.
Love you's crazy. Have a good one. You know what? I feel like if I talked to that guy for longer, I could have changed his mind. I think that guy was willing to concede on points that were like clearly proven to be false. I think if he was up here for longer, I really could have changed his mind. Do you support Trump?
Stop.
Natalie's not here. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please, and thank you. We got Rob loading up. Couple of people to thank. Dude, I don't even need to click on your name to know who you are. Mr. Disgusted Veteran, thank you so very much for the $50 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much for the love, man. That is crazy. That is so much money. Thank you so much for the support. I want to see 500 Veteran W's down below in that comment section right the fuck now. Veteran with a 50 says, consider using this donation for a spa day for you and your lady. You look like MAGA is draining your life force a bit. This boomer respects your dedication, sir. Well, thank you. I will happily use that on a spa day for me and my lady. In fact, she might even hear me right now because the office door is open. Thank you so much for the love. And by the way, you know, I don't know. MAGA's not draining my life force. I'm just really tired. I only got like 6 hours of sleep last night because I was up until like 3 a.m. preparing and rehearsing my speech that I gave at the local protest today. But thank you so much for that love, Veteran. Same thing to Trag, T-R-A-G. Thank you so much for the 50 euros over on Super Chat. Let's fucking go, Trag. Show some love to Trag down below in that comment section. That's crazy. Trag with the 50 euros says, loving your content, Dean, from the UK. I'm glad that people like you exist and understand that what America does affects the rest of us. Yes, absolutely. You are paid more in gas. You have to worry about going to war with Iran. You are affected. Thank you for the 50 euros. Please show some love to Trag and Veteran down below in that chat. The two of you guys are so insanely kind. Thank you so very much for the unfathomable love and support. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 28.
What year were you born in?
I was born in the year of 19. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm sorry.
Get out of here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up at the box. Carol, thank you so much for the $24 donation over on Venmo. Sorry, not Venmo, and PayPal. Thank you so much for that love, Carol. Let's show some love to Carol down below in that chat. Carol didn't attach a message to the dono. Just sent it right on through. Appreciate you so much for the love. And shout out to Lexington for the $100 donation over on PayPal. Oh my goodness. Holy shit. Let's get 1,000 Lexington W's down below. That is like seriously fucking nuts. You guys are being so kind today. Let's go. Let's get 1,000 Lexington W's from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. I do not deserve that much love. Nobody does. Lexington says, you don't have to read this out loud. I'm going to do it. I just wanted to say that I'm grateful. How grateful I am. Sorry. Apparently I can't read today. For the way that you use your voice to speak up for SA survivors. No pressure to read. It just felt good to share. Love you, man. I love you too, Lexington. And that's exactly what we do on this platform. Exactly what we do on this platform, man, is we stick up for SA survivors. Because right now society isn't. Those with power and influence are. The government isn't. Someone has to. We have to. We the people have to. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $100, Lexington. Beyond kind of you.
Dino, I have one question, bro.
How old are you?
Where's that geek bar at, bro?
I'm looking at
Where's it at, bro?
It's my left hand. But it's not a geek bar. It's an anxiety pin. I would never smoke the nicotine. It's a gateway. Let's go to get that next guest Kira loaded up into the box. Here we go. Those who get it, get it. Those who don't get it probably think I'm fucking insane. Those who have I should have thought about that beforehand. Those that don't get it probably think that I have lost my mind. Hi, do you support Trump?
Oh my god, Dean!
I'm gonna go to guess that's a no. Just because we got a couple people in that queue that aren't necessarily Trump supporters. No biggie, because you guys don't know. I am gonna go to put the rules back up on that phone screen. Take a good look at the rules. Take a good look at the rules. You gotta be 18 plus, American and MAGA. Those are the rules. Everybody, please do follow them. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go to get that next guest connected right now. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Awesome. I'm going to have you hang out here with us for a moment while I thank a couple more people. Appreciate you so much, Victoria, for the $25 donation on Venmo. Good to see you today, Victoria. Who says, congratulations on a great speech. Well done, you go. Appreciate you so much, Victoria. You are awesome. Let's get 250 Victoria W's down below. That is very kind of you. Same thing to Carrie. Good to see you today. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo with the salute emoji as per usual. I hope that you have had a great day today, Carrie. And as always, thank you from the bottom of my heart. That is beyond kind. Please do show some love to Victoria and Carrie down below in that comment section. Same thing to M, Alexandria, and Cody. Thank you guys for the 5. Appreciate y'all so much. Mad Scramble, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And oh my God, Chris and Mary, my fucking hell. Chris, thank you so much for the $111 donation. And Mary, thank you so much for the $100 donation. What the? Okay, I'm sorry for screaming. That's crazy. What is going on? Mary with $100 says, thank you so much for the amazing speech today. We love you, Dean. I love you, Mary. Thank you for being here, and I hope you're enjoying the stream. Chris with the $111 says, please call at least 2 ops, quote unquote, junior when they're being difficult, please, and thank you. Oh, I like that. That's really assholey. I'm going to have to start pulling that one out, Chris. Great recommendation. From the bottom of my heart to the 2 of you guys, thank you so fucking much for the love. My God, please show some love to Mary and Chris down below. You guys are awesome, awesome, awesome. Holy cow. I don't even know. Like, genuinely, I'm always asking myself, what have I done to deserve that much love? What have I done to cause such kind people to support me to such an insane extent? Thank you so much, you guys. Let's go ahead and hop into that next debate. Show some love to all of our donors. Take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
He's the better of the 2 alternatives.
Okay, so the argument's still that you support him as president because Kamala Harris would have been worse?
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
Okay,
shot. If Kamala Harris was president, would we have had the most manufacturing bankruptcies since before she was VP, right? Since 2008, like we did last year in 25 under Trump. No shot. We would have got the worst annualized jobs report since 2003, ignoring recession, since before she was VP, like we did under Trump last year. No shot would our transatlantic partners be threatening to impose the economic bazooka on us because no shot Kamala Harris would have threatened to invade Greenland. Come on, man.
Well, the border would have still been porous, and tens of millions of more illegals would have poured over.
Oh, they would have all poured over. Tens of millions of illegals.
How many illegals do you think are in America right now?
13 million.
13 million.
Yes.
They've been saying 11 million since the 60s or 70s. It's probably upward of 50 million.
What's your source?
Well, there's no source. They're illegal immigrants.
Okay.
There is no way to count them.
So, just to clarify, you're admitting to believing in something without evidence.
There is no evidence because there is no way to track something that is untraceable.
Okay. Should this not be the end of the debate?
Let me. Okay. Do you think
because you're admitting to believing in something without evidence?
Illegal immigrants commit less crime than Americans at a lower percentage than Americans?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, how many illegals are here? Exactly. How many illegal immigrants are here?
Well, we don't need to know how many undocumented immigrants are here.
How many are
to know
here?
that undocumented immigrants have a lower crime rate compared to citizens.
How do you know?
But once again, the answer to the question is 13 million. Because that's what the evidence tells us.
What evidence?
The American Institution of Immigration. They do annualized studies and reports on the amount of undocumented immigrants that are in America. I will agree that it actually is quite complex to determine it, but that doesn't mean that it's impossible. What we rely on a lot would be like economic facts, such as, well, how many undocumented immigrants are there in the labor force? How many undocumented immigrants have applied for ITINs? How many undocumented immigrants are committing crimes? How many undocumented immigrants are getting driver's license? How many undocumented immigrants are paying taxes? Just be like, people think that undocumented immigrants are completely untraceable. That's not true. That's not true.
How are undocumented immigrants paying taxes?
Good question. Because of Obama's work permit program?
If they're undocumented, they're like by definition undocumented, which means they don't have a social security card. They have no way of
So what they have is an individual taxpayer identification number.
Undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants in this country illegally have a tax document, a tax identification number.
Yes.
How?
How? By applying for one and then getting one from the IRS.
why in the hell would the IRS give someone here illegally that has no permission to be in this country a way to track their taxes? You can't hire
more
an illegal
money.
immigrant. At Walmart
to make more money. Wait 1 second. The answer to that last question of yours is astoundingly easy to guess. It is to make more money.
Walmart can't hire somebody that isn't an American citizen or have a green card or a work visa.
All right.
Right?
I'm
a
not
legitimate
aware.
A legitimate company can't hire somebody that's in the country illegally.
Can you name a business owner that was prosecuted and sent to jail or charged with a crime for employing an undocumented immigrant?
Well, no, I can't, but there are people, obviously.
I'm not even sure it's actually technically a crime to employ undocumented immigrants. Given
It's
that they're working
100% a crime.
Okay. Then show me one business owner that's been sentenced and found guilty of a crime.
They shut down
merely for
multiple
employing
Tyson
undocumented
chicken
immigrants.
plants. They shut down multiple Tyson chicken plants because literally almost 100% of the employees there were illegal immigrants.
Okay. Give me a source for that, please.
I don't know. It's a news article. I read it on a news
Should
article.
be pretty easy to find.
Okay, I'm on my phone talking
So this
to you.
is another no evidence point?
Okay. Whoever's listening to this, look it up because it's on there.
Oh, it's there, guys. Trust.
Okay. How can you tax somebody that isn't an American citizen? I pay sales tax on what they buy with their cash that they get paid under the table.
How can you
Jobs
tax
they do.
somebody that's not an American citizen? So you don't think that people on green cards pay taxes?
Somebody that's not an illegal American.
But now you're.
that's
But you
in the
just said.
country
But,
legally.
okay, so you actually. I just want to clarify. Your last question was, how can we tax somebody that's not a citizen? Now you understand perfectly how we get tax people that aren't citizens. Right?
Okay, if you have a green
So
card,
that was quite a blunder. So what
If
you
you have a
didn't need
green
to ask
card,
how can we tax people that aren't American citizens? What you
If you
meant
have
to
a
ask
green-
is how can we tax people that aren't residents or American citizens and are here illegally? Well, once again, I actually answered this question already, my friend. I'll answer it again. It's called ITINs. Undocumented immigrants that don't have bad crimes on their records can sign up for a work program where they're then given an ITIN by the IRS. They then use that ITIN to get a W-2 job. Once they are working as a W-2 employee with that ITIN, their taxes are then automatically deducted out of their paycheck bi-weekly on average, I'd assume. And that's it. Story's closed. In fact, they can't even file for tax returns at the end of the year because they're undocumented, so they pay higher effective tax rates than you and me and us.
Okay. You said violent criminals, right? If they don't have a violent crime on their record, then they can apply for this IEIN or whatever you're saying.
Yes, Junior.
Okay. Oh, you're taking their advice. Good job. W. Dean. What would you consider a violent crime?
Well, ultimately, that determination is not left up to me. That determination is left up to the American criminal justice system.
Okay, is a DWI a violent crime?
I don't know.
Why not?
Because
Look it up,
I've never researched a DWI in my state
Come on, Dean.
to,
You got
to
more
learn
resources than I
if
do.
Colorado has determined that it would be a violent crime. I would argue, just based upon assumption rooted in common sense, not actual fact, that it's most likely the case that it's not a violent crime. Maybe there's like a higher class of DUIs and DWIs, where if you are found guilty of a DUI or DWI in relation to like killing somebody, then it's like charged as a violent crime or something, manslaughter in conjunction to the DUI or DWI. But I don't know why you're asking me these questions because I'm not the American criminal justice system.
Well, because you're defending illegal immigrants.
No,
in the
I'm
country.
actually.
I want to
right
know what your
now,
standard.
right now, let me clarify. All that I'm doing right now is just helping you learn things that you don't know. Like when I tell you that undocumented immigrants pay taxes on ITINs, I'm not giving you an argument. I'm just sharing knowledge with you. When I tell you that undocumented immigrants that have not been convicted of a violent crime can sign up for a work program to get that ITIN, I'm not giving you an argument. I'm just sharing knowledge with you. when I'm telling you that ultimately it is the U.S. Criminal justice system that determines what is and is not a violent crime, not me, I'm not giving you an argument. I'm just sharing knowledge with you. Like, these things are just like undeniable, irrefutable, unarguable facts that you could fact check on Google in less than 5 seconds. I have no reason, no incentive to lie to you whatsoever.
Okay. Well, the whole reason I asked that is because, thousands of people die every year from drunk drivers in America.
Yeah, so in scenarios where a drunk driver will kill somebody, they'll be charged with a DUI and manslaughter.
Okay, and so would you think that's like a damaging thing to America?
Clearly.
Okay. A decent and a decent portion of those are done by people that are here illegally.
What do you mean by decent?
Okay, if one person dies from a DUI from somebody that crossed the border and isn't on paper, that
Can you answer my question? What do you mean by decent?
I mean decent, more than 0%.
Oh, wait, that's not the way that we use decent. Usually, like the word decent is used to represent something
illegals,
like notable in contrast to the rest of the data, right? But
how many illegals?
We're now just revising your claim to be
that
there has been at least one circumstance of an undocumented immigrant drunk driving and killed somebody. Sure, I would agree with you. There definitely has been.
Okay, how many? What's an okay number? How many people can be killed by drunk driving illegals every year, and that's like acceptable to you?
Oh, well, no deaths caused by drunk drivers are acceptable to me. Thank you for asking.
Okay, so to prevent that, we could just deport the people here illegally.
Well, let's see if your logic upholds. Has there been more than one person murdered by a tourist?
I'm sure.
So to prevent that, we could just ban and restrict all tourism into America whatsoever.
I am fine with shutting down anybody coming to America that's not an American citizen.
Oh, so yes, get rid of tourism, get rid of green cards, get rid of ITINs, get rid of work programs, all of it. Get rid of it all, right?
Well, getting rid of ITINs, that's totally 100%.
Yeah, 100%. Just get rid of. I just want to clarify. You want to get rid of that all, right?
Maybe not tourism.
Oh, well, that was the first thing that you argued we should get rid of. Funny enough.
Okay.
So now you see my point. Okay, so now you understand here why your argument is flawed, because you're telling us that, well, because more than one undocumented immigrant has committed a violent crime, that we just need to get rid of them all. Clearly, just deport them all, get them out of here. Well, see, the reason why that logic doesn't uphold is because we could identify more than one tourist that has committed a violent crime, but you don't want to stop tourism. Why? Because it seems
tourists
like
have gotten a permission to come in the country. They didn't just cross in the dark of night, cross a line, and are in here making money off of our country, contributing hardly anything.
Fair point. How about this? The undocumented immigrants that have committed violent crimes, let's get rid of them. Deport them or throw them in jail. The undocumented immigrants that haven't committed violent crimes, well, a mistake. Give them a pathway to residency or citizenship. They clearly make us better off.
Not get rid of them or put them in prison. I don't want to be paying my tax dollars going to fund Jose, who killed 7 people.
Okay. Well, first and foremost, I think it's very telling that you use the name Jose, which I think kind of speaks to like a deeper reason why you're so motivated.
What percentage of illegal immigrants, Dean,
are named Jose? You fucking idiot! Shut up. But anyways, I think this speaks like towards a deeper desire and motivating factor that you hold to be true for why you support mass deportation. And it could be, very well could be, racism, xenophobia, and related terms, because you, like many others, want to make it an issue of Jose. What did fucking Jose do? You freak. Okay. But
it could be Jose.
But we're definitely going to get there. Okay. Because that's definitely where the argument leads. We just need to knock off all of the other chess pieces off the board first. Because inevitably what we're going to do here is I'm going to keep my fucking knock on your throat, metaphorically. And we're going to lead you down every single argument that you have to do with economics and crime rates until you're left with nothing and you still won't concede that you're wrong. And then you're going to start, slurring. That's the MAGA textbook for you. But my point here would be, in reference to the claim that you don't want your tax dollars being spent on keeping violent criminals in jail, well, I do want my tax dollars spent on keeping violent criminals in jail, because keeping violent criminals in jail keeps people safe because it prevents the violent criminals from murdering more, kidnapping more, raping more.
I'm not
Clearly,
pro-criminal.
we should all be okay with our tax dollars being spent to reduce the level of child rape in this world.
There are enough American criminals. We don't need to import them from the third world here to commit crimes for our tax dollars to go pay for them to live.
Oh, now you got like the third world comment. Buddy, we are the third world under Trump. Our president is calling for the execution of Democrats in Congress. Our economy hasn't been worse in modern American history. Our president is starting another war in the Middle East, threatening to annex Cuba, invade fucking Canada, go after Venezuela and Colombia. Okay? He is an adjudicated rapist. And then he used the power that was consequential of his position in politics to argue that the woman he raped should be thrown in jail. Okay? 1 in 5 kids in West Virginia are starving, and the U.S. was labeled as insolvent by the Treasury less than a week ago. I don't know. You use this term, third world, to represent like corruption, immoralities, low socioeconomic standards. We're home base of corruption, immoralities, and abrasive socioeconomic standards that we're causing on ourselves through the intentional infliction of pain by Trump, not because our economy is poor as a get-go. We're the largest economy in the world, but still yet we have 1 in 5 kids starving in West Virginia. Still yet we have 51,000 low-income Americans dying every year via lack of access to health care. Still yet we have 16 million American children that were left to starve after Donald Trump refused to give food stamps to them illegally. Still yet we have a rapist serving in the Oval Office, defying Congress, breaking federal law to protect creeps, pedophiles, and other rapists. Like, come on, dude.
So third world isn't 1 in 5 kids starving. It's 5 in 5 kids starving. It's burning cow dung to stay warm at night.
Okay.
It's not, I have to go to a food bank
but
this week.
it's not protecting rapists and causing more people to die by intentionally taking their health care away.
In the third world, rapists do whatever they want. They rape whoever they want, whenever they want.
Yes.
So
then we are the third world because rapists definitely can do whatever they want. They could even become the
rape
president
isn't illegal,
here.
right? Rape is illegal, right? You can't rape whoever you want.
Actually, no. Rape is not illegal in all scenarios.
Well, no, not in the countries that we're importing these people from.
Not in this country. 12 of our 50 states allow for child marriage.
Child marriage?
Yes. Adults, full-blown adults can marry kids with parental consent.
What age?
I'm talking like 25-year-olds could marry like 15-year-olds in 12 of our 50 states with parental consent from the 15-year-old.
Well, obviously, I don't agree with that.
Okay.
That's insane.
It is insane.
But what I'm saying is, a lot of the countries, these people that we're importing to this country from, are, a woman has to have, 7 witnesses to get a person tried for rape? 7 male witnesses?
Ever considered why they're leaving? Ever considered that they want a better life?
Then why do
Ever
they
considered that they're here to be productive, to live to a higher standard, to be more free?
Well, if they want to be
Maybe
more
this
free,
is why the
why do they-
undocumented immigrants who are here at home in America are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes than the average American citizen on American soil. Undocumented immigrants account for 1% of violent crime here. Meanwhile, American men like you and me account for 92.
Undocumented immigrant. How do you know? How do you know?
Okay,
if you
sure.
don't know how
Good
many
question,
people are here,
because I'm the one
let
that
me talk.
justifies my
You want
beliefs
to
with
monologue
evidence.
for like
You're the
5
one
minutes
that doesn't. PNAS is how we know.
If you don't know how many people are here, you can't get a percentage of how many of those people are committing crime.
Well, it's because we do know how many undocumented
Okay, if I
immigrants
spend
are here.
$100 of X amount of money, what percentage is that? You don't know because you don't know what the X is.
Well, the thing is that we do know how many undocumented immigrants are
We
here.
don't know how many undocumented immigrants are here, dude.
PNAS disagrees. The FBI disagrees. The American
there
Institute of
estimates?
Immigration disagrees.
Their estimates?
Yes.
Okay, their estimates are BS, dude.
Oh, and how do you know that?
I don't know because.
Oh, you don't know that. Thank you for admitting your own failures,
Okay,
Junior.
that was a me being sarcastic.
Okay, then how do you know that?
In Biden, hundreds of thousands of people were crossing the border.
Wait, hundreds of
every
thousands of
month.
people were in Biden? Hey, yo. Calm it down, Junior. We do not want to know about the manga fanfic you're writing for AO3. Now, legitimately answer the question. What good reason do you possess to dispute the credible estimates given to us by various institutions?
Because I have eyes and ears.
Oh,
and I see
so
what's
what
going on.
evidence do your eyes and ears collect to dispute the institutions?
Okay. How about this?
No, I want you to answer my fucking. I'm like clearly asking a question that I clearly want a direct answer to here, Junior. There you go. There's 3 times, Chris. Love ya. What evidence do you have? What have you collected with your eyes and ears that reliably and reasonably dispute the institutions that tell us how many undocumented immigrants are here?
You can't get evidence of something that is in the shadows. You can't see that there is no what are you going to round up all the migrants? We'll find every
the false assumption here is that we don't have any information about them.
People in
the
America.
reason why we could get estimates about how many undocumented immigrants here is because we do have information about how many undocumented immigrants are here. Like working. Okay, I'll go through it again. Getting driver's license, getting identification, working, getting an ITIN. Okay, getting a crime. Committing a crime, then being identified as an undocumented immigrant. Like economic transactions. There's about the census, just border entry and then evaluation with the average life expectancy, like the undocumented immigrants who show up to hospitals. All of these are various mechanisms that institutions of research will use to determine genuine estimates about how many undocumented immigrants are here.
So the undocumented immigrants that show up to hospitals, right? They show up to hospitals, no insurance. They go get seen, get medications, and their bone reset or whatever their issue is. They leave. The hospital has no way of billing them, knowing who they are. The taxpayers pay for that.
Yes.
Upwards of $100 billion a year.
No.
Yes.
What's your source?
10 years ago, it was $112 billion a year.
What's your source?
Dude, I'm on the phone with you. I can't pull the source up right now.
Check
I know
this
that's
out.
the number.
I'm on the phone with
I've read
you.
it.
My
And you have
source.
and you have a computer in front of you.
My source, with my eyes closed and my hands covering my eyes, is that annually in America there's $16 billion expensed on uninsured people in emergency rooms across the country. And that figure is not just going to be undocumented immigrants, but also citizens without insurance, like the 10 million that Trump just kicked off Medicaid, by the way. And even if we were to assume that 100% of the $16 billion spent on uninsured people in emergency room, by the way, the source is federal Medicaid, as well as the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, were undocumented, well, then they would still be paying close to 10 times more in taxes than they do take out through emergency rooms, because the IRS tells us that undocumented immigrants pay north of $100 billion in taxes per year. Get fucked.
That number isn't just medical expenses. That number is any kind of government assistance.
Oh, you mean the kinds of government assistance that they're not eligible in the federal level because of the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act passed in 1996 that strictly limits and prohibits public welfare benefits on the federal level from being given to undocumented immigrants? You mean those?
So can undocumented immigrants get food stamps or WIC?
No, they can't from the federal government, no.
No, they can't. In California, they can.
I know. Is California the federal government? You idiot. Oh my God, you are not tracking. You need to actually listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. God damn it, dude.
God, you're really good at talking real fast over your guests.
Oh, someone.
Can illegal immigrants get any kind of government assistance in America?
Yes.
Okay. How much does that cost?
It is estimated to cost anywhere between $20 and $35 billion per year.
For what? For everything?
For the access to emergency rooms inevitably paid for by the federal government annually, and then the limited state benefits in 11 of our 50 states, which would include WIC, food stamps, etc.
Why is it estimated? If we know how many illegal immigrants are here, shouldn't they be able to track that very easily and say, oh, these are people who are illegal immigrants, and they spent this much money over this amount of time?
So when we talk about expenditure on social safety nets, generally we'll use the word estimate because ultimately those are just numbers being crunched by data analysts. And regardless of how confident they are of their conclusion, they always throw the word estimate in front of it.
Okay, but you said like 25 to 35 billion dollars a year or something like that. Whatever you said earlier. Okay, that's $10 billion.
Okay, then just assume $35 billion. They still pay close to 3 times
Why
more
is
in
it
taxes
estimated?
than
One
they take out.
thing.
I mean,
They
I just
can't
told
figure
you.
out $10 billion?
Because
They
like
can narrow it down to a couple million at least?
all data that that's also going to be differing institutions that use differing methodology to determine what the overall net expenditure would be. Like, for instance, more conservative institutions like the Heritage Foundation will use very, like, metaphorically liberal means of estimation for the expense of undocumented immigrants. Meanwhile, more liberal institutions will use more fair means of estimations for the expenditure on undocumented immigrants. So when I say between $20 and $35 billion, all that I'm being is like good faith in the sense that I'm relaying the general area that is agreed to bipartisanly. But it would actually be on you to prove that we spend more on them than they pay in taxes. And that's my next question.
Dean,
how much do you think we spend on undocumented immigrants per year?
I'm not bowing out. I got to go. I got something to do. But I would love to keep talking about this for hours.
Then why
But, take care, man. I'll talk to you next time.
Oh, yeah. Take care. Take care. I hope you really take care of that ACL that you're tearing as we speak. Running as fast as you can. Just going to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. Okay. Hi, do you support Trump? Oh, no, they left. I don't know why, guys. I feel like I'm on fire today. I'm feeling good, dude. I'm feeling really good today, man. I'm feeling great. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. I don't even understand why I'm feeling so, just oomph and ready. You know what I mean? Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
55, New York.
Okay. Do you mind if I thank a couple people who donated to me before we hop into the debate?
Oh, we always start out like this. I debated you before. Go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, man. Thank you so much, Trag, for another 20 euros over on YouTube. Let's get to it. Trag W's down below in that comment section. Trag with the 20 euros says, people like you are keeping our belief in America alive. The UK's on your side. Thank you so much, Trag. Shout out to you and shout out to the UK. Thank you so much for the love and support.
That's funny.
Thank you for your commentary, sir. JG, would you mind turning down that TV in the background?
Oh, watching UFC, so hold on a minute.
I could also just put you on mute.
Oh, you could do that too.
Do you know how to unmute?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll just throw it.
I turned it down. I turned it down.
Okay. The reason why I asked you to turn on the TV before I put you on mute is because I'm just going to be honest, bro. Typically, people over the age of 50 just don't know how to unmute, and then I just got to move on. But I'm just going to...
So you're assuming are you age shaming me right now, bro?
No.
You just did. You said over 50. Normally people don't know how to do that. So you just say age shaming, bro. Like, what is that about?
No.
You just did. No, you just did.
Oh.
No, you just did. Admit it. You just said normally people over 50, you just age shame me, bro. You just age shame me, you dipshit.
1 second.
Yeah. You need to put that in your, you need to, is that the guy that spit in your face? Wow, I can't believe you just age shame me. God.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay. I forgive you.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to go back to thanking a couple.
Okay, anyways.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to go back to thanking a couple people, then I'll pass you that mic.
Okay,
AKD, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat saying, get him! Appreciate you so much for that love, AKD. Let's get 200 AKDWs down below in that comment section. I appreciate you so very much for the love. Appreciate you, AKD. Yeah. Then Rodney, thank you so much for the $10 as well, who says the only reason why MAGAs know about violent immigrants is because they are sitting in prison and Trump wants them to think they aren't. So real. Appreciate you for the $10, Rodney.
What?
Narcissa, thank you so much for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Queen, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for the love. Then JG, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you so much, you guys. Then Mad Daddy, appreciate you for the 5 gifted membership subs. Appreciate you so much. And then thank you so very much as well. Let's see here. No, we're actually all cut up over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, you guys. Please show some love to all the Super Chatters down below. A couple people on Venmo and PayPal real quick. Thank you so much for the $15, Christopher. Let's get 150 Christopher W's. Who says, Dean, did you hear that now in order to get a US visa, they want your social media accounts to be set to public? Oh my God, Christopher, that's invasive. Thank you for the support. Liam, thank you so much for the $35 donation on PayPal. Bro, let's go. Let's get 300 Liam W's down below in the comment section. Thank you so much, man. Liam with the 35 says, thank you for what you do. I hope that you and your girlfriend have a wonderful day. Take care of yourself, and thank you for always being kind to others. Well, I'm kind to people that deserve it, not kind to those that don't. Thank you so much for the $35, man. That is beyond kind of you. Appreciate you so much. And then Ashley, thank you for the $3, and I appreciate what you do. Thank you. Thank you so much for the love and support, Ashley. I really appreciate you. Over on Venmo, thank you so much, Serena, for the $10 who says, the GOAT. Appreciate you, Serena. Let's get 100 Serena W's and then 200 Liz W's for the $20 donation who says, it's nice to see you having fun. I've been trying to have more fun on the streams recently because it helps keep me sane. Kyla, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. I appreciate you. And then Braylon with the $10 who says, I watch you in Parker every day and I love you in Parker. Thank you so much, Braylon. Then Julia, thank you for the 5. Eden, thank you for the 5. Allison, thank you for the 2. And with that, we're all cut up. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy. You want to support me? You want to support the stream? You want to support us so we can continue to do this for 4 hours a day, 7 days a week?
Don't do that. Dean's a dipshit. Dean, you are
Can you find
truly
another
a
word?
dipshit
Can you find
for a
another
kid.
word to describe me so you don't get banned?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Just find something more creative.
Dipshit. A dipshit. Okay. Listen.
But I'm actually going to finish saying what I'm saying. If you do want to support me, contrary to what the guest is saying, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio and TikTok, pin message on YT, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen.
How much do you want me to donate to you?
$500.
500. Wow.
I want you to donate me $500 so I can turn around.
I'm
and
not
get all the
donating you 500, dude. You probably make more in one day than I do in a year.
You don't want to like give your life savings to Planned Parenthood?
Well, is there something wrong with Planned Parenthood?
We just need to give them all our money, all of your money.
Whoa. See, you age shame me, and now you're Planned Parenthood, and I'm like, where are you going? I think you're a MAGA, dude.
What?
Yeah.
You is that because?
Yeah, you're MAGA. You know what? You're MAGA at heart, my brother. I was the first one a year ago. I was the first one a year ago to call you out on your little scam that you're running here about people donating to you. Yeah, and I had a debate. Listen. I had a debate with Parker 3 weeks ago, and I asked him this question: is breaking the law illegal?
Lorraine, thank you so much for the $25 on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Lorraine. Let's get 5 big booms for Lorraine. Boom, 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 boom. 250 Lorraine W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for allowing me to scam you. Angel, thank you so much for the $5 as well. And Gianna, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you, guys. Go ahead. Sorry, I just had to scam a couple people. Oh, my God.
I have to ask you this.
Lorraine just got scammed, dude. Holy shit, dude.
God bless you, brother. But anyway,
God bless Lorraine. She needs it. She's a victim of a scam.
God bless it. Yeah. Her SNAP benefits are used up now. But anyways, listen.
Why do you think
breaking
Lorraine's
the
on
law
SNAP?
illegal? Well, you're assuming that you're making all these calls that I'm old and I can't hear and understand computers, so I guess I can make accusations too. But anyway,
But you didn't make an accusation against me. You made a claim about Lorraine.
Whoa, you did. You said I'm 50 and I couldn't do something.
Well, clearly that was fucked up. But for the audience watching at home, that's MAGA. They're fucked up.
Oh, no, that's unhinged liberals are fucked up.
Okay, so you're an unhinged
But
liberal.
anyways,
I changed your
let's
mind.
go
I
on.
won the debate. I changed your mind. Let's go, dude.
You didn't win nothing. Oh my God! What debate? We haven't even debated yet. You've been thinking everybody under the stars.
Well, I
But
know.
anyway,
Then you accuse me of scamming. I gotta ask you, why do you think
if
I'm
you
scamming
want-
people for
so-
donations? Like, what is it even? Do you think
I
it's like
didn't-
even possible that I just genuinely believe in what I say?
I truly. Well, I hope you do.
Okay.
Do you believe in what you say?
Yes, but you just got done saying that I'm secretly MAGA and that this is just a scam to make money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you talk like you're MAGA. On certain points, you defend MAGA.
How so?
Huh?
How so?
Well, the way you just shame me of my age. That's MAGA. When Would you would have called somebody that said that to you? Oh, that's mega talk. Wouldn't you? You said that before.
Oh, I think what I said was actually like perfectly fair.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No,
think
didn't.
about it. Think about it.
No, let's think about it.
Typically people over the age of 50 on this live stream do not know how to unmute their mic after I mute them. So because of that, I offered you the accommodation of just muting your TV, which by the way is way still loud still, so then I don't have to mute you.
No, it's not. It's on mute.
It's okay to be old, and it's also simultaneously true that typically people are over the age of 50 don't know how to do that. So it was supposed to be geared more so as an accommodation than a shame.
Oh, so you're saying anybody over 50 doesn't know how to operate a phone or a computer?
That's not what the word typically means.
Well, you just said that, basically.
No, because that's not what the word typically means at all.
Yeah, you did.
You don't even know what the word typically means. Okay, whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, you do. Let's move on. So, tell me why I shouldn't be a Trump supporter.
Okay, because he's terrible for this country. He's eroding our social safety nets. He's attacking our Constitution. He wants to be a king. And I think that he's launched a brazen attack on the American identity because the American identity is supposed to disdain monarchs and disdain authoritarians. Yet now we have one serving as our president from the Oval Office.
What rights have you lost under Trump?
Well, I mean, I'll tell you the things that I'm scared about doing.
No. Tell me what rights you lost. Don't tell me what you think. Tell me what rights you've lost.
Sure. What do you mean by right?
Under the American Constitution, what rights have you lost in this country?
Okay. Well, I'm a white man, so I haven't lost any. But
Okay,
that would be different. No. I'm going to finish, Ron.
Now you're
I
race
need to
baiting.
finish.
You're race baiting.
No, I'm not. I need to finish my sentence.
You are.
I'm a white man. I have not lost any of my rights. Now, if I were to be a white woman, I would have lost my right to access health care in 36 of our 50
How's
states.
that?
I'll explain later. If I were a black woman, then I would have lost my right to liberty because now DHS is authorized and using somebody's race is an identifiable factor to make a detention for a suspicion of them being an undocumented immigrant. If I was an individual of any gender, any sex, any race, born to parents that were undocumented immigrants, no fucking way. I'm going to talk to you about that later. That's crazy. Then I would have literally lost my constitutional right to birthright citizenship after Donald Trump signed Executive Order number 14160 into effect. Or even, if I was a married woman, okay, who didn't have a passport, didn't have the money to get one, and my birth certificate has the last name I was born with, not the one I assumed from my husband, okay, if the SAVE Act were to pass, then I would have temporarily lost my right to vote. We could talk about these rights all day. I think that the right to freedom of speech is a really big one for people in journalism and media. Donald Trump is directing the FCC to not renew the licenses of people who negatively report on the war in Iran. Okay, that's a First Amendment right.
What does that have to do with your rights?
If I was trans, I would have lost the right to join the military.
You're just mumbling on with bullshit, Dean. What rights have you personally lost since Trump's been elected? Tell me what rights you've lost.
None, because like Trump, I'm a white man.
Thank you. So you're saying that blacks, Hispanics,
black people,
Mexicans, Italians, Polish, they all lost rights in this country. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And if they did, what rights have they lost?
Yeah, like I told you. Black and brown people have predominantly lost a hesitant.
So they can't walk down the street or they'll be arrested? A black man or a Hispanic?
I mean, actually...
No, you're full of shit and you know it.
Trump literally authorized DHS to use racial profiling for the apparent identification of undocumented immigrants.
You know that's bullshit, Dean.
No, it's actually
What
not.
rights have any Americans lost since...
I'm telling you, then you just called all bullshit.
It is bullshit. You're speaking bullshit and you know it. So
Would you
tell
like a
me,
source?
under the Constitution of the United States of America, name one law Trump has broken since he's been elected.
The 14th Amendment.
Oh, how?
Executive Order number 14160.
Okay, how did he break it? Explain to American people how he broke that.
Of course. The first subsection of the 14th Amendment is the Birthright Citizenship Clause. The Birthright Citizenship Clause of the 14th Amendment states...
Don't read it off the computer. Tell me.
I'm looking in the camera. I'm not looking at my computer.
And you know it's bullshit.
Well,
Dean,
can I finish?
Let's. Okay, is breaking
wanna
the
be a-
law
no,
illegal?
I
Can I
wanna
ask
be
you this
able-
question?
No, you can't.
Okay, finish.
Because I want to be able to finish.
Okay, finish.
The first section of the 14th Amendment is a birthright citizenship clause that states that if you're born here or you're naturalized here and you're subject to the jurisdiction thereof, then you are a U.S. citizen. That is a constitutional right. Now, is Executive Order number 14160 said otherwise. It said that if your parents are undocumented immigrants and you're born here, then you are not a citizen. You don't have a claim to birthright citizenship, even though the first subsection of the 14th Amendment explicitly protects that right for the children of undocumented immigrants. That's one example of not only Donald Trump breaking the law, but infringing on the Constitution, the law of the land, and in the process of doing so, taking rights away from people in reference to the last question you asked me.
Okay, can you tell me what the sign says at the Mexican-American border?
No, and it's completely irrelevant to anything to do with Executive Order
No,
number
it
14160
does.
and the 14th Amendment.
It's very irrelevant.
What's the
Tell me what it
relevance?
says.
No
Tell me what
fucking
it
clue.
says. Okay, it's illegal to enter this land. It's illegal. You're breaking the law. Enter in the United States. So tell me, Dean, is breaking the law illegal?
It is illegal to break the law.
Okay, so if you come from Mexico and America illegally, is that breaking the law?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so they're illegal immigrants, right? You broke the law to come into this country.
So I like the phrase undocumented immigrant.
Listen,
but what is
no,
this going to
but
get
they're
back
not
to?
Dean,
What is this going to
Dean,
get back to
stop.
the 14th Amendment?
There's no 14th Amendment. You broke the law entering this country.
Wait,
You are not protected
there's
under
no 14th Amendment?
any. No, you're not
Are
protected
you
under
stupid or
any
stupid?
amendment. Did you read the sign outside the American border?
Have you read the Bill of Rights?
You illegally enter this country. You are not protected by any rights.
Okay.
You're an illegal immigrant. Is breaking the law illegal?
Breaking the law is illegal.
You said yes.
Yes.
Yes. They broke the law by coming in this country illegal.
Yes.
They're lawbreakers.
Okay. So, first and foremost.
No. There's a wait.
Okay, you have
There's
something
no
to say.
debating that. You're an illegal immigrant. You broke
there's-
the law.
So there's
you
no
should be
debating
sent back
that
to your
an-
country.
Okay. So now you're trying to give me an argument for mass deportation. I will address your argument for mass deportation after I address your statement that you don't think undocumented immigrants have constitutional protections.
They're not undocumented. They're illegal.
Okay. So I use the word undocumented. You use the word illegal.
I use the word illegal.
Okay. I use the word undocumented. And by the way, I think you should too, but I'm not going to explain that to you.
No,
right now.
I'm
You
going
have
to
to fucking pop
illegal.
off.
The sign says it
Now-
outside the United
I'm trying to
States
ask you a
border.
question here, Ron. Do you know what the Bill of Rights is?
Yes, I do. Why
What's
don't
the
you
Bill of
explain them
Rights?
to me? No, you explain them to me, since you don't know what an illegal immigrant is.
Okay. So the Bill of Rights would comprise the first 10 amendments of the U.S. Constitution. The reason why I'm mentioning the Bill of Rights to you, which, by the
well,
way,
he
why
knows
don't you
that.
explain it to me, is because you didn't know what it is because the
I
Bill
do.
of Rights protects what are called natural rights. Okay? And natural rights are those in which are possessed inalienably by any human person, regardless of who they are, and
Natural
regardless of what they do.
citizens.
That's not true. The Bill of Rights protects human rights that are inalienable to all human people. And the Constitution is very explicit and intentional with its language. You are absolutely right that at some points in the Constitution is it mentioning protections that are exclusive for citizens. However, in other portions of the Constitution, most predominantly the Bill of Rights, then of course in later amendments too, like the 14th, there are natural rights which are protected. And because natural rights are inalienable to all human people, not just citizens, the framers of the Constitution were explicit and intentional in not just giving them to citizens, but rather giving them to everyone. Like, for example, when we read the Due Process Clause of the Fourth and 14th Amendment, what we read is that verbatim, before you are to have your life, liberty, or property abridged, you are to have due process. And this is applicable to all people, not citizens. The word person is used very intentionally explicitly because the framers of the Constitution deemed due process as a inalienable natural right.
Okay. So you do agree if you cross the border in America, it's illegal and you're breaking the law, American law, from coming from Mexico to America.
So the argument here would be
undocumented.
Is that many undocumented immigrants broke the law, yet still have constitutional rights.
Right. So is breaking the law illegal?
I've already answered this question 3 times.
You said yes. So they're lawbreakers. So what should happen to lawbreakers in America? If you broke the law, Dean, if you broke the law today, Dean, well, you know what? Some scumbag spit in your face the other day or
Well,
whatever when it was.
I did break the law today. I went 5 miles over the speeding limit.
Oh, you should be prosecuted then.
Okay. So what should happen to Trump for being a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist?
It was a misdemeanor. It was a misdemeanor, 1-count misdemeanor that you guys trumped up fucking 34 felony counts.
Okay, so you just think that
get
they're
out of here with that
misdemeanors.
shit.
So did you know that
They are.
undocumented entry is not even prosecuted as a criminal misdemeanor? First offense is prosecuted inside of civil courts?
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes.
That's a lie. That is
No,
a lie.
it's not a lie. That's why only 30% of people who've been
That's not a
deported by
visa.
DHS
That's not a visa, Dean.
have a criminal
That's not
record.
a visa.
No.
That's not a visa, Dean.
No.
That's not a visa, and you
No.
know it.
No, it's
Yes, it
actually
is.
not. No, it's not.
No,
Ron.
it is.
No,
a
it's not.
visa.
No, it's not.
Dean?
This is true for overstaying your visa.
Yeah.
And it is also
Yeah.
true, okay, for the first offense of crossing the border illegally. Okay, they're not even prosecuted in criminal courts. This is why the DHS literally tells us that only 30% of people who have been deported have any criminal record whatsoever, unlike your president who you support, Mr. Trump.
Well, I support America. That's who I support.
No, you don't fucking support America, you pig. You told us that you only think citizens have constitutional rights. You know
I
nothing
support
about America.
America,
You know
you
nothing about
pig.
the American identity. You know nothing about the Constitution. Before you could claim to support America, I want you to read the Constitution and I want you to observe the Constitution
You
for
don't
what it
know
is, the law of the land,
Constitution.
and that
you
of the
can't
most
even
important.
tell me. You can't even tell me what it says at the Mexican-American border. You
Is the Mexican-American border a part of the Constitution, you idiot? The sign at the
Yeah, it
Mexican-American
should be.
border? The sign
It
the
should
sign at
be.
the sign at the Mexican-American border
Yeah.
is a part of the Constitution. Okay,
Yeah,
can I ask you? I'm going to
it
ask you a
is.
question.
It protects all
define the word.
American
Can,
citizens.
can you please define the word person?
Yes, a person's a human being. Can
Okay,
you
are
can you
undocumented.
define
Next
what a
question.
woman is?
Are undocumented
Can
immigrants
you
human beings?
define what
Don't
a woman
pivot.
is?
No, I'm not going to allow you to pivot into a debate about trans identity. Define. Are undocumented immigrants human beings? Ron,
Are they? Yeah, you turned me off for a minute.
are undocumented immigrants human beings?
Yes, everybody's a human being. Yes.
Okay, so therefore undocumented immigrants are people?
Well, yeah, they are.
Okay, read this. Read the highlighted section on the phone screen.
Okay, that means nothing to me. I don't.
I want you to read it out loud.
They're breaking. I'm not going
Read it out loud. Read it out loud,
No,
drunk
they're
Ron.
Drunk Ron. Okay, whatever. But anyways, there's so.
I'll go ahead and read it out loud for you. This is the first section of the 14th Amendment. Nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. So, Mr. Drunk Ron, the reason why I wanted you to read this out loud is because you just agreed that the definition of the word person would be human being, and then you agreed that undocumented immigrants are human beings, and then if A equals B and B equals C, then you agreed that undocumented immigrants are therefore people or persons. So this section of the Constitution would therefore apply to undocumented immigrants, which it does. Okay, and this is clearly the way that we would debunk your very stupid ass earlier when you made the claim that undocumented immigrants have no protections under the Constitution. Well, then you followed that up by saying, well, they broke the law. Yeah, fun fact, man. This also applies to people who broke the law. It's actually designed for people that broke the law. And that's why in the 14th Amendment, particularly the birthright citizenship clause, as well as the due process clause, it's very intentional use of
Read
the
the
word
top
person.
paragraph, you dipshit.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the state in which they reside.
Yeah.
No state shall make or
They're
enforce
not
any law in which shall...
citizens, you idiot. They're illegal immigrants. You're an idiot.
Oh, why is that?
Because they're not natural citizens when they crash the border, you dumbass.
So it is true.
They're
that
illegal
undocumented
immigrants. They are breaking the
Ron,
law, and you...
It is true that undocumented immigrants are not citizens. I don't know what the relevance of the birthright citizenship clause of the first section of the 14th Amendment would be, because we're not talking about birthright citizenship. We're talking We're talking about due process, which would be the last part of the first section, where it says, "Nor shall any state deprive any person, not citizen, any person, of life, liberty, or property without due process of law."
You to me, let me explain.
Explain.
No.
Explain how you could read the Constitution where it expressly says that no person shall be denied due process, and tell me how you could interpret that to mean that undocumented immigrants do not have due process.
Because they're not born or naturalized citizens of the United States.
They don't need to be.
No, it says it clearly states it right there in the fucking document. Read the top fucking 2 sentences, you moron.
Your low level of reading comprehension
You're
is
an
not my
idiot.
issue. If you shut up for more than 5 seconds, I'll happily explain this to you. You're confused, and I could clear up the confusion. Out of all the sections of the Constitution, I am the most familiar with this, so I will explain it to you now. You're saying that it does not say that in the first section. You are right. It does not say that in the first section, because these are 2 different rights. In fact, they're 3 different rights. The first section of the 14th Amendment goes over birthright citizenship. All people who are born here are citizens.
Oh my God.
It goes over the Equal Protections Clause, nor deny to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. And then it goes over the Due Process Clause, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. So you're like talking about the earlier sections, okay,
Of a
of the
natural
14th
born
Amendment.
or born citizen. You're an idiot. You're just an idiot, dude.
Why is that, Ron?
Because it's a natural or born citizen of America. It's not talking about undocumented or illegal immigrants.
Okay, so that's
Read
not
it again. Read it again, then.
All persons born or naturalized in the U.S. and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the U.S. and the state in which they reside. No state shall make or enforce any law which shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the U.S., nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protections of laws. So clearly that first part where it says all people that are born here are citizens wouldn't apply here. One moment. Clearly, the first section of the 14th Amendment, where it says all people who are born here are citizens, would not apply to undocumented immigrants because they weren't born here. Okay. The second section, where it says no state shall enforce any law in which shall abridge the privileges or immunity of citizens of the U.S., would not apply to undocumented immigrants since they're not citizens. But then that third section that says nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law would apply to undocumented immigrants because they're people. So holistically, when we look at the first section of the 14th Amendment, okay, it relegates 4 rights. Okay? And out of the 4 rights, undocumented immigrants would only have 2 of them.
You and your retard following can't even understand.
Slow to run. What an idiot. Look at me and then look at him and tell me that I'm not on the right side of history. Look at me and look at him and tell me that MAGA is not in the wrong. Look at me, then look at him, and tell me that clearly Trump isn't a bad president. You know what I mean? Like that was like nuclear bomb versus crying baby matchup type shit right there. Like he was like so dumb that like I'm unfazed because he was so dumb. Let's go ahead and move on to the next guess. Okay. All right. Rum Ron, slur to run. So let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA, please and thank you. We got CJ Plays loading up. A couple people to thank you. Thank you so much for the 10 euros over on Super Chat, who says, please stop debating drunk MAGA. I can't stop laughing. Love your work. UK loves you. Yeah, you guys were
Thank you.
laughing. I wasn't. I was screaming inside. Appreciate you for the 10 though, CJ. What's up? Sorry, not CJ Track. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, CJ?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
I am 18.
What year were you born in?
I was born in 2006.
Okay. So you did your math wrong. 2006 would have a 19 minimum.
Hello.
Jesse, welcome back.
Hi.
So are you actually a
So-
Trump supporter?
I just want to come on here and tell you that I love you so much. Like, I'm a big fan of.
Well, I appreciate you so much for your kindness. You do know that tonight we're only looking for Trump supporters, and I know that you know that because last time I had you up, you lied about being a Trump supporter. Yo, Denisha, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal, and Liam, thank you so much for the $50 on PayPal as well. Show some love to Denisha and Liam down below in that comment section, everybody. Let's get 500 Denisha W's and 500 Liam W's to the two of you guys. Thank you so much for the love and support. Absolutely fantastic. $50 is a shit ton of money. Goes a hell of a long way. Thank you so much, you two. Show some love to Denisha and Liam down below. Liam with a 50 says, get 'em. You were the best, and I hope you were happy being home and had a good time on vacation. Take care of yourself. Oh, I sure did, Liam. Thank you for the $50. You were awesome, awesome, awesome. Same thing to Denisha, who says, interrupt him with 5 more booms. Well, if he didn't slow to run, then I happily would have interrupted him with 5 more booms. But thank you so much for the love anyways. Show some love to Liam and Denisha down below. Hey, do you support Trump?
Yes.
Age?
Hell yeah. I'm
Age?
18. 18.
What year
Born
were
in
you
2007. October 22nd.
Yeah,
Don't even give me crap.
I don't know. My calculations tell me that you're either lying about your age or you're trolling, or simultaneously you could be lying about your age and trolling, but regardless of that, I don't trust you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Hey Dean, so I sent you a thing on Venmo and you didn't. I'm not sure if you got it. It's my birthday, so I sent you.
Oh well, man, happy birthday! So I'm actually getting around to reading off donos right now, so I'm sure that I'll see yours in the next 5 minutes.
Okay.
But happy
I talked
birthday,
to you-
dude!
I sent a thing about Kanye's new album. Have you listened to it?
No.
You should listen to Kanye West. I love Kanye West.
Okay.
Anyways, bye.
I take back my happy birthday. Yeah, I do. Oh wow, that insulted him. He ran. I meant it. On happy birthday. Fuck you. Let's gonna move on to the next guest. Matt, thank you for the $10. Who says, "Hey,
Yeah.
Dean." Ron, get out of here. Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm back.
No, you're not back. You're gone. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue of your MAGA. We got the next guest, Taylor, loading up into the box. Matt with the $10 says, "Hey Dean, day 473 watching from Wales. Just wanted to say that your speech today was so inspiring. I hope it reaches far and wide. To quote the last caller, okay, love you, bye." Thank you for the $10 and the very kind words, Matt. I appreciate everyone's very kind words about the speech that I gave today. Thank you guys so much. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Taylor? Samantha, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal, saying that Ron's a moron. Base, so true. Thank you. John, thank you for the $5. Mohammed, thank you for the $5. Shout out to the two of you. And then Gary, thank you for the $10, who says, at a protest in LA, got correlated, most likely going to get arrested. Want to see? Wait, what happened? Try to find a different way to word that, Gary. What the hell happened to you? And then Addison, thank you for the $5 over on PayPal. Age? Oh, it's you again. Bro, why do the same people keep on getting back up? Why do the same people keep on getting back up, bro? Stay out. Stay out, dude. Disney cast from hell. Fuck off. Oh my God, Liam, I'm automatically kicking you. 5, 4. Easily.
Why?
Good boy.
Why?
Why? You know what?
I went to No Kings today.
I'm not even. Oh, you did?
I'm in California. I went to No Kings today.
Good boy. Good boy, Liam. All right. Peace. Moving on to the next guest. All right. We got Max loaded up into the box. Okay, dude, we are speedrunning this shit. Holy moly. Here we go. Oh my God. Shout out to you. But we're only looking for Trump supporters, so I gotta kick you. Goodbye. Moving on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue. If you are MAGA, please and thank you. Moving on to the next guest right now. Hello. Do you support Trump?
No, but I hate you.
Oh, it's Rebecca. It's just Rebecca.
I'm doing something that you're not doing.
I don't know, like what? Like
Finishing up my dog.
like comedically, like
I'm literally
fuming.
jogging so that way I could beat the fuck out of you.
Is it a thing that you're doing that I'm not, like comedically, like fuming out of like your nose and ears and mouth? Like there's just the fume coming out because you're so mad.
You're scared. The reason why you said no to a fight is because you're scared of a woman.
I do think you
You're
are
scared to
scary,
lose.
Rebecca.
You're scared to lose.
Rebecca, I will agree that you are
I've been
scary.
preparing for almost 4 years, and you're still scared.
Well.
I'm so scared because you're short, puny.
Okay.
You're very puny. You're a small little bean.
Are you
You're
okay?
Like 5'3". Indeed, I am. I'm having fun doing my late night job preparing for your ass.
Wow. The dedication. I saw a TikTok that you posted saying that you'd be happy if me, my girlfriend, Parker, and his girlfriend all died.
Nope. Earthquake.
Yeah, that would kill us.
Since you were in California.
Yeah, you said that you wanted like a super bad earthquake to like, you know, kill us all.
Like a 5, like at least an earthquake 5.
Yeah. Rebecca, did you know that that's crazy?
Did you know that it's crazy to grift off of your donations and lie?
Guys, this is what we call a credible threat, by the way.
You're literally still the same.
This is what we call a credible threat, guys. By the way, I just want to point that one out.
A threat, but yet you touched a woman when she told you to stop touching her.
The fuck are you talking about?
The woman that literally was the wife of the guy that spit on you? Yeah, she told you to stop touching her when you literally laid hands on her.
Oh.
So pro-woman of you, huh?
Oh, you're talking about when the man spit on my face, and then the woman laid hands on me too, and then I backed away, and then she told me to stop touching her. That woman?
Yeah, she told you to stop touching her.
The cops determined that I did not touch her, by the way.
You literally touched her.
I'm not even joking. I'm not even joking.
You put your hand on her chest area. That is literally non-consensual.
Show it to us.
You have the video yourself. Why don't you show it to us?
Okay. Let's do it.
Since you want to be Mr. Right all the freaking time, 24/7.
Dude, you're literally accusing me of fucking SA. Calm down.
It's literally non-consensual. She told you to not do that.
Okay, do you see the video?
Okay, I'm looking. We're all looking. But we all know you're going to make yourself look feeble-minded.
We're going to go to 0.5 speed.
Dude, you just spit on me, sir? You just spit on me. What's your name? The car. What's your name? Don't touch me. What's your name?
Me. Look at your hand.
Okay. So, for everybody with a brain, I bet that we could all agree, maybe everybody but Rebecca, what we witnessed...
Spit on me. What's your name?
Right here, I am touched by the wife's arm, which I then fucking sling off me.
Don't touch me.
And in fact, after she did that, and I slinged her arm away, I say, don't touch me.
What's your name? Me. Your husband just spit on me.
Case closed. Self-defense.
Muting tactic as always. No, but literally, that was her arm. You touched her with your hand. It was not consensual either way. Y'all both are hypocrites.
Yeah, if somebody else lays a hand on you, you are more than justified to touch them to remove their hand from you.
You didn't get the spitting part, so.
I'd like to clarify, if somebody lays a hand on you, you are more than justified in touching them to remove that hand from you. Yes, you are.
Well, yeah, but both of y'all are hypocrites. But the wife was literally trying to stop her husband from continuing the situation.
Yeah, but in the process, laid a hand on me, so I was allowed to take her hand off me.
Well, yeah, because you were gonna looked so angry to the point where you were trying to probably go for the husband.
Yeah, if I did, I would have been justified.
Because you were at the airport, so you were lucky that you didn't get caught.
So what's the view? Do you still hold to the position that I wrongly, unconsensually touched her on the chest? Because that's what you said.
Yes, but both of y'all are hypocrites in your own way.
What did I touch her on the chest?
You literally put your hand on her.
Okay, tell me when to pause it.
When she told you to stop.
Tell me when to pause it on the frame that I touch her on her chest.
She said, "Don't put your hands on me."
No, I want you to tell me when to pause it on the frame where I touch your chest, because that's what you claimed.
Did you just spit on me, sir? You just spit on me. What's your name?
The car.
What's your name? Don't touch me.
You're
touching
me.
Your husband just spit on me. Wait, he just admitted to it on camera. Let me get that license plate.
think spitting is a crime.
Fucking idiot, by the way.
Yeah, and you're so mad that you're to the point where you'll sue.
Oh wait, so Rebecca, I actually told you to tell me to pause it on the frame that I unconsensually touched her chest. You never told me to pause it. Did you forget, or did I just never touch her chest?
I was looking carefully. I saw both were being hypocrites.
Okay, but what frame did I
Both of you
touch her
guys
on
are
her
hypocrites.
chest?
Both
But
of y'all
what
touched
frame
each
did I
other.
touch her on her chest?
But you're a man.
Can you answer my
Not a
question?
woman. You're not
What
supposed to touch
at
a
what
woman.
point in that
You're
video
not
did I ever
supposed
touch
to
her on her
touch a
chest?
woman. You were not supposed to touch a woman.
Wait, answer my question. In what frame of that video did I ever touch her on her chest?
You literally put your hand on her. That's
On her
the
chest?
point. Yes.
Where? Where the
my
fuck?
Lord.
Where are we watching two different videos?
No.
Okay, so where in that video did I touch her chest?
Her on her chest. When you
What the
literally moved her
fuck?
arm, you
Where?
your hand is on
Wait.
her
What part of the video? Was it at the beginning of the video? Was it in the middle of the video? Or was it
She
at the
had
end
her
of the
arm
video?
away and you were trying to literally move her arm.
Okay, wait. Let's go through this one last time. Let's go through this one last time. Okay, is it this part of the video?
No.
This part of the video?
Car.
What's your name? Don't touch me.
Tell me what it... Okay, Rebecca.
There it is. There it is.
Okay. I mean, all that you see is my long-ass fingernails because I didn't have nail clippers on vacation. You do not see me touching her chest.
It's literally right there. Your hand is right
What?
there about to touch her arm. Literally.
Wait, Rebecca!
Look at that.
Rebecca!
Look.
In this screenshot, you
Look
think
at
that I'm
your hand.
touching her chest?
Look at your three little freaking
Okay,
puny hands.
yes. Look at my fingers with super long fingernails because I didn't cut them on
touching a
vacation, and this is like crazy. In this video, not only am I not touching her at all, but I'm definitely not touching her chest. So just to be clear, Rebecca, you are arguing that at this moment in the video, I am touching her chest. Do you genuinely believe that?
You still touched her.
Wait! I asked you to show me at what point in the video did I touch her chest?
Is a body part.
Wait. So do you admit that I did not touch her chest?
You touched a body part of hers.
But you admit that I
still
didn't
not
touch her chest.
consensual. Yes.
Okay, thank you for conceding, asshole. Now I can sue you.
Listen, you
But I won't, because you're not worth my time. But yes. By the way, it actually is defamatory with assumed damages to falsely accuse somebody of sexual assault. So when you accuse me of unconsensually touching her chest, that was a false accusation of sexual assault that you just admitted to. And in court, since there are assumed damages for claims of said nature, it would be a cakewalk for me. But it's okay, Rebecca. You don't have assets. You're unemployed. I won't go after you. I won't get anything. But listen, thank you for admitting that I didn't touch your chest.
I'll still harass you until the day I die.
Well, I know.
That shit with your
I know because you're obsessed with me, Rebecca. You're fucking obsessed with me. Look at yourself. You're such a fucking embarrassment. Blah. Oh, I'm so scared, Rebecca. What the fuck are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Join my live and embarrass yourself again?
No, because it's funny that I could dog walk you.
What did you dog walk me on? You just conceded. You just admitted that what you said was false.
No, I dog walk you all the time.
Oh,
I'm the only source of entertainment you have because you're running out of Trump supporters, loser.
Oh yeah, running out of Trump supporters. Well, I mean, actually, running out of Trump supporters would make me a winner.
No, because you're still one.
Oh, you think I'm a Trump
the
supporter?
same beliefs. You switched it up because of for money.
You know what? Speaking of money, thank you so very much for the $5 donation on Venmo Cassandra, who says Rebecca is blind, literally, in a metaphorical sense of not being able to see the video. Jay, thank you so much for the $10 as well on Venmo. Thank you so much for the love, Jay. Show some love to Jay down below in that comment section for the $10, who says, please read, it's my 30th birthday. I spent it at No Kings. Thank you to you, Parker and Satana and Matt and the whole team for what you do. Well, happy 30th birthday, Jay. And thank you so much for attending your local protest today. Show some very special love to Jay down below in that chat for their 30th birthday. Same thing to Annie. Thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, thank you for trying to subsidize Ron's 6th grade education. Bing, thank you for the $5. This is for not listening to Kanye West. Man, listen, Kanye West objectively has some bangers. That is irrefutable. Homecoming. Okay? His bipolar album. Okay? Bangers. But I just can't bring myself to listen to even the bangers anymore because of the man he is. But that's not even what that person was talking about. That person was talking about Kanye's new album. It's probably shit. Of course I wouldn't know because I haven't listened to it. But I mean, he lost his taste for sure. You know, homecoming era Kanye is like gone. You know, he just doesn't even make the bangers anymore. Welcome in, William. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say Rebecca reminds me of the DoorDash girl.
Well, I don't know anything about DoorDash girl, so I won't make a comment on that. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Let's go to get that next guest, Ethan, loaded up into the box right now. Okay, here we go. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. A, who says every MAGA is immune to reality. Every single one of them. Thank you so much for the 10. Same thing to Whoopsie Maisie. Thank you for the $10 as voice system. Thank you for what you do. I've been watching for a little bit more than a year now. Well, shout out to you and thank you for tuning into our streams. Let's go, bro. Fuck yes. Huge shout out to you. Welcome in. What's up, Ethan? Do you support Trump?
No.
Oh, that's like a 12-year-old. Courtney, I see your message on PayPal. I do just want to clarify before I thank you. First and foremost, like that. Thank you, by the way. Listen, Courtney, thank you so much for the incredibly fucking kind donation over on PayPal. Huge shout out to Courtney, and thank you so much for your support for the stream. Courtney's message says, "Just shout me out." So I don't know if that means Courtney doesn't want me to share the amount that she donated. It's kind of vague, so I'm just, playing it precautionary. But thank you so much for the love. Dude, show some massive love to Courtney down below in the chat. I'm so very grateful for you. Show some massive love to Courtney. Welcome in, Anthony. Do you support Trump?
No.
Shout out to you. W. Bella, do you support Trump? Shout out to you. W. Moving on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Lacey, thank you for the $1. I appreciate you. Rachel, thank you so much for the $5.
Yeah. Hey, what's up, buddy?
Ron, go to bed.
No.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep, Ron.
Let's debate one more time. Oh, you can't handle a true debate. Look at you. All stressed
Spell the
out.
word debate.
DEAN. You idiot.
I'm not making a joke, Ron. Spell the word debate.
DEBATE.
Good boy.
Okay, let's go. So, anyways, Dean, let's talk about what we were talking about earlier. Like,
No.
how much of an idiot you are.
No, Ron, I'm going to kick you. Are you ready?
Why?
Because you need to go to bed, Ron. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Okay. Yeah, that's why, Ron. You need to get to bed. You need to get some sleep. Okay? That's kind of like the man version of Jill. Wow! That's an epiphany. Ron is the man version of Jill. Ron and Jill, ladies and gentlemen. What a combo. Do you support Trump, Hum? Okay. Hummer's not here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA, you guys. We got Randy loading up into the box. They're both crazy old people who just will sit in my queue all day. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, he know how to suck a mean dick.
Okay, Wyatt. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA, please and thank you. Yeah, Ron just got banned. You just got a flag. Your account's gone, buddy. Get fucked. Hey, Jennifer, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on PayPal. She says, you deserve every penny of this for dealing with these people. It's like trying to slam shut a revolving door talking to these morons. At points, it is. And I could absolutely agree with that sentiment, Jennifer. I try my best, though. I try my best. Thank you for the $20 on PayPal. Show some love to Jennifer down below in that chat while we look for that next guest. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. Thank you guys so much for understanding and following the rules, as well as Ellen and Rachel. Thank you both for the $5 over on PayPal, too. On Super Chat, thank you for the $20, the Lazy Goose. Let's get 200 Lazy Goose W's down below in that chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Lazy Goose for the 20 says, love your content, Dean. Thank you, dude. Shout out to you. Thank you for supporting me and what we do here. Show some love to Lazy Goose while we're trying to get that next guest connected. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean. No, I have a brain.
I don't know. His delivery there was like really funny. You know, I've heard like that's like not a new saying, but the way that he delivered the old saying was really funny. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Lago connecting. Okay. Rachel, thank you for the $5 on Venmo, saying to Rebecca, not worth my time. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $2. I appreciate you. And Abby, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for all that you do. I can't imagine I keep my sanity with what you do. You know, let me be honest. Let me be frank, Abby. For the first 6 months of me doing what I do now, I didn't keep my sanity. I was super depressed, but my mind adapted. Do you support Trump, Lago?
I do. My question is, why do you think that immigration is bad?
How old are you?
It's irrelevant.
Okay. It's super relevant. We got to kick you. We're going to move on to the next guest. By the way, the opposite of what you said is true. I think that immigration good. Alexis, thank you so much for the $10 on Super Chat. He says, hey, Dean, me and my mom love watching your videos. You're very smart. Thank you. Did you skip a grade when you were in school? Funny enough, Alexis, I did. I started college at 17. Thank you so much for the $10. Good question. I don't think anybody has ever asked me that question before. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Drew connecting. Dude. All right. Y'all got to ignore the rage baiter in the chat. There's somebody on TikTok right now who's just spamming in the chat, why isn't Dean out protesting? And he's just like copying and pasting it. And like the whole TikTok chat is jumping the fuck out of this guy. He's just rage baiting, you guys. He's just rage baiting. Just ignore him. Let's get that next guest slotted up into the box. He thinks he's funny. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. Do you support Trump?
I certainly do.
Oh yeah! Take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Well, let me ask you a question. What kind of flag do you fly in front of your house?
The Trantifa flag.
Is that right?
Yes.
No, I'm serious because I've listened to a lot of stuff that you talk about and things, and this makes me wonder: are you a patriotic person? Are you? Are you for this country, or you're obviously against our president?
So let me answer the question legitimately. I don't fly a flag on my house because I don't want anything of the outside of my house to stand out in any sense of that word. I just want it to blend in for personal safety and comfort. But I will tell you.
So you think if you fly a flag out in front of your house, you're going to be under scrutiny? You're going to be looked down upon?
I just try my best to blend in with controlling the variables that I can in the town that I live in. I don't really want anything to be identifiable about myself where I live. You know, I would hate for a flag hanging off the side of my house to be caught in a video that I record and then people are able to find my house because of it. I know that's incredibly unlikely to happen, but that is a very easy variable to control for. But the point is that you're asking me if I consider myself to be a patriot, and that I do.
You do? Okay. But you don't support the presidency.
Because I'm a patriot.
You don't support the office of the presidency.
No, that's not true. I do support the office of the presidency. I am a patriot, and that's why I don't support Trump.
So you don't support him because of... I've heard a lot of your policies, Dean. This ain't my first time that I've spoke to you. So you don't support him on immigration.
Right. Because his immigration policy is unpatriotic.
What makes it unpatriotic?
The fact that ICE is upholding reckless disregard for law and life, man. Nothing more unpatriotic than outcasting the Constitution, introducing racial profiling, and justifying the execution of citizens all because they're carrying a gun that's their goddamn Second Amendment right.
It's whose Second Amendment right?
Well, I mean, in this example, it'd be Alex Preddy. This is actually a pretty good example of Trump being anti-American in a way that you would understand, because I'd assume that you're pro 2A. Alex Preddy was murdered by ICE agents, executed, shot 12 times in the back. And then the quasi-justification that we heard for it was, well, because he was legally carrying a permitted gun in a holster that he never touched, that was taken from him before he was shot and killed. Somehow, he deserved it. Somehow, the ICE agents were following department regulatory guidelines.
Right. Well, I would have to think that if I was... I've got my gun carrying permit, and I'm all about the Second Amendment rights, and I think anybody that wants to carry a weapon that thinks that they can, be of service when they need to be, so be it. But I'm certainly not going to put myself in a position that I'm going to be confronting ICE enforcement or law enforcement of any kind as a citizen, and I would definitely want to make sure that I'm protesting peacefully.
All that matters here is that he had his constitutional rights violated.
The only thing that matters is, yes, well, you can say that. I mean, we've all watched the videos. We've all seen it. Listen, do I think that the man should have been shot? No, I really don't. I think there should have been some restraint, but I wasn't there, just like you wasn't there. You weren't there. You don't know what law enforcement saw.
Are you a Christian?
I am.
Were you there for Jesus' resurrection?
Was I there for Jesus' resurrection? Of course I wasn't. I'm 64 years old. I'm not 2064. Of course I wasn't there.
Oh.
And neither were you.
So then we can't know that Jesus resurrected.
But, well, now we're getting on into a whole different situation here, because, for one, I don't believe that you're a believer.
The point I'm making here is that you're telling us that we can't know if Alex Preddy was murdered. Listen, give me a moment. The point that I'm making here is that you're telling us that we can't believe Alex Preddy was murdered, even though we literally have a 4K video of it, because we weren't there. But you won't apply that same line of thinking to anything else.
Well, you didn't listen to what I said earlier. Do I think that the man should have been shot? I mean, if I can keep that from happening, absolutely. I don't want to do that. I don't want to take a person's life. But we weren't there. We don't know.
Okay, so then you can't be Christian because you weren't there.
We don't know the beaks, nuts, guts, and feathers of the whole thing, and neither do you. So for you to report on this, for you to say that this man was murdered, you don't know that. Okay, and it's unfair.
It's not unfair, but I'm not even going to have that debate with you. A lot of people in the chat were spamming that you're following kids. I kind of went through the list. There's a couple people on here that, I can't really tell if they're, 20s or 17. But I just kind of thought to myself, if I can't really tell if the person that you're following is a minor or not, meanwhile you're some 75-year-old dude, I'd just rather not talk to you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Let's get the turning point loaded up into the box. IDU Sports Shop.
Yeah.
All right, how old are you?
27.
You sound really familiar. Have we already spoken?
No.
No. Oh, okay. Let me thank a couple people. Courtney, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. I appreciate you so much for that love. Let's get another 500 Courtney W's. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here. Thank you for supporting me. Courtney with a 50 says, I'm Courtney Lowell, but I respect you. I'm a dude. Oh, sorry, Courtney. Thank you so much for the $50. My apologies for misgendering you, and shout out to you, and thank you so much for the $50. And thank you for correcting me misgendering you. Thank you so much. Show some love to Courtney down below in that chat. All right. A couple other people to thank here real quick. Thank you so much, Nicholas, for the $30 donation over on PayPal. Let's get through to Nicholas W's down below. I appreciate you so much. 300 Nicholas W's. Thank you for supporting what we do. Who says, I've lived my entire life fiercely Republican, evangelical, and MAGA as per my family. I'm not the smartest guy, but I hadn't realized how deeply I was lied to until yesterday when you explained Christianity justified slavery. You're up there with Alex O'Connor. Well, thank you so much for the love and support, man. I really appreciate that. That's very interesting. I'm happy that we could get you to critically think. But what I will say, Nicholas, is I am a full-hearted endorser of benevolent Christianity, the same way I'm a full-hearted endorser of benevolent Judaism, benevolent Islamic branches, so on and so forth. So just keep that in mind. There is a very healthy and moral way to practice religion, and I full-heartedly endorse those in which do so. Misha, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. Let's get 100 Misha W's. Says, Dean, how are you doing? I'm actually doing pretty good. Appreciate you so much for the love, Misha. And with that, we're all caught up. If you want to support me or the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and the handle's also at the top of the phone screen. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
I mean, I support Trump for multiple reasons, but I want to actually ask you a couple of questions. So, like, do you feel like Iranian women just don't deserve rights, and like that the protesters over there just deserve to lose their lives? Like where are you guys going with this whole entire anti-Iran war thing?
You could probably assume my answer to those questions.
Yeah, I would hope so, but I'm just very confused on why you guys wanted to just allow it to happen.
Do you think that in the 2000s that the Afghanis and Iraqis deserved human rights?
Yeah.
Oh, so we should have went to war in Afghanistan and Iraq?
We should go to war in every single Muslim country.
How many Afghanis and Iraqis were killed as a result of the war that we started?
How many exactly?
Yes.
You tell me.
Over 1 million.
Wow, that's it?
That's it?
I just thought it would have been bigger. You know, you're acting like this is like, you know, AB is worse than that.
That's it. You don't care about Iranian protesters. You don't care about Iranian women. Shit, you don't care about human life at all if you're going to sit here and say that we should have gone to war in Afghanistan and Iraq. 1 million people died, so what? You don't care about the Iranian women and girls.
You don't.
No, you're the one that just told me that you don't give a shit about them because you don't give a shit about the 1 million Iraqis and Afghanis that lost their lives
all
as
the
a result of the war
Democrats
that we
do
started.
is unalive people, bro.
Do not pivot to a
Unalive
fake claim
babies.
about Democrats because you got caught. Admit it. You just sat here and told us that you don't care about the 1 million Afghanis and Iraqis that lost their lives as a result of the war that we started.
Well, under
you said that we
Obama?
should have gone to war under Bush.
And Obama.
Yes.
Okay, so not just Bush.
Yes.
Right.
So you're sitting here telling us that somehow you care about Iranian women and girls. No, the fuck you don't. Or else you'd care about the 1 million Iraqis and Afghanis that lost their lives as a result of the war, or as a result of the war that we started.
I do. I just thought there'd be more.
Then why should we have started that war if it inevitably led to the deaths of over 1 million Iraqis and Afghanis?
That's not that much.
Exactly. That's not that much. Yeah. Yeah, you're insane. Do you
How many
just want to
people
leave?
live in Iran
Do you want to
right
leave
now?
yourself?
How
or
many
should I
people
kick
don't
you?
have rights in
no,
Iran
no,
right now?
No. Do you want to leave yourself or should I kick you?
What are you talking about?
I'm asking you if you want to leave the live on your own accord, or do you just want me to forcefully remove you? Because I have no interest in talking to you.
Why? Because you're a fucking scumbag liberal piece of shit.
No, it's because you're a fucking scumbag MAGA piece of shit who just sat here and told us that you don't think 1 million people losing their lives is that many people.
Dude, how many people have lost their life to a
no
fucking
holding,
piece of shit, bro.
no high ground, and no claim whatsoever to any type of condemning of me being a piece of shit. And
Stand
you'll
against
follow
the
that up with a question about abortion, saying how many people have lost their lives due to abortion, even if I was pro-life.
It's worse than the Holocaust.
Even if, okay, it was worse than the Holocaust. Do you think that we were justified with the use of lethal means to go into Germany, kill the Nazis to end the Holocaust?
What?
Were we justified with the use of lethal means to go into Germany, kill the Nazis to stop the Holocaust?
No.
Probably because you're a Nazi. Let's go to move on to the next guest. We got them loading up in here right now. We got Brazen Trails loading up in here. By the way, I wasn't even joking there. The likely reason why he gave that answer is because he's a Nazi. Do you support Trump?
Hey, Dean, we talked the other day, and my opinions changed a little bit.
Really?
You kind of convinced me. So my position is now is I can support actions that someone does, but then not support the person. So like, I can support a specific policy of Trump's, but not really fully support the guy.
But the question is, if the election was held tomorrow, would you vote for him again?
I would just not vote.
Okay. That's what I care about. What policies of his, just out of curiosity, what policies of his do you support?
So he's going to be more positive to like I'm pro-life, right? So he's going to be more lenient towards that.
Why are you pro-life?
What's that?
Why are you pro-life?
I'm pro-life because I think that you're killing a baby.
Okay, so we are ending the life of a fetus, but I just don't think it's wrong because I don't think that the fetus has a mind. I don't think that a fetus can deploy subjective experiences, have a conscious experience to any level whatsoever. And because of that, I don't think it's harmful when we kill it.
So what gives life moral value? What are we saying gives it value?
Things that I just argued about. Things like sentience, emergence of conscience.
Sentience? Subjective experience?
Just having a mind, being a person.
Okay, so like, what about, so we have a brand new born baby and then we have like a fully grown cow, right? So both of them are going to have mind activity, right? So why are you fine with us killing the cow and not killing the baby?
So there's two answers here. The first answer is that could actually be a contradiction in that I should be a vegan. The second answer here is that there's some more complex reasons why I would only care about sentience as it would emerge in humans due to some position in which would coherently debunk vegan ethics through either absurdity or good justification to only care about the sentience that is found within humans to the extent to grant the right to life.
So what would those be? I mean, why like?
Because we're a species of higher rationale.
Okay. So we're a species of higher rationale. So that's your idea is a species.
Okay, I'm sorry,
rationale.
man. We can't hear a single word that you're saying. You're muffling your mic so fucking hard.
My bad. I'm cooking right now. I'll leave. My bad.
I think I heard him say that he's gonna leave. Okay. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. Only hop inside of that queue of your MAGA, please and thank you. Alana, thank you for the $1 on Venmo. Peyton, thank you for the $1 as well. Okay, I'll check it out, you guys. Then Abby, thank you for the $5. She says, I went to No Kings in Denver today. The turnout was amazing. How was it? And then Robin, thank you so much for the $10 in Venmo. Says, my Gen Z sister voted for Harris, but doesn't think that she would have actually accomplished much. / doesn't think the U.S. can change. Let me read the rest of that. What would you say to that? Sign a hopeful millennial. Well, I guess I just need to know, like, more specifically what your sister thinks and why in order to give my thoughts. If you want to ask her and get back to me, I'd happily give my input. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box right now. We got Buffer loading in. Guys, once again, if you want to support me or the stream, you can find the Venmo, PayPal link tree in the bio on TikTok. Pin message over on that YouTube stream, and that handle is at the top of the phone screen as well. Welcome in, Buffer. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I did, but excuse me, I can't even breathe right now. You know, you and a lot of people like Parker have really done a lot.
Oh, good, man. That's why we're here. That's why we're here. Would you still consider yourself a Trump supporter today?
Probably not. No,
Dude, love
I probably would. There's probably no amount of money you could pay me to support a lying fucking pedophile like that.
Beautiful. Listen, my work with you is done, dude. Thank you so much for being receptive to fact, reason, and logic. Thank you for changing your mind predicated on what is actually true around us. You are why I do this every day, dude. Huge shout out to you. Only hop in that queue if you happen to disagree with me in that last guy. I only want to see Trump supporters inside of that queue who are willing to come up here and give me an argument insofar as why they're MAGA. Hi, hello, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. Do you support Trump?
No comment, but I very much supportive of my good buddies in MAGA.
You're going to have to give a comment on your support for Trump in order for this conversation to continue.
It is actually against my religion to support that man.
Oh, there you go. Perfect. That's a comment. You don't support him. Fantastic. Moving on to the next guest, Caitlin. Here we go. On the opposite side of that cue of your MAGA. Okay. Oh, Caitlin, hello. Do you support Trump?
Not gonna lie, I didn't realize I was the cute. My bad.
No worries, Caitlin. You take care. You know what? Let me know in that comment section if you're a Trump supporter too. I mean, there's a bunch of Trump supporters that are just screaming down below. Like, look at Georgie saying I love ICE. You know what Georgie won't do? Come up here and debate me. So, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? No, they're not here. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Guys, I swear to God, I'm trying my absolute best to get you guys a debate. Trying my absolute best, but I am failing. Melania in the comment section just commented, I do, saying that she supports Trump. Melania, I sent you an invite to join. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box as well. Trying to find anybody. Doesn't look like Melania joined. Is this a real Creed? Creed? Okay, playing a sound clip of Creed. Dude, if Creed knew that you were doing that, he would have his ego inflated. He would have he would think that he's so fucking famous. He has people like pretending to be him, playing audio clips of him talking. Oh, guys, we have a visitor. We have a visitor, quite frankly. Quite frankly. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. We got Dylan loading in. We have a visitor. Boom. It's Momo. Hello. Do you support Trump, Dylan?
Bro, why is your chin so fucking small?
I don't know. Why is your brain so fucking small? When's the last time you read a book? 3rd grade?
I'm actually reading a book right now.
Yeah, which one?
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter? Bet you're watching the movie. Never read the book.
Why would you assume that?
Because you asked me why my chin's so small.
Yeah, why is it so small?
Well, I don't know, man. I was born this way, my friend.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to know.
How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is your brain so small?
Because he's the type of person to not give a fuck about what the media says.
Okay. So do the people who don't care what the media has to say always have the best intentions for the average American in mind?
I think he does have the average American in mind.
And why is that?
Well, would you like me to bring up a specific policy?
Yes.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
The Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. When was that passed?
Was it the start of his second term?
Oh, blunder. It was passed in 2018, buddy. Do better.
Oh, my bad.
So why do you support the TCJA?
Because
why?
Because it's good.
Why is it good?
Because it cuts the taxes on the jobs.
It cuts taxes on jobs. Well, so the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act actually cost us $1.9 trillion. And according to macroeconomic evaluations done by Harvard economists alongside bookings, a financial institution, it essentially leads to no GDP growth. And it led to no brand new macro level business or investment. So it in all reality, led to very minimal economic productivity. And with the price tag of $2 trillion, I definitely argue is thereby an ineffective bill.
Oh. So you think that did more harm than good is what you're saying?
I don't know. About the more harm than good evaluation, I think it was a good thing to cut the taxes for the average American. But ultimately, because in the process of doing so, we were also giving us $2 trillion worth of worthless debt, and 85% of the cuts of the bill went to the top 1%, furthering income inequities right before the pandemic that also shut up income inequities, I'd argue so. A policy that I could better argue definitely caused more harm than good would be the Big Beautiful Bill, which is his newest round of tax revision, which took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans, It was the most expensive bill ever passed in American history at $5 trillion, on top of reducing the effective purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, according to the CBPP.
I will admit I did not like the big beautiful bill.
Okay, so you're
In a
basically
quick-
telling us that the only policy of Trump's that you support is from his first term, so why do you still support him today in a second?
Well, why should I not, in 10 seconds or less, why should I not support him?
Yeah,
on
because
his policy?
he's a rapist who's protecting other rapists who also happens to be starting new wars in the Middle East after promising none.
All right, I guess I'm a liberal now.
Have you ever seen the Grinch movie?
Yeah.
Remember when his like heart grows like 3 sizes?
Oh, yeah.
It's what just happened to your brain.
I appreciate that. You're
If you were telling the truth, which, you know, clearly you weren't. But I do hope that it opens up your mind to more critical thought on the subject matter. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue of your MAGA. Momo is dying for some attention right now. Isn't that right, Momo? She is loving these scratches. Hey, Hunter, do you support Trump? Hunter's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Oh, she is loving these pets. Let's go to get the next guest connected right now. We got Davis loading up. She's loving them so much. Hey, Courtney, thank you so much for another $20 on Super Chat. Show some more love to Courtney down below. Courtney with another 20 says, this is the best Trump bait for unintelligent people, but maybe not. And it's not that hard to be informed, right? Thank you so much for the $20, Courtney. Show some more love to Courtney down below. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Can you support?
Okay. Your parents have failed you. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got... Who will it be? Who will it be? Sam123 is who it will be. Sam123 is loading up. You got very lucky because your username happens to rhyme with the last words that came out of my mouth. Hello, do you support Trump, Sam?
Yes.
How old are you?
32.
And you still support him at your old age?
At my old age.
Aren't we supposed to get like more mature and wise?
Well, you're right. Actually, I went to the No Kings protest, and they let all the old people out of the nursing homes today. So you're probably right there. But are you a nice
old
person?
People at nursing homes.
Well, yeah,
Oh, they
that's
were
the
let out
only
of
people that
nursing homes.
that's the only people that they could get out to protest Trump today. But
Oh yeah, no, so real. Yeah, young Americans were nowhere to be seen.
yeah, are you a good person?
Am I a good person? Sure.
Yeah. Do you hate Donald Trump?
Yes.
Do you think he should be dead?
He should be dead. I think I'm going to invoke my Fifth Amendment right.
Can you answer that one?
No,
Tough
I'm going
guy?
to refuse to answer your question.
Why? You can't just say no. You're a good
Wait,
guy.
I'm also going to
Why
refuse.
can't you just?
I'm also going to
Why
refuse
can't you just
to give
say
an
no? You're a
explanation.
good guy.
I'm also going to refuse to give an explanation for why I'm refusing to answer your question. Like literally, you know, I'd be invoking my Fifth Amendment right. Nothing more, nothing less. Go ahead and talk. Feel free to unmute. There you go.
Should he be dead? Yes or no?
I told you I'm going to refuse to answer that question.
Why? You're a good
I also
person.
told you that I'm going to refuse to give you an explanation for the answer to your question.
Okay. It's a weird flex for a nice guy that cares about everybody, but all right.
Do you want to ask any other questions? Or do you want to tell us why you support Trump?
I just did. I asked you the question and you won't answer it.
Yeah, but like clearly, like the reasons why I won't answer your question, do I think Trump should be dead, I have like nothing to do with why you'd support him as president. So why don't you tell us why you support Trump?
Yeah, but you also act like you're this really nice guy, that you care about all these people, that you're morally superior than everyone else. So just answer.
I don't think I'm morally superior.
It's just a yes or no question. Should he be dead or not?
So I'm just going to tell you the same thing I told you the first 2 times, but now for a 3rd time, I'm refusing to answer the question.
Oh, okay. So
are you scared to give us an argument for why you're a Trump supporter?
I'm not afraid to give you a
Then do it. Let's hear the argument. Why is Trump a good president?
You said he was a good president.
You?
I didn't say that.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't. I said I supported him. I said I support him. It doesn't mean you can support someone and still think that there's issues.
Okay, so you support a bad president.
Do I support a bad president? Can a president be good and bad during some of their terms? Are they always bad?
So we're talking about a holistic overall view. Like overall, is the presidency more beneficial than?
Well, I don't know. Was Bill Clinton a good president? Was Bill Clinton a good president?
A question that has nothing to do with you giving an argument.
Well, it kind of does. You just okay. If I think Trump's a good president, will you answer if Bill Clinton was a good president?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Why do you think Trump's a good president?
Go ahead.
Oh, you like to answer your question?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know. If Bill
you
Clinton
do realize there's more picture, huh?
I don't know if Bill Clinton was a good president or not.
Why don't you know?
Because I know nothing about the policy that was passed under his administration. Also, I think that we're left in a very gray area as it would relate to his relationship to the Epstein sex trafficking ring. But I don't know like how many avenues you're going to try to engage in here as it would relate to you evading giving an argument for why you think Trump is a good president. It's very embarrassing. It's also very clear why you're engaging in these avenues. It's because you know that if you attempt to provide a reason why you think that Trump is good, you're going to get absolutely destroyed. Clearly. So let's start there. What is the argument?
I wouldn't get why Donald Trump is a good president? I wouldn't get destroyed because I've actually asked
Okay, prove it. What is the argument insofar as why Trump is a good president?
I've asked you 2 questions and you've not answered either one of them.
Well, actually, I did answer the second one. And the reasons why I didn't answer the first one have nothing to do with you. So let's hear it. What's the argument? Why is Trump a good president?
You said this conversation was about me. The question is...
well, the background did, because it says, why do you... Oh my God. She doesn't like it when I yell. Sorry,
yeah, she doesn't like you because you're an idiot.
She doesn't like it when I yell.
I'll ask the question again. You.
Because I yelled. I'll ask the question again. Once again, you said that this conversation is not about you. The background literally says, how do you still support Trump? You. This conversation is about you. Why do you think Trump is a good president? I'm almost feeling feisty today. Why do you support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Yeah.
I never said I did. I never said I did support Trump.
Okay. So you did 3 times. You fucking idiot.
Okay. I asked you one.
So tell us, dude, this is your last fucking straw. Last opportunity for you to tell me why you think Trump is a good president before I disconnect you and I forget about your existence. I understand that you are scared to give me an argument insofar as why you think that Trump is good because you know that I'll shut that shit down. You want to argue that he's a good president because of the economy? Okay, cool. We got the worst jobs report last year since 2003, ignoring recessions. You want to argue that he's a good president because of his foreign policy? Okay, cool. He started a new war in the Middle East after promising no new wars, increasing the price of gas here by upwards of $1 a gallon, on top, of killing 174 girls in an elementary school over there. You want to argue that he's a good president because of our transatlantic partnerships? Okay, cool. After spending over a year berating and bullying them, threatening to launch an invasion of Greenland, he then turned around and begged them, saying, please come to my aid in Iran. You want to argue that he's a good president because of his character? Okay, cool. A court adjudicated him to be guilty of raping a woman, on top of him admitting to the sexual exploitation of women and girls. So, see, there's just no option for you here to legitimately give a cohesive argument why Trump is a good president per the fact that you think that, because he's not a good president. And that is why, with me now asking you upwards of 10 to 15 times why you think he's a good president, you have refused to answer. If you refuse to answer the question again, you are merely reaffirming that every word that just left my mouth is absolutely 100% undeniably accurate. Don't reaffirm me unless you want to concede. Why do you think that Donald Trump is a good president?
What if I think he's an okay president?
Why do you think Trump is an okay president?
I don't know. If you hate him so much, why can't you?
I don't know. Exactly. I don't know. Exactly, Sam. That is the issue. You don't know why you support Trump because there's no reason to support Trump. And that is exactly why MAGA is a cult. Thank you for proving my point, Sam. This is your last opportunity to prove me wrong. Either give a reason or we're moving on. 5 seconds on the clock. What direction are you going to take this? By the way, if you don't give me a reason at this point and I kick you, given the fact that you knew I was going to kick you, it's you running away. So I'll actually revise the question. Are you going to give an argument or are you going to run?
yeah, I'll give an argument. Your hair looks like Lord Farquaad's. But I also wanted to tell you that.
Perfect. I'd argue a lot closer to Prince Charming's. Like if we want to stay canonically on theme with Shrek, much closer to Prince Charming than Lord Farquaad. I'm not comparing myself to Prince Charming. I'm just like clearly saying here that if we were to draw a relative comparison between my haircut, Lord Farquaad, and Prince Charming, it would probably be a whole lot closer on the Prince Charming side. Let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Hi, do you support Trump?
No, I actually don't.
Awesome. Well, I am going to go to remove you. We're still looking for a Trump supporter. I mean, we just had a Trump supporter on the line, but, he ran away because he's scared. They do that a lot. You guys. They do that a lot.
Hello?
Hi, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'm going to thank a couple people, then the mic and the floor will be yours. Thank you so much, Harold, for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Let's get 500 Harold W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the love and support, man. You are epic. Thank you. Let's see. Harold, I just read your message. Thank you so much for the support, man. Show some love to Harold down below in that chat. Thank you. Hunter, thank you for the $5. Abigail with a 1. Ellen, thank you so much for the 10. Appreciate you guys so much for the support. Hope you're having a good day. We're all caught up over there. Let's quickly get caught up on Venmo. Thank you, Daniel, for the $10. She says, keep it the good fight, buddy. Thank you so much for the support, man. Chase, thank you for the $10, saying cat tax Momo. Yeah, she came up here, then she started swatting me and then left. She probably got like a little bit, I don't know, what do you call it? Too much sensory input. A little bit overwhelmed. And then Noel, thank you for the $8 for the Momo Treat Fund. Carissa, thank you so much for the $20 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 200 Carissa W's, who says, I love Momo. Feel like we need to know Momo's life story. She's a beautiful kitty. Well, she doesn't really have too much of a life story. My girlfriend got her when she was real young, and she's just been living the high life ever since. Fuzzy, thank you so much for the $5. B, thank you for the 5. And we are all caught up. If you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio of my TikTok account. Pin message over on YT, and the handles at the top of the front screen of TikTok as well. Mr. Scientist, why do you support the worst president of your life?
Okay, quick question. Do you disagree with the overturning of Roe v. Wade, right?
Yeah, I think that abortion should be protected on the federal level.
Okay, so you don't agree with Trump, basically taking responsibility for it being overturned?
Yeah, Donald Trump has taken responsibility for relinquishing protections on the federal level of women and girls' access to abortion. Clearly, I disagree with that, just morally speaking, because I think that abortion should be protected on the federal level.
Okay, so you do agree that abortion is an unenumerated right, correct?
I don't think that I am knowledgeable enough on the Constitution to argue for the notion that abortion is an enumerated right inside of the Constitution, because that's a legal perspective. The argument that I can give you, that I am knowledgeable enough on to share, would be that of a moral perspective. I morally think that the state would have an obligation to uphold federal protections for women and girls' right to access abortion.
That's fine. Morality is subjective, so I'm not speaking from a moral standpoint here. I'm just trying to get an understanding as to why you would disagree with Trump on that. If
it ultimately boil down
can
to
I finish? Can I finish? Can I finish real quick? Yeah, abortion is an unenumerated right. So why is it that you disagree? Like, forget your morality.
Well, that's the thing. I'm not forgetting my morality, because ultimately that's the reason why I disagree. I hold to the position that abortion should be protected on the federal level.
Okay, so do you think we should ratify the Constitution so abortion is enumerated?
Sure.
Okay. You think that because I'm a man, I shouldn't have an opinion about abortion?
Well, if I say that you can't have an opinion because you're a man, it would logically follow that therefore I can't have an opinion, even though my opinion is that the women and girls should be able to choose for themselves. The perspective that I hold to is I just think that it's wrong for anybody to be pro-life. But it's clearly a
Why
little
are
bit
you
more
muting me?
belligerent because you're
Why are you
interrupting
muting
me.
me?
Because you're
Like,
interrupting me. A good answer.
well, you interrupted
to the
me
good
first.
question.
You interrupted me first.
Okay, and then you called
Like,
me out
come
on it. I
on.
bet you would have muted me if you had the ability to. I'm just
No,
making things
I don't
easy.
mute
So,
people.
Mr.
I don't mute
Scientist,
people.
if you
I'm-
could allow
I'm a
me to
free
finish
speech
speaking, I'd really
aboli-
appreciate it. If you're a free speech absolutist, absolutist, sorry,
I-
then you
I-
let me
I-
finish
I- I-
speaking.
Sound like a monkey. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
you can mock my stutter all you want, but you can't mock my views because inevitably they're defensible to the max, buddy. I get it. You guys get so fucking pissed off when you join this stream. You try to make an argument, you learn it fails, and then you want to mock my stutter. I mean, some guy was doing it too yesterday.
Nothing has
It
failed.
doesn't
I
faze
mean, I
me.
haven't.
Well, clearly
I haven't made
something's failed here because you won't even let me finish my sentence. Somebody's getting a little nervous.
No
Getting
one's
nervy?
nervous.
Okay,
I
then
mean,
let me
you
finish
don't
my
even-
sentence.
You don't know what the 9th and 10th Amendment is. I mean, that's embarrassing. You're saying that you don't know, you can't speak to the constitutionality of unenumerated rights.
Okay. So I said that I cannot
But
speak
you claim that.
to...
But you claim that Trump breaks the Constitution. I just find that hilarious.
Yes, so I absolutely do claim
Yes.
that Donald Trump breaks
Yes.
the Constitution because it is
Yes.
absolutely true. A really good example of Donald Trump breaking the Constitution would be the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment with Executive Order number 14160. Now, you're claiming here that I know nothing about the Constitution, so clearly
That's not what I
you should be
said.
able to absolutely
That's not what I
dog walk
said.
me on this topic.
That's not what I
I want a
said.
direct answer to the following
That's not what-
question. I'm going to mute you because you're interrupting me,
Wait,
so
that's-
don't
that's
even
not what I
ask.
said.
But here's the
That's not
question
what
that I
I
have to
said.
ask you. Do you agree that Donald Trump's
that's-
Executive Order number 14160 infringed on the birthright citizenship clause of the 14th Amendment, yes or no?
I answered that. You had me muted. Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay, perfect. So then we do agree that Donald Trump has infringed on the Constitution.
Sure. I mean, we'll see what happens with the Supreme Court decision, but yeah.
Oh, you should be smart enough. We actually don't have to wait because as it stands, the children of undocumented immigrants absolutely do have legal protection to birthright citizenship under the 14th Amendment. In previous SCOTUS court cases have either suggested this or completely determined this in reference to other SCOTUS cases, such as Plyer v. Doe and U.S. versus Wonka Mark.
Well, actually, with this Supreme Court, I mean, we never know what's going to happen. So
I'm actually going to get back to the whole abortion thing. So you told me
Okay.
that you don't care about my morality. Well, I feel that as if that's where the position falls. Ultimately, the reason why I think that women and girls should have protected access to abortion in all 50 states is because I think that access to abortion, or more so restricting access to abortion, would be a human rights violation. The reason why I think it'd be a human rights violation to restrict a woman or girl's access to abortion is because infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy without good reason is a human rights violation. And in vast majority of circumstances, we do not have good enough reason to infringe upon a woman or girl's access to abortion, thereby making it a human rights violation. Do you disagree with this moral position? Would you like to debate me on this moral position?
yeah, so I'm not sure how it would be a human right violation if it's already not a right. So I'm just a bit confused there.
Is the right thing going back to the Constitution?
Yes, because that's your right. Our rights come from the Constitution, federal and state laws. So it's
blunder,
would it-
white belt blunder.
How would it be a violation of one's human right if it's not a right?
White belt blunder. Did people have the right to life before America and the Constitution existed?
Do people have the right to life? Yes.
Okay, so we actually don't get our human rights from the Constitution. Like I said,
White belt no. But you said that it's violating people's human rights. So
and then you said, how could it be violating people's human rights if human rights come from the Constitution and abortion is not
That's not-
a
that's not what I
constitutional
said.
right?
That's not what I said.
Well,
That's
guess
not
what?
what I
Human
said.
rights actually don't come from the Constitution, buddy. Before the
I didn't
Constitution
make that- I
existed,
didn't
murder
make
was
that-
murder,
I didn't
and
make
human
that
rights
claim.
existed.
I
Oh, well,
did
how
not
about
make
you
that
repeat
claim.
your claim? Be very clear.
I didn't say that.
Then repeat the claim. Let's just be clear.
How would it be violating one's right if it's not a right? If abortion isn't a right, how would it be violating someone's right?
Yeah, I did repeat what you said clearly.
No,
You're
you
arguing
didn't.
here
No,
that it's
you
not a
didn't.
right because it's not a
Not a
right in
right.
the Constitution, right?
Correct.
So you do think that human rights come from the Constitution?
That's no. Your correlation doesn't equal causation, Dean. Come on now. That's,
Wait,
like, come on.
no, it is. This isn't a correlation causation scenario. Once again, another
Yes,
white
it
belt
is.
blunder.
You're
You're arguing here that how can it be a human right if it's not in the Constitution? Thereby, you're arguing that the
more
only
you
human
mute
rights
me,
in which
the
we
more you
possess are
lose
the
the
ones in which
debate.
are found in the
It's
Constitution,
embarrassing.
right?
You stop muting people. It's embarrassing.
Okay,
Stop
let's
it.
start responding to the position and stop interrupting. Very
I've
simple.
literally responded to everything that's come out of your filthy mouth.
You know
Like,
the one
what's
thing that
going
you
on
haven't
here?
responded to?
I've responded to everything.
You know the one thing you haven't? I could tell you. Thank
What's
you.
up?
The one thing that you haven't responded to is the very clear issue with your argument. You're asking me the question, how could it be a human right if it's not listed in the Constitution? So
Where did these human rights come
syllogism-
from?
So this is another one of those interruptions that I'd have to mute you for. But see, if I mute you for interrupting me, then you'll claim you're winning the debate. It's really obnoxious, honestly.
Oh, I'm
Just
not
let me
claiming that
finish.
I'm winning the debate, but I just think that it's hilarious that you have a tendency to interrupt people, and then when people do it right back to you, you want to mute them and stop them.
Then how about we both mutually agree to try to not interrupt one another?
Okay, I think we can come to a consensus there. Sure.
Good. Let's see how many times we have to come to that consensus again and again. So
All right.
Let me ask you a question. You said, how can I argue that it's a human right if it's not a right in the Constitution? Right?
Yes.
I have a clarifying question. In the statement, how can I argue that it's a human right if it's not a right in the Constitution? Is this in presupposition of the belief that human rights come from the Constitution?
Not necessarily, because my next question to you would be, where are these human rights that you're speaking of, where are they coming from?
So you're asking for my meta-ethical view?
Sure.
Are you asking for my meta-ethical view, or you're asking for my normative view?
We can do both, actually.
Okay. First, demonstrate the relevance of me sharing my meta-ethical view with you to the debate, and I'll happily share it with you.
Because you're making the claim that abortion is a human right, so I would like to know where you think these human rights come from.
Well, I mean, I think
that's
the only
really all
thing
it
that would
is.
be necessitated in a conversation about why it is or is not a human right would be a conversation of my normative ethical framework, not my meta-ethical framework. Do you even know what a meta-ethical framework is?
No, I don't.
Then why are you asking me for my meta-ethical framework if you don't know what a meta-ethical framework is?
Because I don't have a problem with learning new things. So
Well, clearly you'd have to understand what meta-ethics are before you would understand what a meta-ethical framework is. So
Well,
let's
yeah,
just
so
drop
why-
the conversation about meta-ethics.
while you were talking,
Fourth way about Blender.
While you were talking, I was just gonna look up what whatever the fuck you said, meta-ethical.
Yeah, by the way, I'm not going to be the pretentious asshole and expect you to know what that is. So if I'm coming off
Okay.
that way, I do apologize.
Right. Thank you for the apology.
Okay. But anyways, to get back to what I was saying, ultimately, I think that I could explain to you why I think it's a human rights violation, absence of me describing to you why, from my position, abortion is a human right, with a very simple question. Can we agree that it is a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy without good enough reason? An example of infringing on somebody's bodily autonomy without good enough reason would be kidnapping.
Yes, we can agree there.
Perfect. So because it is a human rights violation to infringe on somebody's bodily autonomy without enough reason, and I don't think there is good enough reason to infringe on a woman's access to abortion, i.e. I don't think that the fetus could be harmed. I don't think that the life of the fetus is valuable because I see no compelling reason to believe otherwise. It is therefore a human rights violation to infringe on a woman's abortion access, as that is an infringement upon their bodily autonomy.
Okay. Let me ask you, when do you value life?
I begin to value life with the emergence of sentience. How about you?
I value life at conception.
Why is that?
Why is that? Because I think all life has moral worth.
Do you mean human life?
All life, humans, not humans. I mean animals. I mean they all have.
So are
the
you a
right
vegan?
to life. Yes, I am.
Okay. Do you think that abortion should be banned?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you think that abortion should be banned because you think that the life of the fetus is morally valuable, but you also think that lives of non-fetuses are also morally valuable, therefore you're a vegan. So would you argue that it should be banned to eat meat?
Actually, no. So, and I have a federalist view of this. So
Why should it be banned?
Which is why.
Why should access to abortion be banned, but eating meat shouldn't be banned, given the fact that you value both human and non-human lives?
Actually, no. Actually, hold on. Let me clarify this because I think we're a bit confused here, right? So, because I view an abortion to be an unenumerated right, through the 9th and 10th Amendment, we vote through our elected officials, so the House of Representatives and our state senators, right? So because I have the view that abortion, is immoral under my framework, that doesn't mean that I believe it should be banned in all 50 states. So I think Roe v. Wade being overturned gives us, the citizens, more power, right, to make these things laws. So let's say in California, they put on the ballot, abortion being illegal, and people come out and vote on that, that gives us the more power to make our own laws. Do you understand?
Yeah, and I agree. It actually does give more power to the citizens to make their own laws on a state level. But I actually think that giving more power to the citizens to make their own laws on the state level in reference to human rights violations is atrocious. That's what we fought a civil war over, right? I think that human rights should be protected by the federal government, because I don't think that the people should have the power to legalize human right violations.
Okay. I mean, if that's, if that's your opinion on that, I don't really see an issue with that. I think you were just thinking that I think abortion should be illegal in all 50 states. No, that is what it is. But yeah, I don't really have too much else to say as of now, because I'm going to go to bed because I have work in the morning. But
do you mind if I ask you? Given the fact that you care about human life and you're a vegan, how could you support a rapist as president?
I don't think he's a rapist.
Do you want to debate that before you leave, or are you out of here?
Are you going to be live tomorrow?
I'm literally live every single day.
Oh, well, I don't know your schedule. So, I will listen, hold me to this. Everyone in the chat and you, if I don't come back here tomorrow, I promise you I will Venmo you $1,000.
Bro, holy shit. You got a bet, my friend. All right, you take care. Let's go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. That guy came up in here really cocky. I didn't like that. Let's go to he came up in here super cocky, mocking my stutter and shit. Then he left by saying, "Oh, actually, dude, I actually kind of think that, that's a reasonable view, Dean, and now I gotta leave." Welcome in, Jennifer. Do you support Trump? Hello? Jennifer, hi, you're on the live. Do you support Trump? Jennifer's not here. Let's go to move on to the next guest. Well, actually, Dean, that's a reasonable view. Oh, my God. See, the reason why some people would do that, guys, is because they have a prescripted line of what they think dialogue with me will look like in their head, and they're, pre-assuming responses. So, clearly that guy was probably, significantly more educated than me on specifically the 9th and 10th Amendment. And he was going to use that to his advantage to try to, contort in about a billion different directions, make me look bad about the protections legally of access to abortion under the 9th and 10th Amendment. But that's not what happened, because that's not my argument for why I think it should be protected on the federal level. That threw him off. And that ruined his day. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jacob?
Mike Johnson is a twink.
Okay. I don't know who Mac Johnson is. I would assume that it's not a good thing to be calling random people twinks, but let's go to get that next guest loaded up in the box. Thank you so much, Cal, for the $10 on Super Chat, who says, should somebody who is a match be compelled to donate bone marrow to me if I need it to survive, since you want to compel me to sacrifice my autonomy for a fetus that is not viable and could kill me? Thank you for the $10, Cal. I think that question is one of many that are very relevant to the conversation about abortion. Zumba Class, thank you for the $10 as well. He says, this is the reason conservative people don't want sex education in schools, so they could push the uneducated agenda for abortion. Deadass! Thank you for the $10, Zuba. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Ethan? Oh, you have the name of a... Wow. Hi, how old are you?
18.
I don't know. You're going to have a real big problem convincing me of that. Your name is Ethan, cross emoji, football, baseball, basketball. That is
I'm in
nothing.
college sports, bro. Let me have an argument, please.
Nothing screams 14
Please.
years. Okay. What year were you born in?
I don't...
God, Ethan. It's your name
Trust
that
me.
sold you out. It's your name that sold you out, dude. Trust me. The moment you turn 15, you take the combination of the cross, football, baseball, basketball out of your name. Sure, there's some people that are adults that will have a cross in their name, maybe a baseball here and there, but all four, no, that's the combo wombo of 14-year-olds and max. Hello, Tina. Do you support Trump?
Dean, I love you.
Okay. Well, the way that you whispered it was really weird. So we're just not going to say anything about that. Wow. Thank you, Wendy, for the $14 over on PayPal for Mama's therapy. Apparently she needs it. Thank you so much for the $14, Wendy. I know we need to make sure that Mama's okay. Heidi, thank you so much for the $20 as well on PayPal. Let's get 200 Heidi W's. Thank you so much for the support. Heidi with the $20 says, love from Northern Maine. Well, shout out to you and Northern Maine, and thank you for the $20. I really appreciate the hell out of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. What is up, James? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. You're 4 years old.
Hi, Dean.
I'm kicking you. Goodbye. Fussy, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, all right, Dean, you have a good rest of the stream and great speech on the new King's protest today. Thank you, Fussy. I will gladly be by your side for this campaign. Well, I did not announce any political campaign. I'm not running for office. I'm too young. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. God damn it. Matthew, thank you for the $10 as well. Over on Venmo. Before I finish thanking you, Matthew, we got to deal with an echo. Hi, Jennifer. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I'm so sorry about the echo.
Can you disconnect me from any and all Bluetooth devices?
I just turned it off. I'm so sorry.
No worries at all. Give me one moment to thank a couple people, and then I'll pass the mic to you. Matthew with the $10 says, hey, Dean, happy No King's Day. Your speech was great and good job doing this for over a year. No more pedos in politics. Well, thank you so much for your kind words on the speech that I gave today. I put a lot of thought, care, and attention into it, and I only got 6 hours of sleep last night because of practicing it. So I love the receptive, good feedback. Thank you so much, you guys. And then Daniel, thank you for the $10 on Venmo saying keep up the good fight, buddy. Thank you so much. And then, oh my God, Miss Jessica, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Jessica W's because that is fucking wild. Jessica with the $100 says, it's been a while since I shared the love. Thank you for setting a wonderful example for our youth. Jessica, I hope you have been well. And thank you for hanging out with us tonight. Thank you for the kind words. I hope that you're enjoying the stream. And that is a fucking crazy donation. I do not deserve a penny of that. Holy moly. Show some love to Jennifer down below in the chat for the $100 donation. My God. Take it away, Jennifer. Why do you support Trump, man? Out of all people. Why Trump?
I actually do not. I actually wanted to talk to you and get your insight about ICE. I keep missing your streams, and I'm all over the place trying to understand.
Okay, so you did lie to me to get up here. I don't want to incentivize people to lie to me to get up here, so I'm going to kick you. But while we're looking for that next guest, I will just generally share my thoughts about ICE. I try to condense it down in the most easy to understand ways. And the easiest way I've come to been able to communicate my thoughts on ICE is as follows. ICE is bad because they uphold reckless disregard for law and life. If anything or anybody ever upholds reckless disregard for law and life, they are bad. Okay? ICE's reckless disregard of law and life, start with law, would come in with the DHS department-wide memorandums to arrest people without judicial warrants. That's unconstitutional. A court ruled it. They're arguing otherwise. Okay, same thing with barging into people's houses. About life? Come on, they've been executing people. But I'll continue that explanation here in a minute. Let's see if Cassie's a Trump supporter. Cassie, are you MAGA?
Not MAGA. He's not Democrat. He's
He
both.
seems to agree with everything I agree with.
He's both.
I'm not mad at
Hey,
him.
play.
I don't think that they knew that they were on the stream, but it seems like they're kind of talking about me. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got twin baby J loading up in. But anyways, about ICE's reckless disregard for life. Yeah, they had the blood of many on their hands.
Bruno's definitely asleep. Nope.
I keep on getting interrupted by the
Wait, all
guests,
I
but
have
like
to do is
low-key
text
it's my
him
fault.
on Instagram.
Low-key it's my fault because I'm the one that adds them in. Anyways, they have the blood of many on their hands from Alex Preddy, Keith Porter, Renee Good. And they also just implement policy that's destructive to life, like the racial profiling of black and brown people, or the illegal detentions of 5-year-olds like Liam Ramos in inhumane conditions where they're being fed meals with maggots in them, caused to starve, and maybe even deported to CCOT to be tortured. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Ryder?
I didn't mean to join, but why do you...
Okay, well, you sound like you're under the age of 18 anyways, so Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Jonathan, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. He says, Dean, I'm so tired. Then go to bed, my friend. It is 9 p.m. in Colorado. Do you support Trump?
In what context?
As president.
I would say so, yeah.
How old are you?
19.
What year were you born in?
2007, February 2nd.
And why do you support Trump as president?
I agree with most of his, ideologies, I guess.
Which ones, be specific?
Well, his ideology on immigration.
What is his ideology on immigration?
That illegal immigrants shouldn't be able to come in the country.
Okay. So are you a fan of his mass deportation?
Yeah, but he could definitely conduct it better.
Okay. But you're still a fan of it. So because you're a fan of it, I want you to tell me one way, okay, that Trump's mass deportation has quantifiably benefited America.
Because it's getting criminals out, right?
Can you quantify the benefit?
I'm sorry, what?
Can you quantify the benefit, please?
Can I give you are you asking for like
quantifiably benefit America?
Are you asking like a numerical measurement as to how?
Yeah, some specific measurement
deportations
about how America is better off because of Trump's mass deportation.
I can't give you like a specific number on something because I don't really know what to base it off of. But like I said, it benefited people because
we're getting criminals out of the country. Okay, so if criminals should get out of the country, then why should a criminal run the country? Trump is a 34-count convicted felon.
Dude, those felonies were for random stupid charges.
Like random stupid things that were victimless? That's undocumented entry.
Okay, except a lot of them commit crimes. Tell me his felonies.
Tell me
about his felonies. Tell me about his felonies.
I know nothing about them.
You actually know nothing about them?
No, it's falsification of business records in the first degree. It's a Class C felony in the state of New York. He was found guilty of 34 counts.
And you know nothing about them, and you're gonna come up here and talk about how he has 34 felonies.
So what I just said is that was a joke, and that I was very specific with what they were. 34 counts of a Class C felony in the state of New York, falsification of business records in the first degree.
Okay, those are those are felony charges that shouldn't exclude somebody from being president. Those are that's the type of
Oh,
crime
so you admit that some crimes should exclude people from being president? What? Like rape?
Yes, but not that.
Like rape?
What? He didn't. It was sexual abuse, and I don't hear her
whole
story.
Oh, slow down! I'm not calling Trump a rapist.
Yes,
I'm
you
just
are.
Simply no, I'm not.
Dude,
I'm not. I'm not. I'm just asking a clarified question here. So you said that the crimes that Donald Trump was found guilty of are not a part of the crimes that should disqualify somebody from being president. So you're agreeing that some crimes should be disqualifying for the presidency, right?
Yes, and we're going to get into
and
a
what
debate
are
about
they?
Eugene Carroll.
Would those crimes include rape?
Yes, but he didn't do that.
So if Trump was a rapist, you wouldn't support him as president?
Yes, but he didn't do that.
God, you know what? Let me ask you a better question. What about sexual exploitation?
No, I wouldn't support him if he did that.
Okay, listen. We're going to have a conversation about Eugene Carroll, the rape case, but this one is just so much easier to prove because he admitted to it. I got to deal with all the MAGA pedantics for oh my God, all day. Oh, but Dean, what about this or that testimony? And then I debunk it and you guys don't care. Okay, but listen, you just told us that you would stop supporting Trump as president if you knew he was guilty of sexually exploiting anyone. Next question.
Yeah, but he didn't do that.
Can we agree that the definition of sexual exploitation would be to unjustly take advantage of somebody sexually?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what exploitation
Would
means.
that include abusing your position of power over the position of vulnerability of somebody else to further unconsensual sexual conduct?
Yes.
Here's a clip of Donald Trump admitting to abusing his position of power as the owner of a beauty pageant over the position of vulnerability that the pageant girls were in to barge into their dressing rooms and look at them unconsensually, amounting to unconsensual sexual conduct, thereby amounting to sexual exploitation.
All right, man, just play
obligation to do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. and I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. You know, I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? You know, they're standing there with no. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, can I like defend that?
Mike, the floor yours.
So like, I think, I'm not just gonna shrug that off as like locker room talk because I don't think that's what it was. But, I mean, you could also interpret that as him like genuinely checking on them, right? I mean, where are you getting this that he was sexually exploiting them?
Okay. First and foremost, we cannot interpret it that way. Or else, if he was genuinely checking on them, he wouldn't have then turned around, went on a radio show, and brought up him, quote unquote, genuinely checking on them after Donald Trump was asked about him having sex and doing sexual things with the pageant girls, which was the context 1 minute before the clip I just played you. And then 2, he wouldn't have talked about how great they fucking looked like he did in that clip, saying, oh, they all look fantastic. 3, he wouldn't have said that this is something he got away with at the end of the clip. So we know he wasn't just genuinely checking on them. But
Okay,
even if he
can I
was
explain that? Can I
genuinely
explain that?
checking on them,
Okay.
it is still sexual exploitation because it is still unconsensual sexual conduct.
Okay, but intent matters in a lot of situations, and if he really didn't have intent to commit a crime there, then I don't think that should exclude him from being president.
Okay, so the fact of the matter is he did intend to sexually exploit them.
No, can I explain? I think that was who was he on the radio show with?
The
Was that
fact of
Howard
the matter
Stern?
is, I don't know
No,
why
hold on,
so
can I
many
just-
assholes choose to take this perspective. Dude, he went on a radio show with another pervert and was telling them how good they looked and how he
Who
got
was the
away with
pervert?
it.
What was
Stern.
Howard Stern. Okay, so that this is even gonna help my argument because you just called him a pervert. You called Howard Stern a pervert, right? I bet Howard Stern, what was obviously they probably talked to Trump before the interview or whatever, and he wants like I guess I don't know juicy content for the interview. He wants.
Wait,
he
if it's
wants
juicy
entertainment.
content for the interview, then
And
he
hold
wasn't
on, let me
genuinely
finish. Just let
checking
me
on
finish.
them.
Just let me finish. Can I finish?
Yeah.
He's him and his like weird sexual natures. I'm talking about Howard Stern. Probably influenced Trump to say something like that. Like,
Oh my God! Yes, Howard Stern
can I- wait,
influenced
can I
Trump to admit
address
to
something
sexual
that-
exploitation when in all reality he was innocent.
The
Listen, buddy,
chat
you're
saying-
fucking spiraling.
Hold
One
on.
moment. Listen, buddy, you're actually spiraling. So this is what happens when the deluded MAGA cultist comes on the live and has their brain broken. They come up with baseless fucking excuses. Your baseless fucking excuse was that, oh, maybe he was just genuinely intending to check on them. I brought up like all the reasons why that couldn't be true. Like the fact that if he was genuinely wanting to check on them, okay, well then he wouldn't have went on some pervert's radio show and boasted about it, said he got away with it and talked about how great they looked without clothes on. Okay, so then you bailed on that first baseless excuse. Now the new baseless excuse is that Howard Stern influenced him to say this. Listen, the
'Cause he's a
only
predator.
way Howard Stern's influence over Donald Trump to get Donald Trump to say this would be meaningful in the slightest to determine if we should hold Donald Trump accountable for these actions is if it was influencing Donald Trump to admit to something that he never did. Okay? But we can't say that. We can't say that at all. You have no evidence for that. There's no case for this.
Can I respond to the chat saying check his repost? This is my brother's account. He's like a massive liberal, so I don't know. I don't even know what's on his repost, but I assume it's.
I believe
I
him.
mean-
Go ahead. No,
Sorry,
no
what?
liberal would like make a troll like this. I believe him. Go ahead.
So you want me to address what you just said?
Yes.
Okay, so you're the one not responding to me. I just showed you, and I gave you a good example, and my argument is literally predicated off of what you said. You said that he, you said Howard Stern is a what word did you use? What term did
Pervert.
you use? Pervert. You called him a pervert. That makes logical sense.
So because
That he
the
would
guy he admitted it
influence
to
Trump
is a
to-
pervert, therefore he didn't do it?
No, it makes my explanation.
Okay,
My
so
no.
he
why are you
did do
laughing?
it.
My explanation makes sense.
What is the explanation?
That Howard Stern
Your name,
influenced him to
Galaxy.
say that because obviously he's gonna want controversial stuff on his
How did
on his
Howard
radio
Stern
show for
influence him to
attention
say
or
this?
views. What?
How did Howard Stern influence him to say this?
I don't know how he specifically told him to. I'm saying he probably told him to, and the reason why I'm saying that
What's the evidence
is
for
because
this?
logic.
Logic? Can you give the argument?
I just did.
No, you just said that it's because he's a pervert.
Howard Stern's a pervert.
Yeah, so Howard Stern's a pervert. So therefore,
okay,
Howard
let me
Stern
break this
secretly
down.
went to
Let me break
Donald
this down.
Trump.
Can I break it
So
down
I
for
just
you?
want to clarify. Your argument is that Howard Stern is a pervert. Therefore, secretly before this show, Howard Stern went to Donald Trump and gave Donald Trump a preloaded thing to say about how he sexually exploited women and girls. Okay, even though Donald Trump was in all reality innocent. I don't think that follows.
There's more context.
Okay. Context, what is it?
Okay, I bet Trump had that story, but without any of the sexual predator, whatever you want to call it. And then Howard Stern took that and he miscued it, to make it predatory, as you said, because Howard Stern's a predator.
How about we just listen to the clip in its whole context? And let's see
That
if your
doesn't
logic
matter because I
tracks.
just told you that whatever he says, it was probably
Okay,
influenced
but what's
by
the
Howard Stern.
evidence for this?
Well, I just told you logic.
No,
just told you my
I don't think
logical
I
train
don't
of thought.
think that I don't think that Howard Stern being a pervert would amount to the likelihood of the claim that therefore Howard Stern told Donald Trump to say this and lie to be true.
I don't know how I can. I think you're just delusional. I don't know.
I'm the delusional one. You're the one running fucking frontline defense for sexual.
No, I'm giving you a
predator, you
logical
idiot.
explanation.
This isn't a logical explanation. Are you actually idiotic? I don't know what to tell you here, man. You're arguing that because Howard Stern was a pervert, that therefore we know with confidence that
I'm
Howard
not even
Stern,
talking. Why
what
are you muting
What if
me?
this was just one pervert telling another pervert the perverted things that they've done? I'll give you a really good example. Gideon is not a pervert. I want to start the conversation like that. With that, very important. Gideon's not a pervert. But when Gideon will do his pred show, are you?
Yeah, he'll say, "I know you're not a bad guy."
I know you're not a bad guy.
It's to influence them to
fucking.
to
You
admit
already
stuff, yeah.
know what I'm about to tell you. I know you're not a bad
maybe.
guy. So Gideon presents himself as if he is like them, as if he doesn't really think that pedophilia is wrong and child rape's not an issue. It doesn't make you a bad guy. So what Gideon will say to influence them to admit to these things on camera is he'll tell them, "Hey man, I'm not a bad guy." It's brutalistic. It's crazy, but it works. It gets child rapists in jail. Now, Gideon does it intentionally. Howard Stern, on the other hand, does it unintentionally because he's just a legitimate pervert. Okay?
Okay, so
But
your
I
argument
think
is that Howard Stern subconsciously manipulated Donald Trump to admit to that?
I think that Howard Stern set the tone for an environment that would permit Donald Trump to admit to the bad things he's done.
We just said the same thing, except you tried to make your words. You worded it
That's
better,
not
so you
subconscious
don't. So your claim
manipulation.
isn't as ridiculous.
That's just Howard Stern setting the tone of an environment where Donald Trump will feel comfortable in admitting
Well,
to
naturally,
sexual
or subconsciously,
exploitation.
because he's already a predator, as you said.
I said he's a pervert. But the
Or
point here
pervert, sorry.
is that because Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, we should believe that Donald Trump is guilty of sexual exploitation. Like, for instance, when you watch a Pred Watch and you hear these people tell Gideon that they've engaged in child rape, do you believe them?
Yes.
So then why don't you believe Trump when he's telling you that he's engaged in sexual exploitation?
Because there's... okay, I want to clarify the reason why...
What's the difference?
What?
What's the difference?
But what's the difference between...
You
Clarify.
believing
What?
somebody admitting to Gideon that they're guilty of child rape, but you won't believe Donald Trump admitting to Howard Stern that he's guilty of sexual exploitation.
Well, the clarification I was going to make would have answered that, but you cut me off.
Perfect. So what is it?
With the sexual predators, they have it's obvious, like they're coming to meet a minor. They're obviously predators. So it's fair to come to the conclusion that they're telling the truth about that. But with Trump, there's no other evidence. That's a single piece that you showed me, and I could
Okay,
easily.
First, we don't need other evidence. You fucking moron. He admitted to it. Like, I'm so fucking fed up with people like you. I'm like close to just no longer having these debates. I don't even know why I do this to myself. You are legitimately an idiot if you do not think that somebody admitting to sexual violence is more than enough evidence to believe that they've done it. Like, oh my God, I just don't even, you are just like so harmful to society in so many ways that you don't even understand. The highest level of evidence that we could have for the guilt of somebody engaging in sexual violence is their admission of guilt, you fucking idiot. The moment that you dispute admission of guilt as sufficient evidence to believe guilt is the moment that you dispute that anyone's actually guilty. Okay? Because if you won't believe the perpetuator of sexual violence telling you that they did it, then you'll clearly never believe the victim of sexual violence telling you that it happened to them. If you won't believe a perpetuator telling you that they did it to your fucking face, then you'd clearly never believe an audio or a video of it happening because it could be AI. If you won't believe the perpetuator of sexual violence telling you that they did it, then there's no evidence in the world that would ever make you believe that they did it. But this isn't an issue that is exclusive to one man. It is a broader holistic issue that applies to everybody. Because you will not believe Donald Trump when he admits to sexual violence, and there's no other level of evidence that is higher than that, then why the hell would you believe anybody else? You'll never believe a victim. You'll never believe any other level of evidence because it falls below that of an admission of guilt. Therefore, you don't really think anybody's been raped. You don't really think anybody's been sexually exploited because you don't really think there's ever going to be enough evidence to prove it in any scenario, in any context ever, if you will not accept this level of evidence in this context because it's an admission of guilt. That's the problem with rejecting admissions of guilt.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Me not accepting a single example when I had evidence and context as to why I have this opinion.
Why do you have this opinion? Explain it to me like I'm
Hold on,
five.
it's not fair for you to say that I'm going to not believe that anybody was ever a victim.
Right.
Well, what evidence could ever convince you? Tell me.
What evidence could convince me that Trump actually sexually exploited those women?
Yes.
I'm not saying there isn't any. That's hard to think
exactly.
of. No, that's
what
just hard to
evidence
think
could
of.
convict you? It shouldn't be hard to think of at all. Like,
okay,
hypothetically thinking of the level of evidence that could convince you.
I'll answer you.
Should it be a difficult question to answer?
Just let me finish before you cut me off, okay? Because this is going to sound a little stupid, okay? If he admitted to it verbally in a situation where I think he did it fully with his own free will.
So you think that
And
Donald
not
Trump was
influenced by
coerced
other people.
into this admission of guilt?
Basically by Howard Stern, and again, that's predicated off of you even saying yourself
How did
that
Howard Stern coerce him into this admission of guilt?
Well, what you want, like the probably verbally? I don't know.
Verbally? Let's roll the clip. Tell me where Howard Stern coerces.
I mean before the.
Where all you did was just
before-
judge women.
Wait, what's your evidence of that?
I told you I have logic.
Okay, what's the logic behind that?
That he's I can't remember the word you used.
A pervert?
Pervert. You said Howard
Wait,
Stern was
so
a
I
pervert.
want to clarify in shorthand. Because Howard Stern is a pervert, it is therefore true that Howard Stern told Donald Trump to lie before the show started.
I'm not saying it's true. I'm saying it's a decent, reasonable explanation. And I think
Wait. If it's not true, then your argument doesn't follow. You have to argue that it's true that Howard Stern told this to Donald Trump in order for
I'm saying
your
it's a
logic to
decent
follow.
possibility. It's a decent possibility.
Okay, what level of possibility? More likely than not?
Yeah.
Okay, so because Howard Stern is a pervert, it is therefore more likely than not that Howard Stern told Donald Trump to lie before the show started about sexually exploiting women and girls?
I guess.
And you realize the issue with that because that's clearly nonsensical.
I guess a little, but I guess under the circumstance, maybe
Right.
not with context.
No, the only reason
he's
why
the president.
he's the president, therefore, okay. So you get a load of this fucking.
Do you get my
jackass.
logic with that though? I mean, he's the
There's
president.
no
How would he
logic
get-
behind that.
If he was really all these things that you say he is, how would he be in this? How would he be in?
People like fucking you dude. Listen to yourself. You're actively denying that he did it, even though he admitted to it. And like a cornucopia of women and girls have come out agreeing with him, saying, yeah, this happened. Mariah Bilato from Miss Teen USA in 1997 came out and said that Donald Trump would barge into the dressing rooms while they were naked, and he'd say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. Same thing with 3 other unnamed teens from that same year. Miss Vermont from Miss USA, a different pageant that same year. Miss Arizona, Tasha Dixon from 2001 said, just barge in us while we were naked. Miss Massachusetts and many others. It's not just Donald Trump saying this, it's the women and girls, and the fact that you won't believe that Donald Trump did this even though he admitted to it, and the women and girls independently corroborated his admission of guilt is fucking embarrassing for you and your bloodline.
Yeah, you know what's crazy though?
You are not a man. Listen,
you can't give me
before you
any
even,
other example of Donald Trump.
Before you even like respond to that, I want you to know that you are not a man. You are a sad, pathetic excuse of a little boy. Real men will never contort themselves into embarrassing mockeries of pretzels, because I honestly think that calling you a pretzel would be disrespectful to the nice treat. Pretzels, an embarrassing mockery of pretzels to defend sexual assault, to defend sexual abuse, to defend sexual exploitation. Imagine if Mariah Bilato, the 15-year-old that was competed at Miss Teen USA in 1997, that told the news this happened to her after Donald Trump admitted to it, was your daughter, and you had to hear some jackass on TikTok Live saying, well, Donald Trump admitted to it, but I actually secretly think that Howard Stern somehow got him to lie. I have no evidence of it, just logic, bro. Like, you would want to beat his ass, because that's such a jackass, little, immature, spineless, fucking just shitty thing to do.
I'm not violent like you.
Actually, you are. Actually, not like me, but you are violent. It is 110% violent.
I'm violent?
Yes, it is 110% violent to promote an environment in which sexual violence goes unchecked. It is 100% violent to promote an environment where people can admit to sexual violence and we don't believe them. It is 100% violent to promote an environment where you will not believe the 20 plus women and girls from Miss Teen USA and Miss USA that have come out and corroborated Donald Trump's admission of guilt, leaving Donald Trump and these 20 plus women and girls to agree on the same conclusion that he barged into their dressing rooms and then looked at them while they're naked. That is 110% violent, because that will only ensure that there's more victims in the future.
When did they come out with that? When he became president?
About it.
What a great coincidence, man.
No, actually, that's not true. When they were asked about it. Why do you write that off?
When were they asked about it?
In 2015, when he started running for the presidency.
Exactly.
Why does that matter? Why is that an exactly moment? Where's the boom?
Well, because they want to like bring him down right when he tries to run for president.
Okay, no, that's the first time that they were asked about it by the media, dummy. Clearly,
the media who hates him.
Fucking clearly, the media is going to start researching the history of the people who are running for president. And then when they find this clip of him admitting to sexual violence at these very specific pageants, they're then going to ask the people at these pageants if it happened to them, and they're all going to say yes. And that story's only going to break in mainstream media in 2015. Be clear. Do you think that the 20 plus women and girls who all recounted the same experiences that Donald Trump admitted to were lying?
I have no way to know.
You have no way to know if they were lying or not.
Okay, I think honestly that there's a decent chance that they were telling the truth, but if they were lying, that's also a reasonable thing to say, because I think that they were paid by media companies who wanted to bring Trump down.
Oh, okay. So let me be clear. When Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, he was coerced into admitting that falsely by Howard Stern before the radio show, but you have no evidence. And when the 20 plus women and girls came out publicly and said that this happened to them, they were paid by the media to admit to something that never happened because the media hates Trump, but you have no evidence.
You keep breaking down everything I'm saying to try to make me sound stupid.
You just are
that's literally
stupid.
all you're doing.
You just are stupid. I'm sorry. Don't blame your stupidity on me.
All right. So you can't give me a single other. What do you think your IQ is, man?
Now we're on.
You just
IQ.
called me stupid.
Listen, we could talk about IQ as soon as you get at least one IQ point. And I feel like you might be able to get one IQ point if you could sit here and recognize that it is so fucking stupid to argue that when Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, he was actually falsely coerced into admitting that. And in fact, he never did it because Howard Stern demanded it of him before the radio show. But I have no evidence for it. I just believe it. And the 20 plus women and girls who all told the media the exact same story that Trump told Howard Stern were actually just lying. And the reason why they lied is because they were paid by the media who hates Trump. And I have no evidence for that either. If you could admit that that's stupid, you'll gain at least 1 IQ point. And I'll tell you what I think my IQ is.
Okay, you can't give me any other examples of Trump doing something like weirdly sexual, which is like why this is so annoying to me, because you have no evidence for most of the stuff you're saying.
What have I told you that I don't have evidence for?
Sorry, there's just a line I say a lot. Just ignore that. But the first part, though, you can't give me any other evidence of Trump doing something sexual against women, against minors, against anything. There's no proof of anything. You can't show me. What are you doing?
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
That was the statement. So
Go ahead.
What? That was my statement.
Down below. Pull the hell.
Hello, how are you? Hi.
Trump, how
nice
are
seeing
you?
you.
Pleasure to
Terrific.
meet you.
Terrific. You know Billy Bush?
How are you?
Start kissing them. It's like you and I will walk in.
Oh my god.
Trying to find the Access Hollywood tapes. It may just take me a moment. Here we go.
She's still very beautiful. I moved on her, actually. You know, she was down in Palm Beach. I moved on her, and I failed. I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
That's huge news there.
No, Nancy. Yeah. No, this was marriages. And I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, I'll show you where they have some nice furniture. I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there. And she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look.
Jeez, your girl's hot as shit. In the purple.
Whoa!
Yes!
Whoa!
Yes, the Donald has scored!
Whoa!
Oh, my man! Wait, you gotta look at me when you get out of your life. Set this up.
That is very
You give me the thumbs
Look
up.
at you. You are a
You gotta put the thumbs up. You gotta get the thumbs up. Can't be too happy.
first?
Yeah, let me.
It's very funny.
You gotta give me the thumbs up.
You and I will walk in.
Oh my god.
Maybe it's a different one.
Better not be the publicist. No, it's her.
Yeah, that's her, with the gold. I better use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her. You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the pussy. I can do anything.
Look at those legs. All I can see is the legs.
No, it looks good.
Come on, shorty.
Oh, nice legs, huh?
Oof, get out of the way, honey. That's good legs. Go ahead.
It's always good if you don't fall out of the bus. Like Ford, Gerald Ford, remember?
Down below. Pull the hell.
Go ahead.
I didn't know he did that.
You do now.
All right, what I mean, I didn't know he.
Take a moment. Reflect. It's okay.
I get, yeah, that's disgusting, I guess. I mean, I didn't know he did that.
That's not it, man. I mean, you were asking me for weird sexual shit. I mean, the Access Hollywood tape is gross, man. I mean, I've listened to that a handful of times, and God, that's really gross. Here's the transcription of a letter that Epstein sent Ghislaine Maxwell. Sorry, not Ghislaine Maxwell. Larry Nassir. I have a photocopy of the actual letter if you want to see it. I'll just have to pull it up. And it says, our president shares, by the way, the president was Trump. Trump shares our love of young, nubile girls. When a young beauty walked by, he loved to grab snatch, whereas we ended up snatching grub in the mess halls of the system. Keep in mind that nubile means sexually attractive, and Larry Nassir was another convicted child sex pest of over 300 counts of child rape. Or the birthday letter that Trump sent to Epstein in 2003 depicting the outline of a naked girl with a statement, "May every new day be another wonderful secret." And there was actually a lot more than just that in that letter. Let's take a look at that letter now. There must be more to life than having everything. Donald, yes there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey, nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald, we have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, yes we do, come to think of it. Donald, enigmas never age, have you noticed that? Jeffrey, as a matter of a fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. Of course, once again outlined by the body of a young girl. The reason I say young girl is because if you look at the breasts, they appear very small, which would indicate early stages of prepubescence or puberty.
And Jeffrey Epstein is a child. Yeah.
Oh, there's also
I really
this.
didn't know any of that.
Trump, 10-year-old girl escalator. This is Donald Trump telling a 10-year-old girl that he's going to be dating her in 10 years while she was going up an escalator.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
What about that 10-year-old girl just screamed, I'm going to be dating her in 10 years? Was it her personality? And by dating, Trump means fucking. I mean, I think we kind of learned that from the Access Hollywood tapes that we just listened to 4 or so minutes ago. Guy sexualized a 10-year-old girl publicly on camera with a mic on and everything. Imagine what he says privately.
Did you hear how she
went, ew, like gross.
Disgust in her.
Yeah.
But yeah, and it could have been from personality because he doesn't know who she is.
Yeah.
That'd be weird anyway.
I know. Either way, it's very, very, very terrifying.
What else is there?
We have the credible accusations in the Epstein files. So there was a woman who sat down for 3 in-person FBI 302 interviews and told them that she was raped by Jeffrey Epstein. They labeled her as a credible accuser of Epstein's. And then she later went on to sue the Epstein estate for raping her. And she won a settlement of millions of dollars. That same woman, and this was confirmed by the DOJ, by the way. So this is official. Epstein's lawyer was subpoenaed. That same woman was the same woman who also in the Epstein files accused Donald Trump of doing bad sexual things to her as a child after being introduced to Donald Trump by Jeffrey Epstein. So a credible Epstein accuser, somebody we know was trafficked by Epstein, accused Trump.
What about like in the actual Epstein files?
That's in the Epstein files.
Is there anything else? I'm not saying that isn't. Like,
Yeah. There's around 7 other direct accusations against Trump in the Epstein files that we have. There's
7?
him hitting. Yeah, there's him hitting on his own daughter. There is the
When did he hit on his daughter?
Oh yeah,
I didn't even know he had a daughter.
Howard Stern called her a hot piece of ass. He said, "Yeah, she is," or agreed with Howard Stern. He said that the one thing that her and him have in common is sex. That was really weird of him to say. And he also said that he'd be dating his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. He also said that he likes young women just like Jeffrey Epstein. Imagine the stories we haven't heard.
I didn't know any of that.
Well, now you do. Does this relevantly change your support for Trump?
Yes.
It does. Good. I appreciate you for coming. Go ahead.
I didn't know any of that. That's
There's
like,
a lot. There's a lot
disturbing.
more. I think that we need to talk about this more on stream, because this is by far has been the biggest thing that has changed minds on the live, and off the live too. I've heard from so many people that have stopped supporting Trump, because of this. I appreciate you for coming up. I hope that you have a good rest of your day. Do your own research on everything that I just listed, by the way. And Santana, welcome in.
You are too fucking good at this. Holy shit. When I tell you, every single time, like right when I get ready to hit request, you like start nailing the stuff that I'm thinking. And then I just watch you like walk it all down. Like, holy shit.
That topic I'm pretty good on. But there's more to know that I don't know. Like for instance, I'll tell you something that I really want to educate myself on is before the Epstein files, even before the 2024 election, we all know 20 plus accusations against Trump. But the only ones that I'm super familiar with would, of course, like before the election, be E. Jean Carroll. Okay. Yeah. So I want to go learn about the other 19, and I want to learn the ins and outs of them. I'd assume that maybe some of those would include the women and girls from his Teen USA, Miss USA, and his ex-wife. I want to go learn like there has to be some very public accusations against Trump that I'm not familiar with.
Well, the divorce decree with his ex-wife is like something you should definitely check out. Also, something I was going to bring up. You know, he was on Howard Stern like 2 other times.
Oh, I never talk about that on my stream. Didn't he admit to being a sexual predator on one of them?
Yeah. It's like he's just as gross on all of them. He loved going on Howard Stern, but like that was his personality. Whether it was Howard Stern, Oprah Winfrey, I think he was on The View at one point, like the older episode. But like he's been across the board, and like, I don't know if you got a chance to listen to the video that I sent you, but he just openly, randomly told reporters that they can ask him about sex.
Yeah, I saw
like,
it.
That was just fucking weird. Yeah,
let's listen to this sexual predator clip.
Donald, do you ever discuss sex with your daughter?
No.
You do not?
No.
You've never sat
And I
her down?
have a feeling we're not going to hear.
Another embarrassing video from a 2006 Howard Stern show has surfaced. It shows Trump alongside daughter Ivanka and son Don Jr. joking about being a sexual predator.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
I'm telling you, like, you have to go back and listen to those other episodes because Howard Stern was gross, but he made Donald Trump feel comfortable. And Donald Trump said what he really felt.
You guys got to watch this. Keep in mind, the woman next to him is his daughter. Y'all got to watch this. This is actually crazy. Like I said, keep in mind, the woman next to him is his daughter.
Being a sexual predator.
You know about sexual predators and things like that. I mean,
You are one.
All right, I was going to say that, but it's true.
They both start laughing, and then his daughter slaps him on the back. What a weird fucking family, bro. What the fuck? Dude, somebody in the comment section says they're obviously joking. Okay, everybody, let's assume they're joking. fucking what? Okay, on the base level, regardless of who you're with, it's weird and wrong to joke about being a sexual predator. Sexual predation is not something to joke about. But okay, now we're accepting they're making a weird and wrong joke about sexual predation. To make the joke about being a sexual predator and laughing at it with your daughter right on your side, slapping you on your back, the fuck? I'm sorry. That's just like, that's fucked up in so many ways, man.
Yeah, no, he gets super comfortable. And also, so Stephanie, thank you for the 10, but Stephanie just brought up a great point. Did you see the Little Miss Beauty contest at Mar-a-Lago?
Is that where Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump just had a bunch of women invited over? Or what is that?
No. So apparently they do like a Little Miss Beauty pageant every year at Mar-a-Lago, which I would think this year would be maybe the year not to do it. But yeah, they had a bunch of young girls at Mar-a-Lago for a beauty pageant.
Okay, so I just looked up Little Miss Beauty. Here's what I found. Like just to like toddlers, like this.
Demi Davenport.
No, I'll send it to you. Like they
fucking
just
kids.
Yeah, like kids. Like they just had it in Mar-a-Lago. I want to say within the last couple of days or whatever.
Dude, what the fuck?
Like, I would think this would be the one year. Maybe don't do it this year. But yeah, they had it.
Little Miss Beauty pageant. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I found it.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was 2 days ago. You're right.
Yeah, like maybe not have that.
Yeah, like there's like the Mar-a-Lago Beach. Like these are like fucking kids and shit. Like, I mean, it's, you know, that girl's like what? Like, I don't know, 13, 14 max at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, it's, Jesus Christ. I don't know. Is there anything else that we should be familiar with here? I don't know. Can anybody watching think of anything?
Like it's so much, but like the whole thing is it creates a pattern of behavior, right? I mean, like it's a consistent and persistent pattern that he's exhibited through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and 2000s. So, like it's crazy that people try so hard to like fight against this.
Yeah, it's worth going. What? I want to watch this real quick.
Victoria Hughes was just 19 years old when she first met Donald Trump. She says she was backstage in the dressing room when Trump came in to say hi.
I was in the very back of a very, very large dressing room.
Victoria Hughes was Miss New Mexico in the 1997 Miss Teen USA pageant. Hughes remembers getting dressed backstage just before the show when all of a sudden,
we have a visitor. They didn't tell us who it was and that we needed to make sure that we were dressed and that we were decent.
Little did she know that visitor was Donald Trump, who owned Miss Teen USA and 2 other pageants from 1996 until just last year.
And he said hello and he wished everyone good luck. And then he left.
Hughes told us via Skype she was dressed and saw the other girls around her, but she admits it was poor timing.
He definitely should have introduced himself at the end of one of our rehearsals instead of walking in not knowing if everyone is completely covered up or not.
2001's Miss Arizona told news outlets it was deliberate.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything.
Listen to Donald Trump during an interview.
Okay, so I've actually never listened to Victoria Hughes's testimony before, because that's who I've been looking for. Victoria Hughes is the contestant at Miss Teen USA from 1997 that a lot of the Trump supporters will point to in making their argument that Donald Trump never did it to the teens because she said that it never happened to her, or that they were given a heads up. And this woman that they showed at the end, who's this? Tasha Dixon.
2001's Miss Arizona told news outlets it was deliberate.
Yeah, let's watch Tasha Dixon's testimony real quick. Tasha Dixon, CBS, Miss Teen USA, Trump.
Taxes was chasing updates. Now taxes is a TurboTax.
He just came strolling right in. There was no second to put a robe on or any sort of clothing or anything. Some girls were topless, other girls were naked.
As Miss Arizona 2001, Tasha Dixon competed in the Miss USA pageant. Donald Trump owned the contest along with Miss Universe and Miss Teen USA for 19 years.
Our first introduction to him was when we were at the dress rehearsal and half naked changing into our bikinis. To have the owner come waltzing in when we're naked or half naked in a very physically vulnerable position, and then to have the pressure.
So, wow, okay. I've actually never listened. So I've listened to Tasha Dixon's testimony before. We've listened to that a handful of times on live. But I've never listened to Victoria Hughes before. So like I said, that's the person who a lot of the Trump supporters will point to when they join the live. They'll say that, well, Victoria Hughes said that they were given ample heads up. But, I mean, even listening to that clip of Victoria Hughes, she says that they were given a heads up, but they just kind of like barged in and, you know, she was decent, but she didn't know if other people were. So
yeah,
I'm actually really like forming my mind here of like what the hell happened at Miss Teen USA. And I think what the hell happened at Miss Teen USA was they gave a heads up when they were naked. Second after the heads up, Trump just barges in. Walks right in. So maybe some of the girls like Victoria Hughes had clothes on. Other girls like Tasha Dixon did not. So that's why we hear from Tasha Dixon that she was naked. And that's also why we heard from Mariah Bilato that she was naked. And Mariah Bilato, who was actually, funny enough, another contestant at 1997, she told BuzzFeed that she was naked. Donald Trump walked in, saw her naked, and then told her, you know, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. So I think the picture is really being painted here. They gave a sly heads up. Trump's coming in. If you could get clothes on, do it. Trump would walk right in. A lot of them wouldn't have clothes on. And then he'd say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. So that's what happened. That's definitely what happened.
I don't know if you've ever done, so I've done pageants before, and in college, my fraternity, we used to host our own pageant and all this other stuff. And so when it comes to like the ins and outs, people are constantly moving back and forth in and out, getting dressed because it's like an actual pacing type thing. So there's no way that someone can just say like heads up, they're coming back, and then everyone's properly dressed, because it's an ebb and flow of changing clothes, going in and out of costumes and all this other stuff. Like for people to try to defend that as if it's anything that's normal is insane. And like the other person made the point, like it should have been done after a dress rehearsal, not like when they were actually, you know, getting dressed and all this other stuff. That there's no way that it could just be a situation that everybody was just dressed, because that's not how it works.
Right. Oh. Well, Santana, I really appreciate you so much for joining us tonight. I'm actually gearing towards ending the stream, so I appreciate you for coming out.
All good. Thank you, bro.
Take care, man. I have a couple of people to thank you real quick. First and foremost, Cade, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 KWs, because that is incredibly fucking kind of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Cade says, January 21st, Trump paused immigration for 75 countries. My wife and my separation has been extended, not due to illegality. For those that say to legally immigrate, we are being punished for going through immigration the right way. Thank you, Dean. You know what? Honestly, Cade, I really need to start talking about that more, because not only do we have the issues that you're describing to be true of your process with the pauses on immigrations from a bunch of countries, then we also have people like Mahmoud Khalil having his free speech censored, because that's something apparently they could do when people are going through the immigration process. And you just have to live in this state of perpetual fear and like quasi access to rights that you would have access to if you were a full-fledged citizen, you know? Thank you for the $50, and I'm really sorry to hear that that's happening to you. Thank you so much. Same thing to you over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Rami, for another $100 on Venmo. Oh my God, Rami, you have been so kind today. Let's get 1,000 Rami W's in that chat, who says, for therapy and a well-deserved glass of wine or two. You know what? Me and my girlfriend agreed that we're actually going to be having a drink tonight. So I appreciate you very, very much. Show some massive love to the GOAT Rami down below in that chat for the $100 donation. Mary, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says your intelligence amazes me. Thank you for the kind words, Mary. Sophia, thank you so much for the $10. Who says, don't read aloud. Okay, I will keep that to myself. Daniela, thank you for the $10. She says, thank you for standing up for victims and educating others in all that you do. Well, thank you so much for the kind words. And then Serena, thank you for the $20. She says, you don't have to read this out loud. Serena, shoot me the DM. I'll accept it. I'd love to see it. Thank you so much for the $20. Let's get 200 Serena W's. And then Samantha, thank you for the $20 as well. Who says, hey, Dean, I've only caught some of the stream tonight since I've been busy, but I wanted to support. Well, thank you so much for the support, Samantha. Show some love to Samantha down below. And Jamie, thank you for the $1. Over on PayPal, where did it go? Here it is. Thank you, Amanda, for the $2. I thank you as well, Daniela, for the $15. Who says, Google Alicia Machado, Trump Gym. She was Miss Universe in the 90s, and Trump fat shamed her and did a press conference forcing her to work out. No fucking way. Okay, I'll look into that. Thank you for the $15, Daniela. Heather, thank you for the 5. Ellen, thank you for the 5 for the conversion. Stacy, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you, Stacy. And then Abigail, thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate you guys. With that, we're all caught up, folks. Me and my girlfriend are hungry. My girlfriend was actually just shooting me a text talking about dinner. I love her so much. She likes to eat dinner with me. And I like to eat dinner with her, believe it or not. But because me and my girlfriend like to eat dinner with one another so very much, sometimes she will like wait to eat even when she's really hungry until I'm off stream. And she does not have to do that by any means. And I try to work my live stream schedule to be more decent to both of our eating schedules, but inevitably it's always just such a hard thing to do. So I'm actually going to get off and go grab some pizza with my girlfriend. I hope that you all have a very good rest of your evening. Thank you for tuning in. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube and a like on the VOD. And hey, if you haven't yet, you should go listen to my speech from my local No King's Day rally. You could find it on my TikTok account. You could find it on my Instagram. It's around 5 minutes long. I think it's really meaningful, especially the ending is really, really meaningful because it is a call to action to do something about the world that we live in. So go check it out, okay? Especially the call to action part at the end. I will see you all tomorrow. Peace and love. Good night and goodbye.